Normal man must be tempted at times to spit upon his hands, hoist the black flag, and begin slitting throats. H. L. Mencken. Chapter 1. I woke to the annoyance of a ringing telephone. At first, I scrambled blindly for my cell, but the ringing continued even after I fumbled for my bedside iPhone. Who the hell, I thought with sleep-muddled frustration, would be calling me on the landline? Rolling out of bed, I stumbled into the kitchen and snatched up the plastic receiver. "What?" I barked into the receiver. "No, I don't want to change my long-distance provider. I'm too busy to take an all-expense-paid vacation, and if you call this number again, I'm going to come to your call center." "Brian, quit messing around. Have you seen the news?" I instantly recognized Mike's voice. Standing straighter, I glanced at the illuminated clock over the sink. It was just after midnight, and my brother's tension was audible over the line. The last time I got a call like this from my brother, he was calling to inform me of our father's death. He'd sounded a lot like this, as I recalled, and a chill ran down my spine. "Is the family okay?" I blurted out, my heart suddenly hammering to beat free from my chest. "Yeah, bro, far as I know, everybody is fine. But we are leaving for your place in 30 minutes or less, and cell service is spotty at best. I had to use the landline to reach you." Mike paused, and I could tell he was weighing what to say next. "There's a report of a seismic disturbance centered off the coast of China, Brian. CNN has been cagey about the details, which is unusual. I caught the first banner alert about 11 p.m., and then nothing but speculation. I got a call from an old friend before the cell service went down. You know, the one I told you about from Fallujah." Wow. Mike never talked about the war, or what he did and saw during his time in the army. But there was one guy, a close buddy named Bart, who Mike stayed in contact with after he finished his time. And according to Mike, his friend Bart went on to make a career out of the military. Bart came out to visit one weekend when the family was at the farm, and he impressed me as a very serious individual. Mike never did say what Bart did in the army, and I didn't ask. "My friend suspects there's been a rock fall, a big one. He's trying to get his family out, but he's near the west coast, and they may be a problem." "How big?" Bart had to be circumspect in his call, just that it was 2 fords long. "Look it up." I didn't need to look it up. Mike wasn't talking about the latest F-150. The Gerald Ford-class aircraft carriers were slightly over 1,100 feet long. That put the impactor at in excess of 2,200 feet, better than 600 meters. How much more would eventually make the difference in our survival as a species? I tasted vomit at the back of my throat. Forcing those thoughts aside, I focused on what Mike had said about Bart and his family. "How far out west is Bart?" "Barstow. So, could be worse." I'd never been to Barstow, but I knew where it was, and I'd been close once or twice. Desolate was the mildest description I could come up with. What Mike meant by "could be worse" meant he thought the tsunami was going to be bad. Very bad. I tried not to focus on the likely catastrophic outcome of such an event and the colossal loss of life. Depending on the size, I knew a meteor impact could do anything from creating a localized disturbance to eradicating life on Earth. Hoping for something on the lesser end of the scale, I started running scenarios in my head. That was my gift, and even as Mike spoke, I bent my thoughts to the likely secondary and tertiary effects. Even if the strike wasn't an extinction-level event, such a catastrophe threatened our fragile society. Steps would need to be taken immediately, I decided. "What do you want me to do?" I asked, and I knew Mike could tell I was asking about more than turning down the comforter in one of the guest rooms. And why in the hell was Mike already in bug-out mode, I wondered. Call Sis and get her on the road. I imagine Patrick won't be able to get any time off, but he's sure to want Nikki and the kids somewhere where he doesn't have to worry about them. Oh, and rig up the farm for heavy weather. At the very least, this will stir up the atmosphere. Sure thing, I replied. Then I heard the dial tone and hung up the receiver. Sitting there in the quiet darkness, I paused in stunned disbelief. As a child of the 80s, I grew up on a steady diet of disaster movies and Godzilla flicks. At the moment, all I could think of was the biggest monster of them all laying waste to Tokyo. Given the spotty news, I started constructing a series of deductions. Off the coast of China didn't give me much to work with, but I made some assumptions. A water strike was bad. Even without the earthquakes, which I knew would likely be coming, this would likely destroy the world's markets. China was a powerhouse in manufacturing and a huge consumer of American farm production. No Chinese customers meant reduced grain exports this coming harvest season. However, if California was also hit... I stopped there and headed for the kitchen, hitting the start button for a fresh pot of coffee before strolling on into the living room and turning on the television. Using the remote, I punched in the channel selection for CNN and then remembered my promise to Mike. By the time I retrieved my cell, the top story was being recycled, complete with red banners and streaming text below the talking heads. Massive earthquake hits China. Thumbing down my selections, I called up my sister's cell and, miracle of miracles, the call went through. Parker Residence, my sister announced in that brisk business tone that meant she was already up. Hey, Nikki, why aren't you already on the road? Walking out right now, big brother. All packed up and just waiting for Pat to get off shift. The kids are already hooking up the trailer. You got the coffee going yet? I just drank the last cup, so you might pick up some more, I teased. But it was also a kind of code we used. Just like Mike had said rockfall instead of meteor strike, since he knew as well as I did that all of our telephone conversations were being monitored. The good news, if you wanted to call it that, was the computers listening in on our calls only eavesdropped for key phrases. When we were kids, when Mom said she was going to the store to pick up coffee, we could expect her to be gone for hours or days as she left the farm to go on a drinking binge. So any discussion about picking up coffee meant trouble. That was my subtle way of letting her know something else was going on with this news. Nikki was smart. They were as well prepared as their finances and the situation allowed, but the area of the state they called home was less than ideal. The urban sprawl of Austin reached all the way to their small city of San Marcos in central Texas, and on the other side they had San Antonio, another lovely city in better times, but with a nasty gang problem. No, they needed to be here instead. Fortunately, we'd already scheduled this as a meet-up weekend here at the farm, so my siblings and their spouses were already packed for the trip. By giving Nikki the coffee code, I hoped she would get the message and pack heavy. Who knew when they would be going home if this event proved as dire as I already feared? Well, you've got about 6 hours before we get there, so go rustle us up another can from the all-night Walmart. Chop chop, Nikki fired back. Sorry, sis, the closest one is in Jasper, and I'm not driving that far tonight. Maybe in the morning, I shot back as we ended the call. Their trip should normally take a tad over 4 hours, driving the interstate as far as Beaumont, so I figured either the extra time meant Nikki and Pat would be taking the back roads or using the Walmarts they passed to add last-minute stock to their supplies. Mike and his crew, on the other hand, should make it in about 3.5 hours, if they started when Mike said they would. So I had some time to get ready for the descending horde that was my family. Looking around the kitchen, I located my big mug and filled it with that delicious elixir of life, added a shot of real milk and a dash of sugar, and wandered back into the living room to see what the professional fools had to say about matters. Walking by my desk, I snagged my laptop and headed for the recliner. At least the babble of stupid would keep me awake while I checked the spreadsheets on my inventory lists. Chapter 2. The farm had been a run-down eyesore when I first ran across it 4 years ago. 80 acres of property, half in fields and half in lightly wooded pasture, nestled in the piney woods of East Texas, might not be the dream for most folks, but for me, the overgrown weeds and the rusty barbed wire fencing felt like a balm to my tortured soul. With a barn in need of demolition and a weathered old farmhouse with a sagging roof, once nicely groomed fields now hosting only an impressive crop of weeds and adventuresome pine saplings, the property gave off an air of abandonment and neglect. From the first look, I could tell the place was likely a hangout for teenage vandals and meth cooks. Perfect for what I had in mind, unless the chemicals from the cooking had spoiled the groundwater. I found the property listed on a website for condemned property and took a drive up to see it for myself before the sale. The next day, I took the plunge, paying a little over $50,000 for the property at a tax auction. The sale was sparsely attended, and I only had one other person bid against me, an older gentleman I suspected was more interested in the mineral rights than anything above ground. Property with the mineral rights is a rarity in this day and age. The following weekend, as soon as I could get away, I made the drive up from Houston and paid a visit to the feed store nearest to the property. I was dressed for work of the outdoor variety, and I didn't set off any warning bells for the locals as I inquired about hiring some work done on my place. "You from around here, son?" the old fellow manning the counter asked, as I perused the flyer-littered bulletin board adjacent to the front door. "Yes, sir," I replied, plucking one of the attached business cards from the corkboard and noting the telephone number before replacing it. "I grew up over in Call, but I just purchased the old Ferguson place." "Well, I'm Wilson," the 60-something gentleman said. "This is my store. You need anything?" "Need lots of things," I replied, forcing a grin. "First thing is some help getting that land cleaned up and the trash burned." "Yep, the place sure went to hell after old man Ferguson died," Wilson agreed. "If I was you, I'd just call Wade. He's your neighbor, after all." "Wade?" "Wade husband. That's his card you just picked up. You're on Old Holmes Road, right?" "County Road 1109? "That's it," Wilson confirmed. "The husband place is just to the other side of you. Wade is a building contractor when he's not cutting hay or pulling calves. Did almost all the work on his home place, bringing it into the modern age when he took over for his dad. He can fix you right up." I was pleased with the news. I'd noticed the farm just up the road. The property was neat and well kept, with a nice single-story clapboard-sided house and a double-wide trailer next door. Several outbuildings looked out over a berm I took to be a stock pond, and I took note of the windmill situated next to a round aluminum cattle trough in one of the pastures near the main house. I envied the look of the homestead, so if the owner was the source of these improvements, I wanted to tap into his expertise. "Yes, sir," I replied. "I'll definitely be giving him a call." Not wanting to waste any time, I called Mr. Husband, introduced myself, and made an appointment to meet with him the next day at the farm. I found a coffee shop in town that had Wi-Fi, set up my little laptop, and began grinding through some of the paperwork I had in my email inbox before pulling out the manila folder from my messenger bag and then sat there, staring at the papers. I've put this off too long, I told myself as I pulled out a ballpoint pen and began sorting through the insurance forms. I filled out the papers, forcing myself not to react to the words printed on the pages, and went to the small hotel next door where I'd already reserved a room and made copies. I stuffed the originals in the folded and scuffed return envelope, bought postage from the teenaged girl at the front desk, and dropped the offending package in the outgoing mail. That night, I remember curling myself around one of the old, flat pillows in the run-down hotel room and allowed myself one last cry. My tears drenched the threadbare pillowcase as I used it to stifle my sobs. No more tears, I told myself that night as I finally said one last goodbye to my family. The next day, after enduring some weak pressure in the hotel shower, I shaved quickly and headed over to meet my new neighbor. I saw his truck at the gate, and I was pleased to see he'd waited for me to arrive before pulling up the driveway and into the overgrown Circle Drive. Wade's husband was a country boy through and through, in his early 30s, I guessed, tall and lanky, with sandy blonde hair that he kept cut short, and the obligatory feed store ball cap. He had a firm grip when we shook, and a direct gaze that seemed to peer deep. "I was hoping somebody would finally buy this place, Mr. Hardin," Wade said as we approached the dilapidated front steps. "House sits empty too long, and the weather and the critters get to it." "I know what you mean, and please call me Brian. Mr. Hardin was my father." Wade grinned, showing strong white teeth. "Then you can call me Wade." As we drew closer, I stopped to examine the entryway. Judging from the tool marks around the broken door, the critters in question walked around on 2 legs. When I pointed this out, Wade just shook his head. "Jackals, through and through," Wade replied. "I've tried to keep an eye on the place, but I can't see the house through the trees. They roll in at night to do this kind of work, though." "Copper thieves?" I asked, well aware of the practice, as it was becoming more and more common in the cities. Houston was rife with the problem, with thieves hitting new apartment complexes as soon as the workers went home in the evening. New appliances, fixtures, heck, everything was fair game for these gangs. Construction companies were forced to hire armed guards to watch over the work sites, and sometimes even that wasn't enough. The cops would come, write a report for the insurance company, and that was it. Budget cuts and an increase in the crime rate across the board meant law enforcement had a hard time working crimes against persons, much less property crimes. "Grave-robbing punks is what they are, Mr. Hardin," Wade answered. "Probably those Sherwood boys. They got no respect at all. When my Granny Jones died, her body wasn't even cold at the hospital before those animals broke down the back door of her house and started looting the place." "That's terrible," I exclaimed, examining the wallboard where someone had carved away the gypsum in a jagged line to get at the metal wiring running along the wall. I hope the law caught up with them. As we talked, I examined the narrow living room and into the kitchen. Most of the walls showed the same kind of scarring, and someone had even stolen the door handles and fixtures. Other than a rusted old wood stove in the kitchen and a massive claw-footed tub in the single bathroom, everything else in the house appeared either missing or ruined. The younger man shook his head at my words. "Law hasn't done much around here in a while. Got 2 cops in town that are all right, I reckon, but this here is county, and Sheriff Landshire doesn't lift a finger if it don't benefit him. He's as big a crook as George Sherwood, or so folks say. No, the deputies didn't even bother to show up, but we knew who did it. Even when we found some of Granny's jewelry at the pawn shop in Jasper, it was like talking to a stone wall with that man." I could hear the bitterness in Wade's voice that day, and I filed away this unwelcome news in the back of my mind. Small-town corruption in East Texas wasn't unusual, and as an outsider, I might be considered fair game at some point. I would need to take this into account. After Wade and I toured the property, and the farmer/contractor pointed out where our property lines met up on the north side, we went back to his truck, and he took out the little 3x5 notepad he'd been carrying around. I told him what I wanted, in what order I wanted it, and Wade then made some good suggestions while drawing up a list of things to get done. He could do most of the work I wanted, though he seemed surprised at first when he heard I wanted a basement, since such things were unusual in that part of the country. "You ever sit through a tornado come bearing down on your house, Wade?" I asked, fighting to keep emotion out of my voice as I spoke. I don't mean one that you hear later came close. I mean where you can hear the wind howling and the shingles get to popping. Wade shook his head. "No, can't say I ever had that happen, but I can tell you did. You get through okay?" "Happened when I was a kid, 7 or 8 years old. Never been so scared in my whole life. You know how they say a tornado sounds like a freight train bearing down on you? Ain't true at all. Sounded like the gates of hell opened up and spewed out all the damned souls." That was a hard memory to relive, and Wade gave me a few moments to collect myself. "We survived," I continued, picking up the thread of the story. "Later, when we went out to check the damage, I saw where it missed the house by less than 100 feet. Just pulled that funnel cloud right back up into the sky and skipped over our house. Tore the tractor shed to pieces, and we never did find all that tin. Went through the chicken house like a shredder, and pert near killed the whole flock." "Lord have mercy," Wade whispered, probably thinking about his own family. "So, yeah, I want a basement in the new house," I concluded, and forced a grin on my face. "You got it. Say, I see you're a married man," Wade continued, gesturing at the gold band on my finger. "Your family planning on coming up early or waiting for the house to get done? I know my wife Dorothy would be happy for the grown-up company." I don't know what my expression must have been, but I saw Wade's face turn bright red in embarrassment over his innocent inquiry. After thinking about that damned tornado, this was bringing up the single worst thing in my life to date. I thought of the 2 tombstones and shook my head, looking away so he couldn't see my eyes just then. "I'm a widower, Wade. Just me now." After that last little revelation, the conversation lagged until Wade said he'd be by the next weekend, and we could decide which buildings I wanted and the general layout. Wade also suggested I hire a couple of young guys he knew locally for the general cleanup and bush clearing work I had in mind. Realizing we would need the help, I made sure to get their phone numbers from Wade before he said his goodbyes. After Wade left, I took a few minutes to think about what I was starting here and what I wanted to do with the land and with my life. I went around to the back of the house, noted the location of the propane tank, as well as tracing where the overhead power lines split off from the county road, and proceeded up to the main house. Then I located the septic tank, knowing it too would need replacing, and then headed back to the hotel to type up my notes. And that's how we got started. I worked harder and longer that summer than I ever have, before or after. Mike and his wife Marta came down when they could, as did my sister Nikki and her husband Patrick. Usually just Nikki, though, since Patrick was an EMT and worked a schedule I never could figure out. Ruminating on that grueling summer of construction projects got me back on track as I thought about the secret addition Mike and I had made after we'd finished off the rest of the house. Just one of several quiet changes made around the farm that hopefully enhanced our survival capacity without tipping off the locals. These recollections about that first day reminded me of our lack of local law enforcement, or more properly, the selective nature of our local law enforcement under Sheriff Landshire. Need to keep an eye on that corrupt bastard if things fall into the expected pattern. Stop procrastinating, I chided my brain, forcing my focus on the columns of numbers represented on the numerous spreadsheets opened on the screen. Nothing in the long-term supplies chart looked critical, but I noticed several items on the ranch ledger that fell into what I classed as the like-to-have range. If this is as widespread as predicted, we could use the extra nutrient blocks, feed, and supplements for the stock, both for the long and short term. Thinking about the short term, I went through to the office and grabbed a clipboard with several checklists attached. As a person who tried to stay prepared for what might come, I had written down certain protocols for various categories of disaster. Nothing too complicated, but the preparations for nuclear fallout, say, differed from those for a hurricane or a tornado. I didn't have one for meteorite impactor, but I decided the overpressure wave meant I should err on the side of caution. I went with the tornado protocols. Going down the checklist, I realized I needed something more than my pajamas and house shoes to handle this crisis. Throwing on the jeans and flannel shirt from the laundry bin, I sat down to put on new socks and stuff my big feet into the rubber boots I'd taken to wearing around the farm. Yes, other folks might love their cowboy boots, but these heavy-duty rubber boots offered more support, and plus, how many pairs of cowboy boots have you seen with a reinforced steel toe? Think about that the next time a cow steps on your foot. Aware of the high likelihood of splinters, I grabbed my leather work gloves and stuffed them in one back pocket, and my high-impact flashlight in the other. Outside, I quickly hit the floodlights ringing the barn lot and driveway, not quite turning night into day, but at least allowing me enough visibility to get the work done. I first secured the metal storm shutters over the windows in the house, then went into the animal barn and repeated the process there. I found all 5 of my horses huddled up in their open stalls, ears flicking and nostrils slightly flared. I walked down the row and tossed a handful of oats into each trough, sort of like giving a child a treat to distract them from the boogeyman that disrupted their sleep. Next, I headed out into the corral adjacent to the barn and disconnected the windmill there, then hopped in my golf cart and repeated the process on the other 2 windmills spaced out across the property. While I was out in the fields, when I turned on my flashlight, I saw the cattle bunched up in a corner under the sun shelter I'd built for them last year. Odd, I thought. Maybe they know something is going on, too. One of the bulls rolled its eyes at me in a way that made my skin crawl. I could almost taste their fear as the small herd huddled together, the bigger Angus seeming to rally around the smaller Jerseys in the mix. I'd picked up these 3 windmills and 2 spares carefully stored in the machine shed at an estate auction up near Palestine, and never regretted the purchases. With Wade's help, Mike and I got them erected, and they provided plenty of power to run the 3 shallow wells we used for watering the stock. Actually, the windmill near the house also ran a small turbine that provided some of our power. Not much, but enough so that as long as the solar panels were operating and feeding the batteries, we had enough juice to run critical circuits without resorting to the backup diesel generator. Those same battery banks were also set up to power the shelter as well, but no one in this county knew about those changes. Back at the homestead, I parked near the Chicken Palace, thus dubbed by Nikki when she saw the cement block structure Mike and I built, or as she said, overbuilt for our flock. The chickens should be asleep this time of night, but like the cattle, they seemed to be restless, stirred up by something. Not a skunk or a weasel, near as I could tell. I checked. No, the animals, I was convinced, could tell there was something wrong. That's not some New Age mumbo-jumbo on my part either. Birds, in particular, have an attunement to the magnetic patterns of the planet. And even these Rhode Island reds, thousands of years domesticated and cut off from the wild kingdom, knew something was in the wind. Securing the shutters for the chickens, I also made sure their automatic feeders and water dispensers were set before checking that chore off my list. The squawks from the irritated fowl made me ready to get on with the work. Next, I did a quick walk-around of the machine shed and the storage barn, noting the doors were secured and nothing looked amiss. Check. Same with the goat pens, but I didn't see any of the goats outside their stalls. They were probably already out of the pens, standing up on the porch and waiting to be led into the house. That's what happened the last time we had a hurricane come through, anyway. Finally, on to the pig enclosures. I didn't want hogs. We'd raised them when I was a kid, and I never could stand their stink. Mike, ever the optimist, reminded me that if worst came to worst, and if the shit ever hit the fan, I would still want my bacon. When I'd mentioned letting him handle that side of things, he brought up the zoning board in his subdivision as the ultimate impediment. They only allowed peacocks, of all useless things. Damn him, but I do like my bacon. We built the pig enclosures as far downwind of the house as possible, but I could still smell them when I sat out on the back porch with a glass of iced tea. That meant I took my iced tea to the front porch whenever I wanted to sit outside. The enclosures were arranged in a rectangle, with piping for the water troughs teed off from one underground water pipe. This placed the water on the inner wall of the pens and the feed troughs on the outer walls to prevent the pigs from bathing in their food troughs. Yes, another lesson from my youth learned the hard way. I had 4 bred sows in one pen, a trio of barrows sharing space in another enclosure together, and 2 feisty boars I kept in separate accommodations. The barrows were being fattened up for slaughter, but I was constantly threatening the 2 boars with the same treatment when they got sassy. Once again, I could hear the hogs milling about, much more active than usual for this time of night. They were probably just anxious for me to get out of their space so they could get back to discussing the global ramifications and higher-order physics of this unprecedented phenomena. Hey, hogs might smell bad, but they are also pretty smart. When I was a kid, we butchered our own swine and chickens. The chickens never bothered me, but not so with the hogs. Chickens just squawk, but pigs look highly offended. In addition to the offensive smells, I hated butchering hogs because they seemed to understand the meaning of the knife. On the other hand, the future source of pork chops and bacon would also give me a look that clearly communicated the idea that they would gladly wield the blade, if only they had the thumbs to carry it off. These days, I was happy to rely on the skills of the local processing plant to handle the grisly work, but we still had the knives, should it prove necessary. Once I made sure the animals were fine, I detoured over to check the door on the single-wide trailer I laughingly referred to as the bunkhouse when I had guests. The trailer was actually in decent shape, since I'd kept it up after moving into the main house once it was completed. This was another auction item I'd picked up that summer of construction, and now I used it primarily for dry storage. With 3 small bedrooms and 1 full bath, the mobile home gave us extra space if needed, even though the 4 bedrooms on the main floor in the big house gave all the families a place to lay their head when the clan gathered. Giving the door a quick shake to ensure the lock was engaged, I walked around behind the trailer to the fast-flowing stream running behind the metal building. This was a year-round water flow and qualified as a creek in my mind, but that's the way the county's property description listed it, and I didn't argue. They'd probably raise my property taxes. Again. Anchored in the portion of the stream I'd secretly dug out to fit the metal frame was my first, and so far only, water turbine. I'd downloaded the design from the internet, but the assembly required extensive input and assistance from Mike. He was the one with the science degree, after all. The water turbine generated a small amount of juice, scarcely enough to keep the battery bank attached to the mobile home above 75%, and that only powered a refrigerator and a 2-burner stove. To run the hot water heater, I'd learned to switch off the breaker for the refrigerator. It wasn't exactly free electricity for the masses, but this was another ongoing project that gave me more energy flexibility. Using my flashlight again, I checked the papers on my clipboard and decided that was enough for now. I had more to do, but those chores would wait for the coming of the dawn. Chapter 3. Heading back into the brick and block structure I called home, I paused in the utility room to step out of my rubber boots. I wore calf-high rubber boots for every chore around the farm. This was necessary, as eventually mud and cow manure and even worse substances would inevitably find their way into the house. Yes, there were more offensive scents than cow excrement, and anyone who'd spent time on a farm knew them all. Fortunately, this was yet another lesson learned as a child, so I didn't need to take that class again as an adult. By 2 a.m., I was finished with updating my shopping list spreadsheets and tired of listening to the talking heads on the TV. The wise men of the boob tube continued to talk about the massive earthquake, finally beginning to bat around magnitude numbers in the 8.5 to 9.0 range, and the screen showed a computer-generated image of a gaudy red wound inflicted in the otherwise crystal blue representation of the area between the East China and Philippine seas. The epicenter of the quake, they called it. I suspected the truth was much worse. Casualty figures hadn't been discussed yet, but I could read the carefully closed features of the newsreaders well enough to know the numbers would be high, even catastrophic. Assuming this was only an earthquake, and not what Bart Myers reported, the dead would be counted in the tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. If, on the other hand, a significant meteorite had impacted in those seas, then millions were already dead. I was reviewing one of my PDF files regarding meteors and reported disruptions when I ran across the mention of another side effect of large strikes. The data made me pause and reread the sentence a second time. I knew it was likely, even possible, but the thought had escaped my tired brain cells. Of course, I thought numbly. I didn't even consider the shock wave. With all that energy pumped into the atmosphere, I was thinking long-term effects and overlooked one of the most immediate. That small one back in 2013 I checked the site and recalled the name, Chelyabinsk, caused broken windows as far as 50 miles away from the detonation, as well as flash blindness in those in the local vicinity. That meteor was estimated at 20 meters long, weighed about 10,000 tons, and was traveling at a little more than 40,000 miles per hour when it had detonated with the force of a 500-kiloton explosion. I wondered how big this one would have to be to cause the seismographs to register it as a magnitude 9.0 earthquake. Longer than 2 Gerald Fords, I mused again before getting back to the topic on hand. All that violently displaced air, shoved aside by the unimaginable force of the impact, would create one hell of a fierce shock wave. Thinking about the distances involved and quickly checking the speed of sound, I remembered securing the windmills and relaxed. Not much else I can do, I realized. Then I thought of Wade and reached for the house phone. As my nearest neighbor and closest friend in the community, he'd been in the back of my mind the whole time.
"What? Who is this?"
"Wade, it's Brian," I replied, trying to remain calm as I spoke. "I take it you haven't heard the news about the earthquake in China?"
"Brian, it's almost 3 a.m. You know I never make it past the local news," Wade complained. "Why should I care about an earthquake on the other side of the planet?"
I paused, weighing my next words carefully. "Wade, it might be an earthquake, but it also might be something else. I don't want to discuss it right now, but you might want to batten down the hatches. Get your rubber boots on and hop to it, neighbor." After a long pause, Wade asked another question.
"I'm guessing this can't wait till daylight?"
I could hear Wade groan as he levered himself up in bed. I knew Wade worked hard every day, and his job as a building contractor involved as much physical labor as it did brain sweat over every kind of rule and regulation governing his trade. If it is something other than an earthquake, then no. I could hear more motion on the other end of the phone as Wade eased a door shut in the background. That meant his wife, Dorothy, was home asleep, and I felt a small surge of guilt at calling at this unholy hour. Like my brother-in-law Patrick, Dorothy worked a crazy rotating schedule, this time for the last full-service hospital in Jasper. Wade must be trying to avoid rousing her. I knew Dorothy was a hard sleeper, but she had a hard time getting back to sleep if disturbed.
"Care to give me a hint what's got you spooked?" Wade asked.
And like I knew him and his family, Wade knew me as well. I was never one to play practical jokes, so the man was taking my words at face value. I'd say prep for possible high winds for sure, possibly heavy lightning, maybe some hail, and watch for signs of tornadoes, I replied, trying to regain my calm.
"Seriously? So, look for most of the bad things from the Old Testament except for the locusts and the boils,"
Wade jabbed back, his voice still groggy, but growing more wakeful as he had a chance to engage his brain. Wade's husband was a good, God-fearing, church-going man. He might curse, but he never took the Lord's name in vain, and he tried to live his life as an example to his kids. He never tried to press his faith on me, and I respected his faith just like he respected mine. Honestly, in this neck of Texas, there's not much difference between Baptist and Methodist. "That's about right," I replied, my voice low and serious. "I don't know what, if anything, will happen, but it is liable to hit soon, Wade, 2 hours or so. I just wanted to give you the chance to button up over there. I'll come over after sunup to give you the details."
"So this windstorm could hit in the next few hours?" Wade interjected, worry threaded through his words. "And you don't know how strong it might be. Shoot, Brian, I could lose the whole corn crop, and it won't be ready to pick for another month."
"Wade, I'm in the same boat, but there's no guarantee anything will happen. This is just my fear talking, but I thought you'd want to know."
"How certain are you about this?"
I sighed. "I trust the source, my brother's friend. He stayed in when Mike got out. I've met him before, and he's not a practical joker." Picking my words carefully had become second nature after the Snowden mess came out. Everybody with any sense knew the government monitored all our calls, and had been doing so for some time. I didn't want to get Bart in trouble for sharing news that was almost certainly a closely held piece of intelligence. This new administration leaked like a sieve, but only at the bidding of the party.
All the eavesdropping these days was done by computers, and likely search terms triggered by top-secret algorithms. Cell phones were easy pickings, and they had all kinds of little features like remote-accessed GPS and recording functions that had terrorists and criminals quaking in their boots for a time. Sadly, this same technology could be turned to whatever group the federal government decided might be a threat. With this new president only a few months into his first term, people already worried about who he would go after first on his party's enemies list. Landlines like we were using had at one time been thought to be safe from all but mechanical tapping, but recent rumblings cast this assumption into doubt. In addition, anything remotely computer-related, including your internet searches and library usage, were subject to being parsed and audited by Homeland these days. As long as you kept your conversation generic or used terms that weren't highlighted, the odds of tripping a deeper search were thought to be dramatically reduced. Big Brother was always listening. Thus Mike's use of the nonsense combination of words to substitute for meteorite. Rockfall. Should I get the family up? I thought about that for a second. Following my lead, Wade had gone ahead and built a tornado shelter of his own. Doing the work himself and using his own equipment and leftover lumber, rebar, and concrete, the job came in on time and well under budget. I'd been there, too, for a few days anyway, to lend an extra hand. Wade, I just don't know, but if it was me, yeah. You still got some time, so wake them up slowly. But they can go back to sleep in the shelter. Wade grunted his agreement and his thanks, and I replaced the handset in its cradle. I wondered if my neighbor would heed my warning, or would he go back to sleep and wait to get the story later. My money was on him staying up to at least close his own window shutters and make sure the windmill didn't blow away. No, he'd get Dorothy and the kids up, then send them to the shelter. Given some of his comments over the years, I suspected Wade had a bit of the prepper gene running through his DNA. Like the old song by Hank Williams Jr., "A country boy can survive," and Wade was country to the core. Country don't mean stupid, as my father always reminded me. I, of course, tried to keep all my own precautions under wraps. I like to think I was the gray man, after all. Wade might suspect, but I took pains not to leave a paper trail. Trying to get Wade and his family out of my head, I booted up the internet. I started hitting my bookmarked sites, checking to see if anyone else was talking about the earthquake or anything else. I lurked, not bothering to log in, and just a simple review of the headlines let me know the cat was already out of the bag, or at least people were beginning to wonder. At one of the sites, I saw half a dozen meteorite threads going strong. No one had any concrete news, but rumors were hot and heavy as speculation ran wild. Everyone had word of the China Sea earthquake, but now I was seeing mention of suspected volcanic activity, but no definitive report that an impactor had struck the ocean about 3 hours earlier. The location sounded correct, but nobody had pictures or videos yet, and all the talk amounted to little more than speculation. From the comments, I figured the roads in certain areas were already abuzz with vehicles like my brother, heading for their bolt holes. Shit, I murmured, feeling more certain than ever now that this was a real event. Funny, the talking heads on television were still droning on about the cataclysmic earthquake and the humanitarian crisis in China, the Philippines, and the other surrounding nations. Nothing about a meteorite, and strangely, zip about a tsunami threat. After the 2004 earthquake and subsequent loss of life from just such an event, I was beginning to smell something fishy in the reporting. Well, more than the usual drivel. Has the government already instituted censorship? I wondered out loud. Or are they just not getting it? Finally, I decided it was too soon to tell, and I went back to the internet forums. I had 3 sites up at the same time, switching back and forth between the first pages, and then I realized I was missing something. I didn't know all the handles of the posters on any of these sites, but eventually I pieced together what was bothering me. 2 of these sites, one started by a right-wing conspiracy group and another, featuring more of a traditional libertarian stance, allowed members to identify their home states. This was a voluntary thing, and I knew some of the more security-conscious members flat-out omitted this part of their profiles or posted erroneous states. Still, I didn't see some of the usual night owls posting their usual stream of snarky comebacks or using the eye roll function. Checking quickly, I concluded nobody identifying themselves as being in Hawaii, California, Oregon, Washington, or even Alaska had posted a comment in the last 2 hours. Now, this was late, even for the West Coast, but the night owls tended to populate these sites. I knew then that something terrible must have happened. It was after 4 a.m. before I saw the next news update. I knew I'd been right, but the confirmation made my heart hurt anyway. Chapter 4. The windstorm proved to be anticlimactic when it blew through, but I didn't know that when it started. Seeing the numbers start to climb in the wind gauge, I shut down the electronics and headed downstairs, refilled coffee mug in hand. I kept the battery-powered weather radio with me, but left the volume turned down low as I sat in my downstairs fortress of solitude and thought about what needed doing next. Despite my anxiety, I didn't bother cracking the shelter door and instead sat in my recliner in the recreation room and tried to digest everything I had on my laptop pertaining to meteorite threats. Over the years, I'd downloaded dozens of articles, but my main thrust of the research had to do with nuclear winter and how it compared to the effects of an impactor strike. Admittedly, I was fixated on man's self-destructive tendencies, not Mother Nature's cold indifference. But we all have our blind spots. After I couldn't take the waiting anymore, I peeked through the upstairs door to see the main floor still standing. The sounds of the wind had already died down even as I stood there, my ears cocked like a puppy. Okay. Dodged that bullet, I realized with a sigh as I stuck my tablet under my arm and walked back to the kitchen. Having lost much of its punch crossing a big chunk of the Pacific Ocean and half the North American continent, the shock wave still managed sustained winds of over 60 miles per hour. That was from the records kept by my weather station, operating on 6 D-cell batteries, and I knew the fields would be littered with blown-down corn stalks. That was a problem for later, I decided as I headed for the breaker boxes in the utility room. Commercial power was still up, I noted. No breaks in the line, I was pleased to see, which saved me from having to flip the switches to my backup power supply. As soon as I clicked on the living room television, I could tell something had changed while I was out of touch. Flipping from channel to channel, I saw someone was feeding more details to the networks about this catastrophe. The newsreaders now confirmed the supposed earthquake's epicenter, still a grotesque red circle, blood red, resembling a great wound in the surface of the planet. On each channel, colorful graphics tried to convey the exact location of Ground Zero to American viewers who still couldn't distinguish between the Korean peninsula and the Japanese islands without the helpful little arrows. Judging from their proximity to the zone, I thought morbidly, maybe learning the location of those countries would become a quiz question in a history class rather than world geography. Still, no one used the word meteorite. Not the blank-eyed newsreaders, and not the talking heads they dragged out of their beds at this time of morning to pontificate on their own pet theories. Everything from global warming to commercial fishing zones became fodder for this crew of so-called experts, as they worked to come up with an appropriate soundbite to fit the occasion. The newsrooms had their chosen commentators, and these people knew if they couldn't come up with something provocative, then the news vultures might not call the next time they needed to fill some airtime. As they continued to chatter, I noticed when the idea of a tsunami seemed to occur to several of the speakers almost magically, and I knew someone in the booth was feeding them information through their carefully disguised earpieces. Suddenly, the level of tension ratcheted up just in time for the next commercial break. After the advertising for Medic Alert bracelets, the latest Miracle Mop, and genuine gold certificates ended, I watched with rapt attention as a 20-something in a mustard-colored blazer read from a press release from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. This bland-looking youth recited FEMA's official position, urging all citizens on the West Coast to remain in their homes and await further developments. Don't clog the vital thoroughfares and public transportation system at this time, he warned, as emergency services may have need of those resources. He reminded me of Kevin Bacon's character in Animal House, reassuring the citizens in an ever-increasingly panicked tone that all was well, even in the midst of a riot. After completing the 45-second announcement, the junior manager stepped back from the podium, and the cameras cut back to the hosts sitting in their network offices. I noticed that none were on the West Coast. If there was a tsunami bearing down on the coastal regions of California, Oregon, and Washington state, then those not already on high ground were doomed. As the minutes ticked by, with no further developments, I began to suspect the federal government had already written off those areas. Leaving the television running, I went back to my laptop to discover my internet connection was down. That happened sometimes. Our local network wasn't exactly robust. No telling what that wind blew down or which towers were out of service. Then I checked my cell phone, and I found I couldn't access my internet browser there either, and email was down too. In the time it took me to check the routers in the office and then upstairs, confirming I was well and truly isolated from the internet, the emergency broadcast system kicked in, the loud, strident siren shaking me to my core. "Shit," I muttered as I hurried back down the stairway and into the living room to see a new newsreader on the current channel. I managed to catch him in the middle of his first sentence as he announced a tsunami warning was in effect for the entire West Coast, and to listen closely for local developments as a massive evacuation effort was underway. "Tune in to your local TV or radio," he reminded everyone, "to find the schedule for transport to the nearest relocation center." So, Big Brother was reporting big waves. Finally, I concluded. Television remote in hand, I quickly ran through the news networks and discovered something that reinforced my earlier fear. After that official announcement, you would expect the networks to switch to their field reporters on assignment or local affiliates in the affected areas. Any time we'd had a hurricane, tornado, or earthquake in the past, that was the norm. With this news, you would expect a stand-up in front of some L.A. landmark theater, or reporters using the Golden Gate Bridge as a backdrop for a report. Depending on the network and the party in office, you could count on either a story about orderly lines of grateful citizens being transported to a sunny vacation spot, or concerned faces decrying fascist, heavy-handed cops ordering undocumented citizens-to-be into stinking dump trucks, and zealous reporters protesting this forced deportation into the hellish Sonoran desert. Yes, I was a cynic. but this is my story, so deal with it. Instead, I saw more of the same. Studio shots of panels discussing the latest press release and promises of more breaking news after the next commercial. Fed up with the blather, I left the muttering TV in the background and moved to my office, where I turned on another television, muted the sound, and fired up the ham radio receiver. The ham actually belonged to Mike, but he'd left it here after being denied yet again permission from his homeowners association to erect a radio tower in his backyard. I kept telling him to just run a line in his tree, but the boys sometimes just don't listen to good sense. Anyway, I had his ham radio, a nice Kenwood system he'd cobbled together out of 3 different rigs purchased at various estate sales over the years, and all I had to do was go out to the nearest windmill and hook up the antenna again. I might be lacking in technical skills, but this was something Mike had taught me to do. Using a flashlight, I managed to get the right cables attached to the correct connections, turned the retaining bolts without incident, though I did take an extra 5 minutes to look over the structure of the mill and the surrounding yard. I see tree limbs down all over, and I make out at least one board blown loose from the machine shed, but otherwise the structures appear to have weathered the first big blow. Shucking my boots, I headed back to the desk in my office and fired up the ham radio. I ignored the headset this time, since there's nobody in the house but me at the moment, and so I tuned in to one of the first channels I always check. The static and distortion were things I'm accustomed to, though they seemed stronger this time, but the sound of crying over the radio threw me off at first. I listened, and I began to unravel the real news of the day. Things are worse than I thought. Much worse. Reports came in sporadically, but the truth was plain to discern. No one was talking about a meteor, not yet, but the secondary effects proved to be as terrible as I'd feared. The earthquakes I'd dreaded, or at least the first wave, had already struck. Nobody had figures yet, not official ones, but California had suffered at least 2 earthquakes, leaving Los Angeles and San Francisco in shambles as parts of the state were now submerged in the Pacific Ocean. Further north, the Cascadia subduction zone gave a sympathetic shiver, and the Space Needle was spread out in parts over downtown Seattle, while Portland saw half the city collapse in on itself. Up and down the coast, the story repeated itself as fault lines flexed and split. If a meteorite had struck, then it had done so with enough force to ring the planet's crust like a bell. As I listened to the amateurs speculate on what this all meant, I decided the federal government either wanted to prevent the spread of panic into other, so far unaffected states, or the president feared appearing weak at this pivotal moment. My vote was for the second option. With tens of thousands already dead, and many millions about to die as the tsunami bore down on the battered survivors, no one in power wanted to admit they could do nothing to help. I didn't blame FEMA, or Homeland Security, or even the president, easy though it might be to do so. With the bridges down and the roadways buckled, the collapsed infrastructure conspired to prevent any large-scale evacuation from succeeding before the tsunami struck. Some might be able to self-extract, but by far the largest percentage of the population of 3 states was about to die. Thinking about that made me wonder about Hawaii, and then I realized the death toll amongst Americans would be even higher than I initially imagined. Hawaii would have been little better than a speed bump for this monster wave about to strike. Suddenly, I felt bitter bile rise up, and I barely made it to the toilet before my stomach struggled to turn itself inside out. I emptied everything, heaving for long minutes until I feared I might pass out from the force of the spasms. Laying my head against the cool porcelain, I closed my eyes and tried to push out the images manufactured by my imagination, the countless crushed bodies and the rows of shattered homes and businesses stretching to the horizon, and in the far distance the looming black waves rising like the best Hollywood CGI effects. All those dead, and so many more to come, overwhelmed me. I felt the tears sting my eyes and roll heedlessly down my cheeks. I was not a crier. In fact, when I was married, one of my wife's biggest complaints about our relationship was that I was emotionally closed off, as if that was a conscious choice I'd made at some point in my past. Maybe she was right, as I tried to dismiss the tears as a physiological reaction to the violent vomiting. The lies we tell ourselves are often the most potent, I realized with a sigh. I'd had friends in Los Angeles, old colleagues from my prior practice who'd migrated to better jurisdictions, as well as people I'd gotten to know from attending conferences back in the day. I also thought about Amanda, an old girlfriend, who last I knew was living in San Francisco. I prayed they survived, but in my heart, I knew they were gone. The best I could hope for was they had died quickly. How long I sat there in my misery, I had no clue. The bathroom stank of vomit and sweat, and for what seemed like an eternity, I couldn't force myself to care. Time moved on, though, and I felt my thigh muscles start to cramp from the awkward kneeling position. "Gotta get moving," I finally said out loud. Then, matching action to words, I slowly struggled to regain my feet. Cautiously regarding the splash area around the toilet, I pulled up the rug and headed for the utility room and the washing machine. Dumping the rug, I returned to the bathroom and pulled a used towel out of the hamper to mop up the tile floor. Then I stripped off all my clothes, right down to the skin, before marching back to the washer and setting the machine up for washing the light load. The hot water was going full blast when I stepped into the shower, and I felt the heat soak into my skin as I lathered up with the body wash, rinsed, and washed my hair. What little bit of hair I retained I kept cut short, so the whole process only took a few minutes. Then I gave myself 30 seconds of straight cold water, stifling a scream as I used the chill to clear my head. With one of the big bath towels wrapped around my waist, I padded next door in search of fresh attire. Going through the basket of clean clothes, I pulled on underwear, jeans, and a long-sleeved dress shirt. Knowing I was going to be wearing my Western-style boots again today, I pulled out the appropriate socks and stuck them in my pocket for the moment. Then I went back to the bathroom, turned on the exhaust fan, and brushed my teeth for nearly half an hour to get the vile taste out of my mouth. With a final rinse and spit, wishing I could take care of all my messes so easily, I marched back to the office and pulled out a notepad to start taking down the news being rebroadcast over the amateur bands. By the time I heard the gate buzzer sound, I'd filled up 5 pages of notes and observations. Chapter 5. Roused by the sound of the buzzer, I looked at the spreadsheet and saved my work, then headed over to check the window. I had taken a few minutes to transfer my handwritten jumble into the organization of tables and columns, giving my work a more organized feel. The first glimmer of sunrise lightened the horizon, though I could tell from the clouds we were likely to get rain sometime today. Remembering the Weather Channel report from the evening before, I knew the day was supposed to be warm and sunny, and I felt a stab of concern. This was still early days, I thought, and awfully fast for the weather to start changing. Once the rain started, I was worried it would never stop. Drifting back into the kitchen, I topped off my mug of coffee while waiting for the little caravan to make its way up the drive and park outside. Only a few people had the code to access the gate, and a quick check of the camera confirmed the identities of my guests. We would be heading into town just as soon as my brother's family got themselves situated, because now was the time to make those last-minute purchases. After going over my inventories, I'd decided to order another 500 gallons of farm diesel to top off my 5,000-gallon underground tank. I could have called in the order, but dealing with my distributor often worked better face-to-face, and I knew the price would soon be going up. All my models suggested fuel rationing would also become an issue, and I wanted to be able to use the tractors for as long as possible. I also wanted to add more oil and lubricating supplies for the same reason. Better to spend the money now and make sure my stocks were adequate right now before the price jump. Along with the fuel and such, I planned to hit the feed store in town for as much chicken feed and cattle supplements as I could afford. Cattle raised for beef, like my small Angus herd, needed certain minerals in their diet to reach their full growth in the shortest amount of time. I had a 3-year supply on hand, but more is certainly better. I'd also pick up more wormer for the calves, and a few more bags of wheat and oats from the organic supplier I'd talked Felix Wilson into ordering. From my research, I knew the wheat and oats I ordered this way might be more expensive. But as I'd explained to Wilson, why should I be introducing more pesticides into beef I planned on feeding to my family? This simple and truthful explanation won over the feed store owner, and he made it a point of stocking more of these clean feeds for his more discriminating customers. That was only part of the story. The animals might love the treats, but I knew from experience these grains could easily be cleaned and made fit for human consumption. Well, the oats, anyway, and I still needed to perfect my bread recipe for the ground flour I created. Making these last-minute purchases was not hoarding, at least not in my mind. I was not trying to corner the market on any item. Even with the unprecedented damage to the West Coast and the related infrastructure, we still had sufficient stocks in the supply chain to last for a time. How long depended on events and decisions beyond my control, but by acting now, I hope to ensure the continued operation of my little farm. I knew we could produce food here, first for me and my family, and then for the neighbors, and some left over for the community. Most folks in this part of Texas, even at this stage, would see the Asian earthquakes as just another disaster that happened to other people, like Hurricane Katrina or Superstorm Sandy or any of a dozen weather-related catastrophes that devastated a region or area far from them. Only word was gradually getting out about the California quakes, though still no confirmation of the meteorite strike, and now we would see the mobilization of FEMA and the Red Cross and other aid organizations rushing to help the survivors. Except the scale was most likely beyond their understanding, like trying to fix Humpty Dumpty. I didn't know the full extent of the damage to the West Coast. Despite their best efforts, the ham radio operators were trading mainly in speculation, with little in the way of first-hand knowledge, but the reports painted a grim picture. In addition to the fuel, I'd also printed out a list of other useful farm supplies, mostly things in the nice-to-have category rather than the must-haves that had occupied my calculations over the first few years after getting the house completed and the framework of the farm in place. I'd worked hard to make this a place of refuge for my remaining family, after all, while trying to stay under the radar. No panic buying today of all days, but all things that would improve our long-term survivability without drawing attention. Some members of the preparedness movement like to talk about their preps, either to friends or neighbors or even total strangers. They might brag about how much long-term storage food they had squirreled away, or the number of fancy M4s they had ready to defend their bunkers. As time went on, and people figured out this was a genuine threat to not just our country, but to our very existence, I wondered how those braggarts would deal with the masses of people showing up on their doorsteps looking for a handout. I like to think I'd never fallen into that trap, because painting a target on my back was not something I wished. As I thought about these short-sighted individuals, I heard the dogs barking outside and knew the time for wool gathering was long gone. Stepping onto the porch and into my rubber boots, I exited the door to see the familiar sight of my brother's full-sized pickup, followed by the slightly smaller SUV, both pulling enclosed box trailers. They pulled into their regular parking spots and killed the engines just as the screen door slammed shut behind me. I'd barely taken a step before the back doors on the SUV popped open and a pair of panic-faced children, a boy of 11 and a girl I knew was slightly less than 2 years younger, raced across the yard and nearly bowled me over in their haste to get inside. No "Hi, Uncle Brian," or any other acknowledgement from my niece and nephew before they disappeared inside. What the heck? I wondered aloud as I watched my sister-in-law climb out of the driver's seat of the SUV and direct a pointed scowl at my brother Mike as he likewise exited the big truck. In the early morning light, the pair looked like stiff-limbed zombies as they slowly approached the house, but I could still see the glint of aggravation in Marta's eyes as my sister-in-law continued in my direction. "Welcome, travelers," I managed to call out in greeting. "What was that about with the kiddos? They didn't even stop to give their dear old uncle grief." "Your brother," Marta ground out testily, "let the kids have sodas when we stopped for gas in Lufkin." "And?" I prompted, which caused Marta to glance back at her shuffle-footed husband. Knowing Mike, I had an idea of what was coming, but I wanted Marta to spell it out for me. "And then we didn't stop for a potty break all the way here," Marta growled icily. "Honey, we really needed to stay on the road," Mike began defensively. 2 hours, Michael," Marta continued, her tone like a judge sentencing a repeat felon to a 20-to-life stretch in Huntsville. "Your children whined and complained for nearly the whole drive. They wanted a bathroom break for almost the whole 2-hour drive. But did you stop? Did you even think about deviating from your precious timeline, even after I called you twice? Did you, Mr. Harden?" Despite the dark revelations of the dawning day, I couldn't help but grin at Marta's fiery diatribe. Mike, all 6.5 feet and 300 pounds, seemed to wilt before the blowtorch of his wife's anger. Then, forcing himself to straighten, Mike tried to rally against the pressure. "But, honey, I was worried about you and the kids," he began, but Marta held up one tiny hand in negation, cutting off her husband's efforts. Martina O'Hara Harden was an excellent mother, a loyal wife, and a dear friend. But she had the Irish in her, as Mike liked to joke, and she had a low tolerance for foolishness. "Hush, Michael Albert Harden," Marta interjected, refusing to let the subject go. "We were already planning to come down this weekend, but you just went bonkers with this earthquake thing." Marta," I said with a throat-clearing grunt. "This is bad. Really bad. I've been listening to the shortwave and, they had another series of earthquakes. Out west. California, Oregon, and Washington." "I thought it was just China," Marta blurted, then blushed, her redhead complexion making it obvious. "I mean, I didn't think it would affect the United States that way." I shrugged, lowering my head. Don't know the numbers yet, Marta, but expect the death toll in the hundreds of thousands, probably into the millions. Nobody I spoke to has heard anything from Hawaii since shortly after this started. Mike, hearing this, blanched under his tan. "So you think Bart was right?" he asked somberly. "You're the one who talked to him, but yeah, I think so. Did you notice that windstorm coming down?" Mike nodded, then cut his eyes to the trailers. From the way they were squatting on their wheels, I knew my brother had overloaded them to get everything he wanted relocated here. Taking the hint, I cleared my throat again and gestured to the house. "Marta, why don't you go ahead and get settled with the young guns while me and the knucklehead get those trailers put away and your bags unloaded?" "Why, thank you, Brian," Marta replied, forcing a smile. "You are always the gentleman." She was recovering from the grim news, albeit slowly. I wondered how many friends she had that were in danger or already lost, and I hoped she could keep things together at least through the day. It was harsh, but we had too much yet to do today, and she could always fall apart tonight, after the kids went to bed. "You're welcome, Marta. You know you're my favorite sister-in-law," I shot back, trying to make that wan smile grow. "I'm your only sister-in-law," she replied, "but I'll take it. Get those bags and buckets unloaded, and I'll handle the morning chores. Then I'll get started on breakfast. Going to be a long day." Truer words had seldom been spoken. It had already been a long one, and the sun was still just peeking over the low-slung clouds. I consoled myself that at least half my family was here, but I was still on edge. Nikki and Patrick were on the way, but I couldn't relax until they hit the front gate. Who was I kidding? After this catastrophe, I doubted I would be able to fully relax for a long, long time. "Well, old son, let's hit it," I said to Mike, and he responded with another of our father's old sayings. "Yup, we're burning daylight." Chapter 6. Mike and I got the trailers unhitched with a speed born of long practice, and then we sorted through the two vehicles for their gear. With Mike leading the process, we gathered up the backpacks and plastic totes that made up the family's evacuation kits. One bug-out bag and one bail-out bag per person, and the contents varied based on the person along with the color. Following my suggestion, Mike and Marta went with dark blue when they purchased the backpacks from various manufacturers. They all featured a hydration bladder and a multitude of exterior pockets, but they looked like hiking gear, not military surplus or prepper stock. No reason to draw attention, and since they carried out the function of carrying enough food, water, and minimal supplies to get someone through 72 hours of living out of the bag, we all called it good. The bailout bags were bigger, heavy-duty, waterproof canvas duffel bags. They were intended to stay in the vehicles until needed, and then go with the driver and passengers if they needed to abandon the vehicle for some reason. The bailout bags were a dark green and packed with some redundant supplies from the bug-out bags, but more of it and a greater variety. Also, they included medical supplies, a small radio, and a ton of camping gear sufficient to set up a longer-term camp. And more ammo, of course. Mike designed the loadouts for the various bags with Marta's input, and I just nodded along. My brother and his wife were seriously hardcore preppers after all. In comparison, I was more of a modern homesteader with paranoid tendencies. I had a bug-out bag of my own, and Mike built me a bailout bag for my truck as a Christmas gift one year. In my mind, though, if I had to hoof it cross-country, fleeing government troops, I figured I was screwed anyway. The totes, by comparison, were simply filled with the usual things my brother and his family brought to the farm when they figured to stay for a week or more. For the kids, these totes offered favorite games, DVDs, and the various odds and ends that made them feel more at home. Snivel gear, Mike called it, which always made me laugh when he used the term. They had plenty of stuff stored in their rooms here, but Mike and Marta had a method to their plans. For the parents, in addition to more clothes and their own comfort items, the totes contained important documents like insurance policies, property deeds, and the titles to their vehicles, as well as medical records and extra medical supplies for Marta. "What's with the overloaded trailers?" I asked Mike as we walked back outside after horsing the last of the totes into the kitchen for unpacking. Already, Tamara was looking for a tennis skirt set for her Barbie that she knew had to be in one of the plastic boxes. "All my extras," Mike replied simply, and I thought about what he'd said as I climbed into the cab of the SUV and moved it to a more convenient parking spot. For Mike, his extras meant the additional firearms he owned as part of his occasional work at several weekend gun shows in the DFW area. One of Mike's friends from the shooting range back in Fort Worth, Charles Hayward, possessed a federal firearms license, but he didn't bother with opening a storefront, instead preferring to work the weekend show circuit. Charles could receive special orders and stocked a few choice items, but the old man mainly dealt in used guns. He made money buying and selling from his booth, kept meticulous records, including the 4473s, and always ran the serial numbers with local law enforcement for any firearm he was thinking of buying. Mike helped the old retiree from time to time, and as a result had access to many cool pieces that Charles turned down. I had no knowledge of the size of my brother's gun collection, but judging from the overloaded condition of his trailers, I was beginning to get an idea. "How many we talking about here? I don't have much spare space in my safe, Mike," I complained as my brother joined me by the first trailer. The pole barn we used for trailer storage boasted spaces for 4 trailers up to 20 feet in length, and this 16-footer was big enough to double as a camper in a pinch. In fact, we'd used it as such the previous summer up on Sam Rayburn. No bunks, but wide enough at 7 feet to allow us to throw down sleeping bags inside when it rained. "Don't worry about it," Mike reassured. "I brought the lockers for them. We can move them later at night and set them up in the barn. I've been meaning to do this for a while, but this mess just accelerated my timetable." I sighed. "We aren't going to have a visit from the ATF, are we?" "No," Mike said with some confidence. Then it was his turn to sigh. "Probably not. Everything in there's legal, for the moment." "Anything cool?" I felt myself asking, half dreading the answer. "Tokarov SVT-40, for one. It needed some work, and the stock was cracked, so I got a really good deal on it. Also bought a ton of ammunition for it, and the Mosins. Got a sweet Czech-made version of the AK. You know the one I'm talking about?" I nodded. "The VZ-58 or the Century build?" "Century," Mike conceded. "But the monkey must have been sober the morning he assembled this one." I had to muffle a chuckle at that, and then Mike continued. "Biggest part of that load is ammo. Plus I picked up a case of those early-run Universal M1 carbines and a stack of Serbian SKS rifles for next to nothing. I don't want them sitting around the house is all." "So you decided to drop them on me instead," I hissed under my breath as we neared the back door. "It will be fine," Mike continued, punching my shoulder. "We'll just move some bales around, build us a pocket under the alfalfa, just like when we were kids." Sure thing, I thought. Last time we did that when we were kids, our father got mad at us about all the busted-up bales and cut a switch. I couldn't sit down all day, which I was sure Mike remembered as well. He offered me a crooked grin as we stepped up on the porch and removed our boots. "So, How bad? Mike's demeanor switched to serious, and I realized he wanted the unvarnished truth before Marta or the kids got within earshot. Well, like I said before, that little windstorm we worried about turned out to be not as bad as we feared. Other than some downed corn in the field, the farm seems to have come through okay, I replied, trying to focus on the positive for the moment. Yeah, it rocked the truck, and Marta said she felt her car lurch on the road, but that was it. Also, not what I meant. I listened to the radio, but there wasn't much concrete, and zero in the way of details, so once again, how bad? Hawaii isn't just out of contact, Mike. From what I was hearing, there's speculation the whole island chain was wiped clean by a combination of earthquakes and tsunami. I confirmed grimly while keeping my voice low. I wouldn't conceal anything from Marta, but some things little ears didn't need to overhear from me. Things aren't much better along the coast, but it's mostly speculation. We may hear more later, unless the feds shut them down. For now, though, it seems if you were close enough to witness the events, then you're most likely dead. And still nothing about the impactor? Saw some things on a few sites before the internet went down, I explained, and Mike sucked in a concerned breath. Not a word about it since then, though. You think the feds pulled the plug? I shook my head, then shrugged. We may never know the truth, but then think about where the damage in the U.S. is centered. Mike got it. Good thing I sold my Microsoft stock, I guess. The campus is probably under 50 feet of seawater right now. And the same with Apple and Google, and the list goes on. I elaborated on the topic. Sure, there are other locations out there, and who knows how many server farms, but it's very plausible that the absence of all those nodes from the system resulted in a temporary crash. I guess we'll have to see, but the timing is pretty damned convenient for the president. What's the reason for holding out on us, though? That was a good question, but I didn't have an answer that made sense. Well, the failure to spot this meteor is bound to cause all kinds of finger-pointing, but hell, the man's barely been in office 4 months, I reasoned, mulling over the facts. He can easily blame the last administration and actually be right for once. My brother shook his head. Yeah, except his party has completely controlled Congress for the last 4 years, Brian, Mike explained, and he was just getting started. Over that time, they've cut funding for just about any science initiative that doesn't tie back to one of their pet theories. Billions spent on alternate energy boondoggles that really don't reduce emissions, but the sound bites make the limousine liberals feel all warm and fuzzy. In the meantime, the budget for NASA has been cut 6 times. And now we have this. Fine, I interrupted, sensing my brother winding up for a political discussion. As a science teacher, Mike had a real hard-on for any administration that axed the funds for space research. We can talk about it later. Right now, we have shit that needs doing. That galvanized Mike, and the two of us hustled into the kitchen to find Tommy and Tamara sorting eggs from this morning's egg patrol. Marta was looking in the refrigerator, and the tantalizing scent of breakfast filled the room. "All done?" Marta asked, waving for the kids to move their haul off the kitchen table. I have a dining room, but we only used it for the holidays or on the rare occasion when the whole clan was on hand. For now, as soon as we get some food in us, I've got to run to town. With that, I stepped over to the sink and briskly washed my hands, wiping them on the hanging towel I'd installed for that purpose as Mike moved to take my place. Heading to the cabinets, I took down 5 plates and set them next to the stove while Mike finished his washing and stepped to the counter to retrieve the silverware. We moved in a well-choreographed dance, while the kids rooted through the plastic tote full of games in the living room. Normally, Marta would have insisted the kids help, but this served to give us a few minutes to talk over plans for the day while Marta finished up the scrambled eggs. "I was checking your pantry, Brian, and if you are going into town, I had a few things you might want to pick up," she said as she scooped up the first servings of eggs and deposited them on the plates. She'd already completed a pile of bacon, cooling on a serving tray, and I could smell the buttered bread toasting in the oven. "Write them down, and I'll add them to the list," I responded, while rooting out a few jars of grape jelly and some apple preserves from the refrigerator. "But I'm not going near any grocery stores unless the places are at a normal volume."
Of course he has a list,
Mike quipped with a laugh as he laid out the juice glasses for the table settings.
"You know my brother."
Giving Mike a dismissive wave, I headed back to my office to grab the clipboard and several pens. Then, while Tommy and Tamara plowed through their eggs, bacon, and toast, we 3 adults sat around and added more items to the list. We would make at least one supply run today, but while others might be mobbing the grocery stores as word spread of the catastrophe, we would be focused on other items of equal or greater value for long-term survival. The average citizen might get whipped up in a pre-hurricane buying frenzy, where we looked at what would be necessary to keep the farm productive. Keeping the farm going meant we would continue to eat and produce food for sale or barter. "Sticking close to home or heading to Jasper?" Marta asked curiously, looking over what was already printed. "Just running into New Albany," I explained, then hung my thumb out in my brother's direction. "I could use this goof if you can spare him." "Sold," Marta replied immediately and grinned at her husband. "Just make sure and bring him back when you're done." That caused the children to titter in amusement as they wandered into the kitchen. I stored away the memory of that innocent laughter, trying to pretend the world as we knew it was not irrevocably changed. After we finished our hurried breakfast, I took the opportunity to gather up the used bowls and plates, giving them a quick scrape into the sealed composting bucket before sitting them in the sink. Mike began washing and Marta rinsing, so that by the time Tamara finished pushing the last bit of jellied toast into her mouth, most of the dishes were already done. I had a dishwasher, but we seldom used it. Even the most efficient model turned out to be an energy hog, so I washed by hand, and the rest of the crew simply followed suit. It was a good practice, since I wasn't sure how long we could rely on commercial power. Yet another thing I realized I needed to talk to Mike and Marta about, but later. "Can we come?" Tommy's question caught me off guard, as I'm sure it did for his parents as well. Sometimes we forget they are listening in as closely as little spies crouching at the keyhole. "Sorry, big man," Mike interjected, catching his wife's eye as he spoke. "We're going to need you and your sister to help out here today. Uncle Brian was up late playing computer games, so he needs us to pitch in, just like you and Tamara did taking over Egg Patrol this morning." "That's fine, Pop," Tamara piped up. "I like getting the eggs. The mama chickens must be getting to like me. They hardly fussed today, and I didn't even get pecked." My heart swelled at hearing Tamara's sweet voice. She was such an even-tempered little girl, almost 10 years old and always willing to help out. She was already a bit of a tomboy, which I attributed to playing in the fields and barns here, and she now proudly bragged her intention to become a veterinarian when she grew up. "What do you need us to do, Pop?" Tommy asked, his tone that of an aggrieved, almost teen. "Can you help me carry the milk buckets this morning?" Marta asked. "I'll be milking the cows if you can take care of feeding the calves. If you think you can, I mean. Those buckets are pretty heavy." I had to hide my smile at Marta's maternal judo. In spite of everything going on, she still knew how to set the hook. She'd have her son out there whitewashing a fence before Mike and I got back from town. "I can do it, Mama," Tommy announced, and it was settled. Mike and I headed to my home office, the annotated list affixed to the clipboard gripped in my fist like holy writ. My ass was dragging already, and the old Felix the Cat clock on the wall said it was just shy of 7 in the morning. "We taken both trucks?" Mike asked as I stepped behind the scuffed old wooden desk and rummaged around in the bottom drawer. "Nah, let's just go with the farm truck. If we load careful and use the stakes, everything should fit." "You need some money?" Mike asked. "That's a pretty pricey list, and things might be higher today." I shook my head as I withdrew a dented Scooby-Doo lunchbox from the back of the drawer and withdrew a fat stack of greenbacks. "Shoot, Brian, how much is that?" $5,000. Part of my rainy day fund. If we need more, I can probably write a check for part of it. In fact, that's what I'll do for the diesel anyway. "Here," I said, handing my brother half the bills. He stuffed them in his front pocket without counting. It was smarter to split the cash in case we ran into trouble. I wasn't expecting anything this soon, but it was always the unexpected that made me sweat. "You carrying?" he asked me as I approached the coat rack, grabbing my light blue nylon jacket. "Yeah, PF9 in my jacket pocket," I responded without turning around. "You?" "Always. Bursa 45, inside the waistband holster this time," Mike replied, and I could hear the grin in his voice. I'd looked earlier, and I still hadn't been able to spot it. Mike had more concealed carry pistols than Marta had purses. As a teacher, he couldn't carry on his school campus, and while attending night classes for his next master's degree, this one for organic chemistry, he was in the same boat. My brother always complained it made him feel naked. Everywhere it was legal, Mike always carried. I figured it was something he'd picked up in the service, but I never tried to psychoanalyze my brother. Fact was, for all my teasing, Mike was better trained than most cops on the street, and I trusted his aim and instincts better than I did the average Barney Fife any day. "Keep it in your pants, Rambo," I shot back as we trooped back through the house and out the back door, heading for the auto garage we'd built adjacent to and at an angle to the machinery/trailer barn. This allowed us to cover one corner of the backyard, with a loft built into the back of the auto garage that offered well-concealed firing slits pretending to be air vents in the attic space. The change was a subtle one, and this was one of the security positions built into the farmhouse complex when we built the place, and for Wade, it was simply another storage space for automotive spare parts. Be the gray man was our guiding principle. Staying gray meant running under the radar, and that included keeping some things quiet, even to our closest friends and neighbors. After all the attention attracted by those silly and sometimes misleading prepper shows, not to mention the scrutiny certain militia groups were attracting from the Justice Department, I prevailed upon Mike to follow my lead in this. No camouflage fashion shows, no suggestive bumper stickers, and keep the chatter to a minimum. If the life of your family might someday hinge on blending in with the masses, you did what you needed to maintain that cover. Because if you flaunted it, then God forbid something happens and all the neighbors show up demanding their fair share. I knew Mike would kill to protect his family, but avoiding the fight was the better option all around. Chapter 7. The 1-ton farm truck was a 1986 Chevy CK30 four-wheel drive pickup with a faded red paint job and a rebuilt engine that had less than 20,000 miles on it. The truck was an auction find, something I'd picked up for a song, even though it had needed a little work. Now it featured a stake bed that I used for hauling hay, lumber, and just about anything else around the farm. Mike teased me that I used the truck to carry around all my crap, but he was wrong. I carefully collected all the cow, pig, and horse manure, stockpiling it in a compost pile, then used it periodically to fertilize the fields. That reminded me of the methane extraction kit I'd recently picked up online, but I figured I'd need Mike's help with that project later. Like all the farm vehicles, the big Chevy was a diesel. I decided early on to standardize, and only the old Subaru wagon I used as my everyday driver around town remained gasoline. Like the Subaru, the Chevy boasted a garage door clicker that operated the sliding metal gate separating my gravel private drive from the county road. Mike made fun of what he saw as my extravagance in investing in what he called my lazy man's device, but I simply pointed out all the time saved. Since I mostly worked the farm alone, getting in and out of the truck repeatedly was slow and a constant pain in the rear. Of course, he was making fun because we spent 3 weekends getting the damned thing installed and balanced, but now all that work paid off as I hit the toggle and the gate slid open. I noticed all the limbs down on the property, courtesy of the straight-line winds spawned from the shock wave, but once we pulled out on the county road, I saw several trees down in the nearby ditches. Those pines had shallow roots or sprouted in sandy soil, I observed out loud.
Nothing blocking the road, or Mike would have mentioned it already.
I couldn't see most of this in the dark, Mike admitted, but I imagine that damned wind may have spawned a tornado here and there. As I drove slowly along the 2-lane road, I paused when we neared the driveway to Wade Husband's place. I looked over at Mike with a silent question, in a way only brothers could do, and Mike gave me a nod of assent. We needed to check on Wade. He was a good man and a valuable asset as a neighbor. I hit the turn signal out of habit, since the road was otherwise deserted, and turned down the drive.
Bumping down the narrow gravel road,
I saw a collection of unfamiliar trucks parked in a line, and a frisson of anxiety and fear ran through my belly. How much damage had his farm taken? Then I saw Wade, already out picking up wind-borne sticks, and other trash littering the little strip of Bermuda grass he called his front yard. A low chain-link fence encircled the perimeter, delineating yard from the surrounding fields. "Stop for a minute?" I asked Mike, who gave an encouraging nod. "Sure," he said. "Stores won't be open yet anyway, and we need to make sure Wade understands what we might be facing. He needs to get his family ready." "You think he'll believe us?" "Gotta try," Mike responded. Then, more confidently, he continued, "He's a sharp guy. Don't let his country boy act fool you." "Ha!" I exclaimed with some force. "He's just like some of those good old boys we went to school with, Mike. Keeps things close to his vest. I think he's a closet prepper anyway. Or close enough," I concluded. I saw when Wade recognized the truck, and he gave a wave in our direction. Wade's greeting included Mike. My brother spent a lot of his free time around here, even after we finished the initial setup of the homestead, using his superior, at least to me, mechanical and technical skills to not only perform maintenance on the tractors, but also helping troubleshoot some of the other stuff I'd picked up as well. For example, Mike was the one who'd figured out how to get my little water mini turbine kit set up, and wired the array of batteries housed in the trailer and main house additions we'd built. Of course, he was also the one who gleefully informed me, after we'd finished nearly a month of work on the improved water wheel design turbine, that I would be lucky to get enough juice out of the system to run a string of Christmas lights. See? What a brother. Once we extricated ourselves from the truck, Mike and I stood there in the driveway and exchanged handshakes with Wade before turning to silently examine the wind damage done to Wade's crops. Not as bad as I'd feared, but he was definitely going to lose at least 1/4 of an acre, if not more. The 2-row picker I'd tracked down and restored, then readily agreed to allow Wade to borrow these last 2 years, did a nice job of harvesting the corn, but not even the best system worked when the stalks were already laying on the ground. If he wanted to recover any of that corn, he'd need to do it the old-fashioned way and harvest it by hand. Still, Wade proved to be thankful for my call, since it had allowed him over an hour to prepare. "Don't worry about it, man," I said reassuringly. "That's what neighbors are for. Other than the corn, your place looks good." "That's right. And my windmills didn't blow away, thanks to your warning," Wade enthused, clearly happy to have gotten off relatively lightly. Farmers learned to never underestimate Mother Nature. "How did you know that was coming, anyway? I mean, I know you got word this was coming, but not even the Weather Channel had anything about this until after the fact." "As for the who," I said, pointing to Mike, "I got word from my brother there. As for the what, well, we need to talk about that a little bit. I'd call it atmospheric overpressure, and I'll admit I think I just made up that phrase." "But what caused it? Was it something from those earthquakes?" Wade inquired, and I could read the concern in his tanned features. Successful farmers, as a breed, worked under the constant threat of the environment around them. Droughts, floods, and tornadoes all played a part in the cycle of boom and bust. For example, the recent drought running from central Texas all the way across a large portion of the western United States forced a lot of ranchers to cut back or completely get out of the cattle business. This created a temporary glut in the beef market, driving down prices that ended up rebounding to higher-than-ever prices after a few years. With Wade's question, I looked to Mike to decide how much to say. "Wade," Mike said slowly, drawing out the tension, "I had an old friend give me a call late last night with some troubling news. I can't go into details, but he was in a position to let me know that a large meteorite was recorded entering the Earth's atmosphere. It hit in the waters off the coast of China, and, well, when it hit, that thing went off bigger than the biggest nuke in the world, maybe the biggest explosion mankind has ever seen." "You mean that wind came all the way from China? That's disturbing." Wade seemed at a loss for words, gasping for a moment before a flood of additional questions poured out. "Was there fallout in the wind? Why didn't they say something about it on TV? And what else can we expect?" "I don't think it was radioactive, like you might think," Mike said, trying to give a more thorough explanation. "That meteorite, when it hit the ocean's floor, I think it transferred an unimaginable amount of energy into the Earth. Part of that explosion would have created huge pressure waves, both in the air and the water. What we saw here," Mike gestured at the rows of downed corn, "was only a taste of what others got, closer to the epicenter." "And you think that's what caused the earthquakes in China and in California?" Wade's comment wasn't really a question, as he reasoned out the implications. "Wait, they finally announced the California earthquakes on the news?" Mike quickly asked. "Just heard it before I came out to start the cleanup. Most the rest of my family is inside, glued to the TV. I heard they had a big one in Los Angeles and a smaller one up towards San Francisco. That was it, though," Wade confirmed. "So what else can we expect?" As Wade asked his question, I began to run numbers in my head and felt my heart sink yet again. By my calculations, as many as 1 billion people were most likely already dead. Not just China, but visualizing the map in my head, I ticked off the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia to the south, the Korean peninsula to the north, and Japan to the islands to the east. Maybe Vietnam and Thailand as well, though I hoped the curve of the Chinese mainland might spare some of the ocean's voracious appetite. Those thoughts brought me back to Wade's question, but before I could speak, my brother cleared his throat. Mike looked at the ground for a second, not in embarrassment, but to buy time to formulate his answer. I'd seen him do that many times when we were kids, and I was familiar with the phenomenon. Wade, this is going to cause all kinds of problems. That much energy being released into the planet, well, I expect we'll see more earthquakes, for starters. Add to that, I expect we will see much more of an impact on the weather. Look for hurricanes forming out of season, and gigantic ones. Also, this will have stirred up Lord knows how much extra particulates into the atmosphere. Okay, you lost me on that last part, Wade admitted, giving Mike a head shake. Mike, instead of answering, gave me a look that said, "You can jump in any time." Wade, I think you can expect this winter to be a very hard one, I finally said, rejoining the discussion. It will probably hit earlier, too. Maybe a lot earlier. What makes you think that? Wade asked, and I could tell he had an idea, but wanted to hear the words anyway. All the dust and particulates getting blasted into the air. A lot of it will condense back down into water vapor, which will cause its own problems, including a likely increase in rainfall, Mike explained. But some will result in clouds of debris, like a volcanic eruption. A big volcanic eruption. Like that one in Iceland? Or Mount St. Helens? Wade's question let us know he was on the right path, but he was missing the magnitude. In 1815, there was a volcanic eruption in Indonesia, I lectured, rejoining the conversation. Mike might know the science, but I knew the history. Now, back then we were still stuck in the tail end of the Little Ice Age, when Mount Tambora blew its stack. Global temperatures were already reduced, affecting agriculture, so this was another body blow to those farmers. So how bad was it? What are we looking at with the weather? I can't give you anything precise, Wade. This may turn out like that windstorm, just a bunch of wind, signifying nothing, I hedged. My words weren't very satisfying, but I didn't want to start a panic if I was wrong. On the other hand, we needed Wade and his family if things went sideways as I feared. Call it enlightened self-interest. That next year, well, historians labeled 1816 as the year without a summer. The winter was bad, but like the name suggests, the weather didn't warm up enough for the whole year. Frost was reported in July and August as far south as Virginia, and the problems just got worse the further north you went. Figures I saw showed the loss of 2/3 of the corn crop that year. Was it just some parts here in the U.S., or did it affect other countries? The entire northern hemisphere was affected, I admitted, and Wade seemed to sag at the implications. My next comment, though, hit Wade like a punch to the gut. Yeah. And if you are relying on getting anything from California or some supplier on the West Coast, I'd start looking for alternatives. We think something really catastrophic may have happened there. Mike stepped up to bail me out. They have earthquakes from time to time in that part of the country, so maybe this is just coincidence. But you may have noticed the internet is down, and Brian reminded me that a lot of the servers and key systems are located in that part of the country. He also pointed out it was weird that none of the networks were carrying footage from the West Coast. Wade stood stunned by the deluge of speculation and prognostication, so I took that as our signal to hit the road. Look, we've got to run into town, I finally said, then spun out a little white lie. I'm taking advantage of Mike being down this weekend to pick up a few things, but this evening I'll stop back by with Mr. Wizard here, and we can strategize. Maybe by then we'll get more information from FEMA and have a better idea about what to expect. Whatever happens, I don't think this is going to mean changes overnight. 7 p.m. okay?
Yeah, that'll be fine. As you can see, I already have some family over. You mind if they sit with us?
I shrugged. Up to you, Wade. Your house, your rules. Over the years, I'd met most of Wade's immediate family, and after they got over their knee-jerk negative reaction to lawyers, we'd got along fine.
You don't think I need to go and pick up supplies too, do you?
Wade asked the question I was dreading. Yes, he did, but I was also afraid of setting off a panic if one wasn't already brewing in New Albany. Wade, I can't answer that question, I said honestly. I don't know how you're set for food. I can tell you we aren't going to even stop at the grocery store. I'm thinking it is going to look like a hurricane stock-up party in the parking lot, just hitting the feed store and maybe Len's Hardware. Like I said, we think this will have some impact on the weather, but just how much and for how long? I don't have a clue. With that admission, I gestured to Mike, and we took our leave. When we drove away, I watched Wade in the rearview mirror until we reached the turn. He looked troubled, but I figured we would be seeing that expression more often than not this day. Think I said too much? I asked Mike.
No, not really, he conceded.
We are going to need his help if things go the way we suspect. Just the 5 of us, we can't hold the farm. Not for long, and not against a determined invader. Does that mean you're staying? Mike gave me a look, one eyebrow raised in a question, and I wanted to punch him in the arm, but instead I stayed focused on the road. Your house, your rules, Mike jabbed, giving me a snarky grin as he spoke. Even as supposed grown-ups, my brother and I could still push each other's buttons like a pair of 4-year-olds. Fuck you, I muttered. You know you guys have a place here. I just wondered about your job, and Marta's too. Mike seemed to ponder the question, but I knew it had to be weighing on his mind. Coming here for the weekend was a no-brainer, since they had already planned the trip anyway. Finally, he gave a sigh. Let's say we'll play it by ear. 1 more week, and the kids are out for the summer anyway. I think we have some time before things really start to fall apart. My biggest fear is we get sucked into falling for the normalcy bias and then wait too long to pull the ripcord. What Mike said made sense. He had many years in with his school district, and simply leaving with less than a week left in the semester would screw up his chances of ever getting another job. This was familiar ground for us. Marta, as a registered nurse, with her background and experience, could go to work at the main hospital in Jasper or the smaller clinic in New Albany without any trouble, but she would probably end up taking a cut in pay. Mike had already looked at getting on with either the junior high or high school systems in either town, but the loss in salary would have been even more pronounced. We'll see what happens, but if even half of what we suspect is true, this country has just taken a hell of a lick. I imagine that's also part of the reason the government is sitting on the truth for as long as possible. Gives them time to get their ducks in a row. You mean get their bunkers stocked, Mike pronounced sourly. Of the 3 hardened kids, Mike was the most cynical, but Nikki and I attributed quite a bit of that to his time in the Army. Her husband Patrick had the same sort of experiences as Mike, in Afghanistan and Iraq both, and it showed in their mutual distrust in the powers that be. Yes, something like that, I agreed. But enough chatter. Something else, too. You can say goodbye to cheap merchandise coming out of China, and I'm betting half the cargo ships in the world around now are sitting at the bottom of the ocean. Goodbye to Walmart, too, Mike said solemnly. Neither of us actually liked the corporate giant. The company had driven hundreds of small-town shops out of existence, as well as shuttering too many manufacturing plants in the country as the jobs went overseas, but both of us recognized this new loss. What they had on the shelves, and whatever stock remained in the various distribution centers, represented the sum total of the corporation's assets for the moment, and all there would be for some time to come. Maybe forever. With that sobering thought, I reached for a switch on the dashboard. Let's see what the Department of Disinformation has in store for us. We spent the rest of the ride into town listening to the radio, and that was when we heard the first real details reported of what the news people dubbed the California quakes. What we heard made my stomach ache, and I knew there was worse likely yet to come. We were listening to an AM news station out of Beaumont, but I don't think it mattered. With the emergency broadcast system in effect, the feds were now calling the shots directly, and the newsreaders were doing what they did best. They read from what sounded like a prepared script, broadcasting a FEMA statement discussing the earthquake evacuation efforts underway in California. No mention of Washington or Oregon, and not a word about a potential tsunami. Nothing about the downed roads and bridges or impending high water. Had everybody just forgotten the 2004 Boxing Day tsunamis? With a death toll estimated north of 200,000, I was shocked not to hear even the briefest mention. Then I thought about the way the news was being managed, and decided the administration was only doling out the horror a piece at a time. A cold-blooded analysis might have determined that keeping the shocks to a minimum by dribbling out the news over time might reduce the chance of civil unrest. Hell, they might even be right, but I hated the thought of this kind of Big Brother-style censorship. One thing I noted at the end of the looped broadcast was an announcement promising the president would be addressing the country at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I glanced away from the road and caught Mike's eye. "What do you think he's going to say?" Mike frowned, thinking, "Price freeze on all fuel and food for the duration, whatever that is. Call up and federalize all National Guard units, and mobilize the military reserves from all branches. Declare a state of national emergency, and then suspend posse comitatus for the same period. Finally, he'll wrap it all up in patriotic rhetoric and end things by asking for God's blessings on us in this, our time of need. Not sure of the order of everything else, but I'll lay bank on that last bit, coming with the opening bars of the Star-Spangled Banner playing in the background." "No bid contracts?" "No bid contracts," Mike agreed. "Guaranteed margins, performance bonuses, and whatever else they can come up with. Trying to mount a recovery might bankrupt the nation, but we know who'll be receiving the lion's share of the tax money until things unravel completely." Like many who consider themselves preppers, I didn't buy into most of the tinfoil hat conspiracy theories. On the other hand, I didn't have much faith in the inherent goodness of our government either. Mike was even more skeptical than I was, but he had his reasons. In short, we didn't think the government was going to stint on taking care of their own first, but we also didn't think this was all a plot by the Illuminati to take over the world. We weren't naive, especially not Mike. The truth was, we just didn't think the powers that really ran the country needed to be bothered with secret conspiracies, if they ever did. The big multinational corporations that bought and paid for our senators and congressmen made sure their retained help were kept in the lifestyles to which they'd become accustomed. As long as their surrogates got to slop at the trough, the big boys and girls continued to receive their preferential treatment. The big corporations, the multinationals as many like to call them, worked hard to keep D.C. packed with their people, both elected and, even more importantly from their perspective, the appointees. It was a revolving, or as Mike liked to say, revolting door between corporate boardrooms and outfits like the FDA, EPA, and the other various departments originally designed for the betterment of the nation as a whole. Now, they were the puppets of their masters. As I continued on into the town limits, the two of us continued to discuss, or more accurately, wonder aloud, what those in power had planned for us peons. "You think the president will use an executive order to halt gun sales?" Mike asked, knowing I paid more attention to the purely political side of things than he did. Not yet. Too many Republicans still holding on to their base, and him doing so would upset the apple cart for when the Prez and his crowd need to get emergency appropriations through. So, no gun grab yet. I shook my head as I stopped at the stop sign. Still early days, brother. They've only had a few hours to shape the perceptions. Like my good friend Rahm Emanuel once said, you never want a serious crisis to go to waste. And what I mean by that is an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before. That's the exact quote, by the way, and even though the first sentence usually sets conservative heads to spinning, it is the second explanatory sentence, which makes my skin crawl. "Shoot, brother, that's just diabolical," Mike agreed. "Let's just see how much we can do to stave off the wolf at the door." "Or the barbarians at the gate," I whispered under my breath, confident no one else would hear my words. Chapter 8. Because we'd elected to take one vehicle, this allowed Mike to survey the scenery as I drove into town. New Albany was usually a quiet, sleepy little place, with a population of just over 3,000 people. I had always felt comfortable here, like stepping into a familiar pair of old sneakers, and I knew Mike felt the same. It reminded me of where we grew up, just 25 miles away over in Jasper County. New Albany had the obligatory small southern town shops and restaurants, from the Dairy Queen to the Dollar General, along also a few unique stores like the Book Nook and the Country Crochet Corner. I'd spent plenty of time in the former, but never set foot in the latter, not only because I lacked the requisite skill, but since my part-time secretary Barbara warned me it was gossip central in there. "Want to cruise by your office? It's almost on the way," Mike suggested. I nodded and then flipped my blinker to indicate the turn. Actually, I knew it was shorter than taking Main Street to reach our first destination. My office was located just off the town square, in a row of connected buildings constructed sometime in the 50s and later updated to Nixon-era decor. The location was conveniently only a block from the county courthouse, and my small storefront operation only took up the first floor of the 2-story building. I'd paid to replace the glass door with a stout metal door painted to look like wood, and I was relieved but not surprised to see the door and the narrow window facing out on the street appeared intact. My other neighbor, a title company I sometimes did work for, also looked to be unmolested. Even better, the modest urgent care clinic located to one side looked to be open for business. The urgent care clinic was a recent addition, added after the local hospital cut the hours of operation for their emergency room. Though owned by the same healthcare conglomerate that ran the hospital, this clinic was somehow cheaper for them than just having the ER stay open a few more hours. I'm sure this made economic sense, but all I knew was the parking just got more complicated in the area. After making the block, I turned and got a view of the grocery store parking lot and blanched. Even at this early hour, the asphalt slab looked packed with shoppers. By contrast, the 2 gas stations I could see hardly looked busy at all. People reacted as I'd previously speculated,
falling back on the pattern of pre-hurricane preparations. Pulling into the parking lot of the nearer of the two gas stations, I caught sight of Harry Ludlow, the owner and proprietor of Harry's Fuel Stop, just unlocking the door to his office adjacent to the retail gas station and convenience store. I gave a wave, and Harry just responded with a nod before he stepped inside. Harry Ludlow was a spry, older man, I guessed to be in his early 70s, with skinny arms and legs on a beer belly, making him look extremely unhealthy. But he still had an able wit and a sharp eye. As the local distributor for ExxonMobil, Harry owned or leased a string of gas stations in the area and seemed to be doing okay, even in the generally down economy of the day. Like a lot of the farm and ranch folk in the community, I was a regular customer for his fuel services, and I'd come to know the man a little as we'd exchanged pleasantries over the years. He'd never had reason to use my services, preferring to take his legal work to Hal McCrory, who'd been practicing in this county since Jesus was in short pants, as the saying went. Still, he was glad to take my money and didn't hold my profession against me. "You see the news?" That was the first thing out of Harry's mouth as Mike and I entered the front office of the fuel distributor. The place was undecorated, except for a few giveaway calendars on the walls and a picture of the local Little League team his company sponsored. The calendars might have been out of date, but I noticed the smiling faces of the kids in the team pictures changed every year since I'd been coming here. "Yeah, Harry, we heard it on the radio coming in this morning," I replied. "Sounds like a terrible thing going on out there." I was careful with my words. I could see emotion on the old man's liver-spotted face, but I felt unsure of what else to say. "Terrible," the old man echoed, seemingly lost in thought for a moment. I wondered who he was thinking about. I could tell something was worrying away at his attention, and then I had an epiphany. Which loved one of his was out there, waiting for the hammer to fall? I didn't know Harry that well, and I knew his wife had passed on some years back, but I recalled he had several children, grown and out in the world. "What can I do for you, Mr. Harden?" Harry asked, finally focusing on me after his long rumination. "I need to order 500 gallons of diesel for the farm, Mr. Ludlow," I replied crisply, pretending I'd seen nothing out of the ordinary earlier. The man had his pride, if nothing else, and no need to recognize his moment of weakness if he was willing to ignore it as well. Harry made a noise in the back of his throat. The order wasn't anything out of the ordinary, and of course I could have simply called in the request. I decided a bit of an explanation was in order without giving too much information. Mike and I needed to pick up an order over at Wilson's, so I thought I'd take care of 2 birds with 1 stone, I volunteered. Mike's wife Marta is out at the farm, so your driver can deliver it even if we're still stacking boxes. "That's fine. I'll send Bobby out with the load as soon as he gets in," Harry replied absently, then quoted me a price without consulting his calculator, then added the minimal delivery charge that made his services preferable to that of his competitors. Harry owned the delivery truck, and he wasn't trying to make his customers pay for the darned thing every time he dispatched his driver out to make a stop. I wrote him a check for the total amount from the farm account, and Harry printed me a receipt and handed me the slip of paper. The old man did it mechanically, as if his thoughts were still miles away, and they were, as it turned out. "My oldest boy is out there, you know, in Los Angeles. Works for a bank after he got out of college with one of them finance degrees. I wanted him to find some place closer to work, but you know kids, right?" "Yes, sir, I do," I replied, and I felt my own emotions rise at his casual question. I felt Mike lay his hand on my shoulder. Harry was only a casual acquaintance, and he didn't know my history any more than I knew his.
"Well, my Joseph, he had a good job in Beaumont for a while, but it didn't work out," Harry said haltingly. "He's a good boy, but he's one of them, what's the polite term for them these days? He's one of them homosexuals. We've had some hard words about that over the years, but he's still my boy, and I pray God is looking out for him. I love that child, and I don't think I'm ever going to see him again." I felt my eyes tear up at the old man's admission. How many times had he already tried to call his son this morning, I wondered? How many times had he pressed the receiver to his ear, hoping against hope to get through? Thinking about his loss, especially of losing a son, struck a chord deep inside, and I felt my own buried emotions welling up. In an abstract way, I felt surprised at Harry Ludlow's candor as he talked about his son. Even in this so-called enlightened era, small-town East Texas wasn't very forgiving of those living an alternate lifestyle. Even admitting your son was one of them was a risky proposition. But I reasoned that if he lived alone and had no one else to talk to, I guessed Mike and I might have been the first people he'd had a chance to unburden himself to so far today. Or maybe he just didn't care. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ludlow. I know this must come as some kind of a shock to you. I can understand your pain," I managed to say without breaking down in tears myself. "Thank you, son," the older man murmured, before he continued, his voice stronger. "You think God's even listening? To me, the way I was raised, the lifestyle Joseph has chosen is a sin, but I try to see beyond that. Does God really judge us for that?" "We're all sinners, Mr. Ludlow," Mike said softly, finally joining the conversation. "God still loves us. Whether what Joseph does or the way he lives his life is a sin is for God to decide. All you can do is keep praying and leave it in his hands." With that final bit of comfort shared, Mike and I managed a few more pleasantries and withdrew from the grieving father. Without saying another word, I handed Mike my keys and slumped over to the passenger side and crawled into my truck. While Mike drove, I tried a few numbers on my phone, first trying Nikki and getting a busy signal. Next I tried her husband Patrick and got the same annoying pulsing beep. I sat there staring at my phone and thought about all the people, like Mr. Ludlow, who were trying to reach loved ones and failing. Either the cellular phone system was overloaded, the cell tower was no longer in service, or the person on the end was no longer among the living. Probably all three, in many cases. "No luck?" Mike inquired. "Nope," I shook my head, then mimed throwing my cell phone out the window. "Nikki said she was waiting on Pat. You know the county is probably lining up the first responders in anticipation of Austin coming apart at the seams. They'll need all the paramedics they can get to patch up all the burns those suburbanites are going to get trying to make their own lattes." As he thought of the self-entitled, annoying people who called the state's capital home, Mike gave a belly laugh that sounded real rather than forced. In truth, we both figured the state's three other major population centers of Houston, San Antonio, or Mike's own Dallas-Fort Worth megaplex would face even worse disruptions. That is, if our grim calculations came to pass. "We'll have to see what happens," was all Mike managed to say before he was wheeling the truck into the parking lot of Wilson's Feed and Seed. That's not what Felix Wilson called his store, but for some reason Mike and I always called it that, short and to the point. I saw the nearly empty parking lot, and before I even exited the truck, I decided this had been a good idea. We wanted no part of any place with crowds, not with the herd stirring. Unlike many people who considered themselves preppers, I disliked the term sheeple. The connotation might have been somewhat appropriate, but the idea was somewhat misleading. Sheeple sounds soft and cuddly, but panicked people were anything but. Ever see a soccer riot? Many people had the idea of preparing for bad weather, or stocking up for a hard freeze, but they only acted at the last minute, and this often resulted in frayed tempers, intemperate language, and sometimes outright violence. Scared and desperate people weren't sheep. If hit with the correct triggers, they became as vicious as a pack of raptors, and I didn't need any of that today. "List?" Mike queried, breaking me out of my dark musings. "Yeah," I grunted, removing the typewritten list from the back of the clipboard as I exited the truck. Mr. Wilson wasn't in yet this early, but his right-hand man, Bud Collier, was there to collect my order. This order might have been a little larger than we usually picked up, but I made sure it was in the ballpark, and never bought the last of any one item. I'd been training Mr. Wilson and Bud over the last few years as I spaced out my requests for certain brands of organic oats, wheat, and a variety of grains I deemed necessary for our signature Angus beef. The meat really did taste better, in my humble opinion, but that wasn't the main reason I requested those brands. No, I spent hours researching the different producers, finding out which ones were packaged without the use of industrial herbicides and insecticides that ruined the end products for human consumption. Over time, I'd convinced Mr. Wilson to begin carrying these brands, and he even managed to sell more than a few bags to some of the other small cattle ranchers in the area. That was one of my secrets. Sure, we could feed some to the cows, but I planned to preserve over half of the grains in the massive bulk food storage bins we already owned. With the appropriate grinders, we could make our own flour, oatmeal, and cornmeal. The packages came in 50 and 100-pound bags, and all of it, except the chicken feed, could still be washed and cleaned up enough for people to safely eat. I guess you could do the same for the chicken feed, but with the variety of ingredients, I decided it wasn't worth the effort for the time being. We'd have to get mighty hungry to be that desperate. This lower-cost source of grains made sense for us, and the fact we weren't buying in bulk from one of the big prepper supply stores meant more layers of protection for my family. I couldn't swear that the federal government illegally accessed the customer lists for these companies. However, in the event of an emergency, say, for instance, a meteorite impact, I could easily see the feds ordering those records be produced for a variety of reasons. This would not only tell them who was a potential political dissenter, one of those hated survivalists, no less, but also point out a likely source of stored food. In times of famine, everybody hates the hoarder, after all. So, sourcing our own grains without leaving much of a trail always made me feel better as well as healthier. We could even make our own corn masa from a recipe using wood ash lye I'd experimented with. All of a sudden, I started suffering from a hankering for an order of fresh, hot corn tortillas and honey. I'd only picked at my breakfast earlier, and now I was paying for it. Getting my head back in the game, I noted when the stacks of sorghum salt blocks came next, neatly stacked up by conscientious stock clerk who worked for Bud and Felix Wilson. Billy Dwyer resembled a grown-up version of Eric Cartman, short and stout, but he had none of the South Park character's snarky attitude. In fact, Billy was a sweet kid in his early 20s with Down syndrome, and he seemed to relish the work and the interaction with customers. He was also a wizard with that dolly, and soon I noticed the truck seemed to be squatting low from the weight. Shoot, maybe we should have brought 2 trucks, I grumbled, but in the end, Billy got it all loaded with no space to spare. Good job, Billy, I announced, giving the young man a high five
and slipped him the usual $10 tip into his hand as part of the process. He'd been shocked the first time I'd done this, but by now he was just giving me that bright smile of his. "Thank you, Mr. Harden," he replied, his voice barely audible. I had a flash of thought of impending dread as I thought about Billy and his mother, Sally Dwyer. She was one of my clients, and I knew from preparing her will that the older woman had no living relatives, and she worried about Billy's fate once she was gone. By no means a wealthy woman, she'd wanted to set up her life insurance proceeds to fund a trust to care for her son. But now I wondered what would become of the pair. The world had just become a much scarier place, and I worried how people like Sally and Billy would navigate the coming years. As I went to pay my bill, I caught a calculating look from Bud as he examined the tightly packed stake bed of the farm truck. Bud gave me the total, and then stuck his oar in the water, asking something a bit out of character for him. "You stocking up because of them earthquakes?" he bluntly inquired, shifting the ever-present toothpick around in his mouth. Outsiders might see it as some silly country cliché, but I knew Bud was actually trying to quit smoking and had taken to chewing on the wooden pacifiers as a replacement. "Yeah, Bud, that's why you see me here instead of over at the Woodshire Brothers," I popped off. "I wanted to get the last loaf of bread, but Sarge sent me on a supply run for his heifers instead. You know, he really runs the place." Sarge was my registered and pampered Angus bull, the patriarch of my little cattle operation, and I'd made similar jokes about the bull's highly refined tastes over the years. Then I stuck a thumb out at Mike and forced a smile. "No, I was planning this run before I heard about the quakes," I lied. "When I knew my brother was going to be in town, I decided to make use of the big oaf." "Makes sense," Bud allowed. "But seriously, if'n you want to stock up on any food, I heard the Walmart over in Jasper is just about as bad." "Shoot, Bud, on a good day I wouldn't set foot in that place on a bet," I responded. "Too much of that useless Chinese crap." I said it in a careless manner, but my slip was purposeful. I wanted to gauge just how much Bud Collier knew. "Won't be for long," he murmured under his breath. Bingo, I thought to myself. Here's a man who pays more attention to the news than he wants to let out. I filed that tidbit away as Bud handed me my change. Bud might be a closet prepper, or just a news junkie, but I would watch him more closely going forward. With the slightly overloaded truck almost whining under the weight, I retrieved my keys from my brother and drove back over to the gas station and topped off the tank. Then I turned the truck for home and gave Mike a quick brief on my exchange with Bud Collier. "You think he might be a problem?" I knew what he meant. For preppers, no one size fits all. We all have our own means, methods, and pet theories about the purpose of prepping. Some are strictly bullets, beans, and bandages, in that order, while others have a more directed approach. They have a specific danger that makes them stay up late at night, and preparing is as good a coping mechanism as anything else. Hey, if you are convinced the Russians are going to pop an EMP bomb off over Kansas, then you're more likely to set up a whole warehouse-sized Faraday cage than someone who is obsessed with biological weapon scenarios. Those guys are known to have some of the most effective and expensive air filtration systems around in their bug-out locations, but you've got to worry about the incubation period and a whole host of other issues if that's your obsession. Then there's another subset of the culture that will occasionally draw attention to themselves. As reference, I consider myself a homesteader, and I belong to a couple of online discussion groups that spend quite a bit of time chatting about the back issues of Mother Earth news, while at the same time I lurk on several sites designated as specifically designed for preppers or survivalists.
A careless comment on a forum noted here, a poorly timed joke in a chat room picked up by others are just some instances. I know of several names floating around for those with this mindset, but in my mind, I think of them as nothing more than raiders. They are the people who self-identify as preppers, but other than stockpiling guns and ammo, they never seem to progress beyond that point. They never participate in any food preservation discussions or ask questions about alternate energy solutions. That in itself is not so alarming. I like firearms. My brother Mike really likes them. No, what is disturbing are their assertions that in the event of a catastrophe of sufficient scope, they plan to simply take what they want or need. That is alarming, especially since they joke about showing up at someone's house to help themselves to the supplies laid in by other preppers. Some joke about the idea, but I know that joking hides a kernel of truth. These kinds of raiders are amongst the greatest threats to other preppers, in my opinion, because they studied up on their potential prey way more than your average home invasion crew or a random group of looters. I can't say for sure, I admitted. He's not someone I had pegged, but then he might just pay more attention than most. If he's a prepper, then he should be setting back some of that wheat and oats for himself. Time will tell, Mike concluded, and that was that. Bud Collier would be added to our list of folks to keep an eye on in the coming months. He might be a prepper, or he might be a threat. Maybe both. As I drove home, I thought about the reactions of the people we'd seen so far. From Mr. Ludlow's despondent reaction, entirely understandable, to Bud's sudden, out-of-character curiosity. We didn't need to see the people in the grocery store to know some were reacting to the news with predictable concern, but I was thinking of how things might play out down the road as the situation worsened. For my own part, I like to think of myself as being fairly level-headed. I knew some people in our community clung to their prejudices. We'd come far, but the old divisions remained. Black, white, or Latino still meant a lot in this part of the world. The whole country, really. Throw in religion and sexual orientation, and our country had a melting pot with a lot of chunks still floating on the surface, waiting to be assimilated. My biggest concern remained the likelihood that our differences would become more pronounced as the stressors increased. Add in the rancorous political differences, and the situation grew more divisive. Even before this current debacle, our national obsession with the red state versus blue state mess, as exploited by the two parties, allowed their ideologies of conservative against liberal to devolve into mudslinging contests. I had my own opinions about the state of the nation. Again, I'm not wearing a tinfoil hat, but in my opinion, much of the enmity boiled down to artificial distinctions designed to distract the public from certain hard realities. Mike once said that even before Emperor Nero opened his instrument case, the city of Rome was already on fire. Before that meteorite hit, the United States was already languishing through an anemic economic recovery, propped up by wild deficit government spending and a rapid shuffling of the deck chairs on the Titanic. Sure, unemployment numbers stayed down, but when someone dared to look deeper, the fact was that the jobless fell off the unemployment rolls when their benefits ran out. Couple that with the growth of low-paying, perma-temp jobs with no benefits, and little wonder the homeless numbers remained out of control. More and more hard-working people found themselves dropping lower and lower down the poverty scale as catastrophic health problems or a sudden plant closure found whole families now living out of their cars. Now, I wondered what would come next. Some conservative pundits labeled this president as a hippie-loving, weed-smoking, communist sympathizer. He was actually a compromise candidate for the Democratic Party, but that didn't stop the name-calling or mudslinging. Beyond the surface sops to his constituency, I could see little difference from his predecessor over these first months of his administration. His picks for commerce and the Treasury, for instance, reflected the wishes of his big money backers, and meant the federal government, to my mind, remained a whole-owned subsidiary of whichever multinational corporation contributed the most money to his election campaign. Mike was a hardcore Republican, a zealous convert to the cause, and he scoffed at what he called my cynical position that labels didn't matter. Money was the only consideration in Washington, and that money made sure the chosen surrogates towed the party line for the betterment of the bottom line. "What's got you thinking so hard, brother?" Mike's words jolted me from my thoughts as I wound my way along the long driveway, but I stayed silent as I pulled around to the big barn. Backing the truck up, while using the outsized side mirrors since the bed was obstructed with so many bags and packages, I managed to line up with the loading dock without mishap. Only then did I break my silence, speaking up as we walked around to regard the large job waiting for us. "Just wondering which way the president is going to jump," I replied evenly. "People are always worried about Big Brother taking over, and jackbooted thugs herding the population off to FEMA camps. But really, what is the man going to do next? What can he do? Who will be pulling his strings now?" "Wow, those are some big questions," Mike agreed. "What do you think he's planning? And what could we do, even if you guessed right?" I shook my head as I unfastened one of the multiple elastic tie-downs. "The answer is food," I replied cryptically. After a pause, I fell into lecture mode as I continued. "The next question is, where is he going to get it? Some of our most productive farmland will soon, or already has, taken a saltwater bath. Our transportation infrastructure just suffered a body blow, and the man has to know that Mother Nature is shortly going to be doing her best to wipe out what farms and crops are still intact." Mike paled in the heat as a shiver ran down his body. "Well, when you put it like that, I guess we're pretty well screwed. The only way the president can keep things in this country limping along is if he figures out a way to feed the population," I hammered out. "FEMA might have those stockpiles, but what can the government do long term? I think we'll see a massive pivot on the national focus to immediately increase food production, but," I paused, letting Mike fill in the rest of the sentence, "we're already into early summer, and planting time is long past. And if the weather does what you think, we're going to be seeing frost on the ground before too long." I grunted as I picked up the first bag, realizing the one thing I'd forgotten to pick up at the feed store was one of those big dollies like Billy used. The little dolly I had for use around the garden was grossly undersized for more than 2 of the bags, and I worried the wheels would fall off, so we did the unloading the hard and sweaty way. Once we had the first stack shifted, I stopped to stretch my back and continue our discussion like no time had elapsed. "People are going to go hungry no matter what Uncle Sam does," I stated flatly. "We need to make sure we don't end up starving with them." "You mean conceal our true production? How you planning on doing that? Anyone who pulls up to this barn can see the greenhouse through the gap between the buildings." With a sigh, I went back to work, lifting a 50-pound bag of rabbit pellets to my shoulder and starting a new stack over to the side. "And what's with the rabbit pellets anyway? We don't even have rabbits," Mike whined as he picked up an identical bag. "No, but Wade does," I explained. "I figured we could swap him some later, being good neighbors and all, and I plan to get some for ourselves eventually. You can help out with that by setting your live traps, you know." Wrong time of year for wild rabbits, Mike observed. But I get your point. You're planning to diversify our meat production as much as possible. You got it. We'll get tired of beef and chicken at some point. I haven't had goat since I left Houston, but it isn't bad. Seems wrong to worry about getting different tastes satisfied when we know people will be starving. And you never said how you intended to hide that greenhouse either, Mike complained. I stopped again, wiping my face with a handkerchief made from an old T-shirt. For a man just past 40, I was normally in pretty good shape from all my physical labor on the farm. But with the temperature hovering at 90 degrees Fahrenheit, the 100% humidity, and the hour not even 10 a.m. yet, I felt like I was sweating buckets while working muscles that didn't usually get this kind of strain. Lift with your legs, I reminded myself, before answering Mike's question. Hiding that greenhouse from casual observation will be easy once we move the shipping container over in between the big barn and the calf barn, I explained. Of course, when the FEMA-designated inspector comes to check our property for appropriation or confiscation, that will make things a little more dicey. That's why we have 80 acres and a backhoe, Mike quipped, using the punchline to an old farmer's joke. Yeah, maybe at some point, I agreed half-heartedly. I'd never taken a human life, and I didn't have Mike's cavalier attitude about it. We'll need to come up with alternatives, but one idea I was thinking about was taking the second greenhouse setup and building back in the woods. Might work, unless they bring in drones or we screw up and wear down a path they can follow into the trees. Of the 80 acres, there remained about 10 acres of heavy timber still untouched, backing up to the paper company land. Not old growth, but some of the oaks back there were approaching a foot in diameter. I thought about the inevitable foot traffic and decided a pergola or gazebo would look nice in the backyard. When I made this suggestion, Mike just started laughing at me. "Anything else, Your Highness?" "Yes, Master Builder. While you're at it, please knock together some pens for a few sheep as well," I replied in a fake regal tone. Then, dropping back into my regular voice, I added, "Might as well aim for diversity. For some things, like the goats and chickens, we could trade with the neighbors, like Wade, to keep the bloodlines fresh." "You already adding Wade into our plans, then?" "We have to, Mike. Like we talked about before, we are going to need their numbers, and their goodwill, too. The husband family has been in Albany County for over 100 years. You know some of the locals still see me as an outsider." "Shoot, Brian, we grew up less than 20 miles from here. You and I played football against some of these guys in high school." "Yeah, against them is the point," I said with emphasis. "Look, we need to talk to Wade this evening. Let's go ahead and bring over some seeds for them as a welcome to the apocalypse gift. I'm thinking a selection of the heirloom cold-resistant crops. Love me some turnips, but you can keep the kale. Might be we can get the current garden crop to harvest, but we can go ahead and plant our own winter sets now, just in case, and get the greenhouse going if we want any fresh veggies for the foreseeable future." Mike turned sharply at the last sentence, giving me a hard look. "You really think it's going to get cold that quick?" I shrugged, feeling the sweat dripping into my eyes. Damn, I should have worn my hat. "You're the scientist, bro, not me. I'm just a washed-up ambulance chaser turned will scribbler. But look around," I gestured. "This place is Plan B, so we need to work on advancing Plan C, D, and E. We don't know what is going to happen, but we've both looked at the likely scenarios. All that water vapor and debris in the air might temporarily cause the temperature to rise, but you know better than me what happens next. Increased precipitation in some places, drought conditions in other locations," Mike recited.
hurricanes spawning out of season, accompanied by an uptick in tornadoes, and longer, colder winters. I didn't need to add anything, and we went back to work. The mindless labor seemed to calm my mind after the previous outburst, and sooner than I expected, we had the truck unloaded. "You ready to make that run to Tractor Supply?" Mike asked. "Yeah, but we better take your truck," I suggested. "Why is that?" "You got that camper shell on back, and it looks like we got rain coming." The dark clouds had flowed in while we were under the overhang, shielding us from the view until the last minute. We got plenty of rain in this part of Texas, but these clouds somehow gave off an almost malevolent impression as the first squall line scudded by like a black wisp. I felt the first drop impact my neck and roll down my back. The moisture quickly blended into the sweat, but I imagined I could feel the tiny fleck of liquid rolling down my spine. The first rain of the new world, I thought, and shivered despite the heat. Soon the sprinkles became a deluge, and I forced myself to step out into the downpour. For a split second, I imagined instead of simple water, I was being bathed in the blood of the victims of the meteorite, and the shivers returned in earnest. Chapter 9. By the time we checked in with Marta, peeked in on the kids, grabbed a drink of water, and hit the road once again, the rain had slacked off into a steady, much more navigable downpour. The closest Tractor Supply sat just off the highway east of the Jasper city limits, and we made the drive in a half hour. Traffic was heavy, even for a Saturday morning, but drivers acted like grown-ups and didn't tailgate or honk their horns for no reason. Bless their hearts, I thought. It was the quintessential Southern expression, that one. Bless their hearts. I'd heard it used in many ways growing up, and the meaning varied greatly depending on context. The parking lot wasn't overflowing with other vehicles, but I could see that might start soon. We get in and out quick, like a duck mating, Mike warned, and I couldn't help but agree. Nothing on the list was important enough to risk one's life. Well, except maybe the animal antibiotics, but that could save a life later, so I was willing to run the risk. We dashed inside, and I grabbed one of the few remaining carts while Mike snatched up the freebie sales paper from a bundle by the door. I gave Mike a fake glare, and he just shrugged. Mike did that every time, always looking for a deal in the for sale ads. I noticed he left the paper folded up in the crook of his arm as we hustled to tick off the items remaining on our list. Despite some overlap on the animal feed side, Tractor Supply stocked a much wider variety of products than Wilson's store. I noticed the other shoppers were focused on the food items, like beef jerky and the potted meat for camping, while Mike and I had very different priorities. This made sense, as some people were able to pick up food here while avoiding the crowds and likely empty shelves down the road at the Walmart store. The closest I came to the packed food aisles was when I ventured into the next row over to pick up some of the barbecue sauce and pickling spices Marta had added to the list, and I violated my own rule and took everything they had on the shelf. I just didn't want to go back for more. Those schools of sharks roaming the nearby aisles made my skin crawl. The suppressed anger and fear seemed to radiate off them in waves. We started to skip the hunting and fishing section altogether, but Mike saw they had some of the 550-count boxes of .22 long rifle, and I stopped briefly as he added his finds to the cart. Sure, between the three siblings, we had enough ammunition to fight a war or two, but more was always better, and getting these boxes now certainly wouldn't raise any eyebrows. I also hesitated at the dog food aisle.
My old black Labrador was getting on up in years, around 12 or 13 years old, and I had enough to last him for another 2 years. On the other hand, the day might come when dog food was all some people had to eat. Not worth storing more, I decided, then hit the cattle care section. I picked up 2 cases of milk replacer for the calves and stored them under the cart. Then I got one of the sales associates to assist me as I loaded up on the antibiotics listed out by Marta. She'd done her research and discovered that many of the same antibiotics used on people had their equivalents for use in cattle and horses, but available without a prescription and minus the 10,000% markup. Smart woman, that sister-in-law of mine. I heard a murmur of voices rising over from the direction of the ransacked food aisle, and Mike made a gesture that I knew well from our shared youth. Run away, as we used to joke as kids after watching some Monty Python on the VHS tape. This time was no joke, and I made a quick U-turn for the sales clerks up front. Whatever was going on back there, Mike and I didn't want any part of it. The cash wrap area of the store lay at a 45-degree offset from the rest of the floor space, restricting the flow of the customers but also making it harder for items to walk off unnoticed. I saw the 4 checking stations already in use had plenty of business, but luck broke my way for once, and I caught a new lane opening up. I hustled to transfer my purchases to the rolling belt while Mike stood a few steps to my right. Other shoppers clattered over to join the new, shorter line. The lady who rang up my purchases seemed distracted, glancing back repeatedly to the middle aisles where the bottled water and food items once rested, and now a growing rumble of raised voices could be heard. As she worked the scanner, I studied the clerk while casting nervous glances over my shoulder. Mike wasn't even trying to pretend, and his body position told me he was about 10 seconds from drawing that concealed pistol. In an effort to calm both of them down, I tried to think of something to say. The lady looked to be in her mid-30s, so half a decade my junior, and she still had that cute, girl-next-door look that always drew my attention. She seemed vaguely familiar, reminding me of someone I'd gone to school with, but not quite. Younger sister, I realized. "This is going to sound weird, but I think I know you," I said casually as I fished some bills from my pocket. This wasn't a huge purchase, so I went with the somewhat depleted roll of 20s I'd stuck in my right-hand pocket. I had a similar roll of hundreds in my left pocket. "Sorry, I don't remember your name, but I think I went to school with your sister." "Sarah," my brother blurted out as he studied the lady's features. "I do have a sister named Sarah," she admitted, "and my name is on my tag." She indicated the white plastic oval with black stamped-out letters on her smock. "Kelly. How is Sarah? I haven't seen her in years," I asked, still splitting my attention between the sales lady and the rumble of raised voices behind us. I saw one of the store employees, a weedy-looking young man in his 20s, dart in that direction with an older man, a tall, blocky gentleman in his 40s, hustling to catch up. Probably a stalker and the store manager, I deduced. "She's good," Kelly responded. "Lives over in Orange. Still married to Stan, if you remember him. They've got 2 kids, and the oldest is a senior in high school." I shook my head, trying to force a laugh, pretending there wasn't a gang fight about to break out just a dozen yards away. "Yeah, I know Stan. He was a beanpole in school, but he sure made up for it after he graduated. Anyway," I handed her some money. "When you talk to her next, tell her Brian Harden says hi." "And Mike," my brother chimed in. "Tell her Mike Harden said hi, too, seeing as how she always liked me better. And now that I think about it, I know I remember you, Kelly Morgan. I think you were a freshman when I was a senior." Kelly snapped her fingers, then pointed at Mike with a girlish giggle. "It's Kelly Stasek now, and I remember you too. Did you ever get that super glue out of your hair?" Mike turned an amusing shade of scarlet at Kelly's words, and I had to stifle a laugh. I didn't know the story, but now I had something to take my mind off our troubles, and I wouldn't let this go until Mike spilled the details. Kelly looked down at the cash register and keyed in the cash amount, dinging the cash drawer and rapidly pulling a few bills with efficient skill. She was handing me my receipt and the change before my brother could form an answer to her hilarious question. "No," Mike admitted sheepishly. "I had to cut it all off. That's why I joined the Army. I already had the haircut for boot camp." With Mike's comment, all three of us exchanged a round of nervous laughter that was immediately doused with the deafening bark of a gunshot, followed immediately by a second. Mike reacted first, hitting the hard concrete floor in a painful-looking belly flop, and he had his small pistol out and oriented on the back of the store before he had time to give a muffled grunt from the impact. Behind us, I heard other shoppers scattering to seek temporary shelter, or, like Mike, going down flat where they had been standing. "Get down!" I barked, and rapidly followed my own words and went down on one knee behind the end of the sales counter. Kelly, I could tell, was frozen in fear, so I reached out, grasped her wrist, and pulled her in my direction. The action caused her to jerk back instinctively, but when she saw my face, she quickly followed me around to hunker behind the plywood and metal counter. I didn't hear any more shots, but terrified patrons began streaming towards the front of the store like sprinters competing in the Olympic trials. Their faces reflected varying degrees of shock, fear, and outrage, but they fought their way to the door with frantic determination. Mike crowded closer to the counter to avoid being trampled by the fleeing masses. I did notice the skinny kid I'd pegged as a stalker in the store seemed to be leading the pack, his knees lifted high like he was taking the hurdles at a sprint. No sign of the guy who'd looked like management, and I had a bad feeling. "Go or stay?" I looked back and asked Mike. He nodded at the first word, so I gave Kelly a light squeeze on the shoulder and caught her eye. Any other day, leaving the scene wouldn't be a consideration, but we had no information to give the deputies when they arrived, and with the many items left on our to-do list, we couldn't afford to waste the hours. Catching Kelly's eye once again, I explained what I thought was a decent plan of action. "I don't know who was shooting, or if they even shot anybody back there. We're going to move to the parking lot as soon as that crowd clears out. Mike and I will escort you out, then we've got places to go. You going to be okay?" She took a moment to process the words, and then Mike cleared his throat. "Brian, I can't go yet," he whispered apologetically. "I thought I could just leave, but I have to go check. If there's somebody bleeding to death back there, and I just run out." I felt a flash of anger and frustration at Mike's words. We were so close to just walking out, and then Mike had to get this sudden urge to be a do-gooder. I released a sudden sigh through my teeth. All right. Change of plans. Kelly, after that lady in the fuchsia warm-ups gets out the door, I want you to book it for the parking lot. Sir Galahad needs to go check for anybody injured, and I have to back him up." "Brian, you don't have to do that," Mike protested, but I held up a hand. "If I let you get shot and I don't have a bullet wound of my own, what do you think Marta will do?" That logic did the trick, and when Kelly gave me a questioning look, I just mouthed the word wife, and she nodded in understanding. "I got my SIG in my truck," Kelly said unexpectedly. "I get to that, I can back you boys up." Gotta love them country girls, I thought to myself. "No, you just go ahead and get clear, but if you see any cops headed our way, please tell them Wonder Boy here has his combat lifesaver certification and a hero complex. "What about you? Any training?" "Just in being a smartass, but I have to cover my brother. You know how it is," I replied with a snort for punctuation, and Kelly gave an unexpected grin. "I'll tell him, but you keep an eye on your brother, and stay safe." As if to punctuate Kelly's comment, the massively overweight matron in question hit the rubber pad of the automatic door opener with her dainty size 5 foot, making the door quiver in sympathy, and Kelly was off in a flash. "Okay, let's do this," I muttered. Despite my grumbling, I wasn't heartless. Mike knew this. Try as I might, I couldn't take on the dispassionate approach some people in the preparedness movement seemed to espouse. The risk of losing Mike weighed heavily on me, though. This was a risk, and an unnecessary one as far as I was concerned, but I would back Mike's play. We approached middle of the store cautiously, pausing at the corner that led to the bumped-out half-section of the store. Mike, pistol already drawn, gave me an encouraging nudge, and I withdrew the little Kel-Tec semi-automatic I carried in my jacket. This was the definition of a pocket pistol, but the 6 rounds of 9mm in the single-stack magazine made it much more effective than any old Derringer. I had an additional magazine for the Kel-Tec in my jacket pocket, but if things went that far, we were likely screwed anyway. Working the slide, I chambered one of those rounds and clasped the weapon in a modified Weaver grip. The short butt of the pistol was actually much smaller than my big right hand, but at the range I'd found my accuracy was greatly improved if I used my left hand as a shelf for support. Plus, it helped with the vicious recoil. I watched Mike cautiously slice the pie as he rounded the corner, only advancing when he was sure the way was clear. We would never have the time to clear the back or side offices of the store, but neither of us wanted to stumble into a hostage situation unaware. Eyes moving constantly, I kept expecting a slime-covered dungeon monster to leap out and take a bite out of my face, but the store proved to be creature-free as Mike navigated the piles of overturned shopping carts and scattered packages of snack food. I stayed back and kept my head on a swivel, pistol down and sweating buckets in the air conditioning. My heart threatened to beat free from my chest, and I wondered for a moment if I might be having a heart attack. "Looks clear, but we got 2 down." Mike's soft words made me jump, and I gave him a fierce glare. Then I turned and saw the pair of crumpled bodies on the concrete floor and felt my stomach turn over threateningly. One body looked familiar as I spied the man I thought of as the manager, sprawled out in what appeared to be a pool of ketchup. It wasn't ketchup, though, and he wasn't moving. I knew it was the dead man's blood. I felt my stomach jolt again. Laying just to the side of the cooling corpse, I saw a lady laying only a few feet away, their bodies joined by the sea of red. The second victim looked just as dead as the first, but when Mike took a knee and felt for a pulse, he must have found something. "Grab me something I can use to put pressure on the wound," Mike barked, and I spun in a quick circle, suddenly shifting to scavenger hunt mode. My eyes moved just as rapidly as when I'd been scanning for a waiting gunman, and I realized even with this added drama, the shooter might still be within feet of us. I once again became aware of the weight of the pistol in my hand, and I made a silent vow to watch Mike's back no matter what. "Keep your shirt on," I replied testily, my voice crackling with adrenaline and emotion. I cast about, looking for something to do the job, when my eyes fell on a rumpled bundle of cloth, kicked almost under one of the end caps. I recognized the packaging for those light blue shop towels mechanics were always using. I fished out the less-than-sanitary roll, tore off the plastic wrap, and dug out one from the middle and handed it to Mike. I figured the ones on the inside would be cleaner, anyway, despite being punted across the store and used as a dust mop. Finally sparing the woman a glance, I saw Mike was trying to stem the flow of blood coming from a nasty-looking neck wound. Mike snatched the blue cloth away and instructed me to find more. Well, I had another 4 in my hands, though maybe not the cleanest, so I just stood there and kept my eyes moving as I tried to ignore the grisly spectacle. We'd seen no sign the shooter was still on the scene, but I didn't want to join in that pile of bodies on the floor, and I knew Marta would skin me alive if her husband shared their fate. Minutes passed, and still no sign of the killer, and Mike continued to work as he cursed under his breath. I didn't know that much about anatomy, but I figured the bullet must have missed the major blood vessels, or she would have bled out by now. But the sight of raw, glistening flesh exposed to the artificial light made me look away again. I continued pretending to be looking for the missing gunman, but in my heart I knew I just wanted to keep my eyes off that horrible wound. By the time the cops showed up and ordered me to the floor, I was more than ready to get out of there. Chapter 10. Thanks to the statement by Kelly, the friendly store clerk, Mike and I were eventually cleared by the Jasper County Sheriff's deputies that appeared on the scene, but only after sitting on that hard, concrete floor for over 2 hours. I think Mike's Good Samaritan routine probably also bought us some slack, as did our concealed carry licenses. Kept separate to prevent us from conferring, Mike and I recited our stories 6 times to different law enforcement officers as the investigation continued. I could see Mike was also talking to one of the EMTs left on site by the county, but I was too far away to hear their conversation. The lady Mike treated still looked dead when the paramedics departed with her, but judging from the IVs and apparatus attached, she was clinging to life when the ambulance left the scene. Finally, one of the sergeants came by, casually unfastened the handcuffs, and told me I was free to go. "Thank you, sir," I replied with forced politeness. "As soon as my brother is released, my weapon is returned, and I load our purchases. We'll be glad to be on our way." Finding out we had concealed carry licenses seemed to catch the sergeant off guard, even though I know I mentioned it at least twice when I related our actions to him earlier. He wandered off, shouting at one of the other deputies, and I stood exactly where he'd left me. I'd never practiced criminal law, but had plenty of friends who did, so I knew enough to stay still and keep my mouth shut, unless there was a question pending. There are all kinds of constitutional limits on what law enforcement could do, and they routinely violated these rules with impunity while the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals turned a blind eye. Spots on the Court of Appeals were elected positions, after all, and the last thing you wanted to do in Texas was be labeled as soft on crime. With my brain resetting back to baseline, I realized I probably should have asked for a lawyer as soon as the deputies placed us in custody. Clearly, my higher reasoning functions had been affected by the sight of the dead man and the nearly dead woman. But this could have been a disaster. Next time Mike wanted to play hero, I'd use that Kel-Tec to club him over the head like a baby seal and drag him out of trouble. After finally retrieving our pistols out of sealed evidence bags, the deputies escorted us to Mike's SUV and stood by as we loaded our purchases, then returned the pistols, with the magazines removed, of course. Mike remained silent as he keyed the ignition and slipped the Dodge into gear. He could probably sense my mood and decided not to poke the bear. Finally, Mike broke down. "So, I can tell you're not happy with what I did back there," my brother said, purposefully not looking in my direction as he spoke. "I just couldn't leave and not know. Turned out okay, though, and we did save that woman's life." I took a long, cleansing breath. Mike was a good guy, clearly a better man than me, and someone who cared about others despite his tough talk. With his combat lifesaver training, I should have anticipated his reaction. He was one of those people who instinctively ran toward the sounds of gunfire. "Mike, good job with getting that lady to the ambulance alive," I began. "I'm not mad, honestly, but you need to get some things straight in your head. What is the most important thing we had to do today?" I could see my brother's brow furrow as he considered the question. We just needed a few things on the list Marta gave you, and you already got the diesel topped off, so I'm not sure I'm following you." "The most important thing we had to do today was get home safely," I said with a forced neutral voice. "Forget all that other stuff. Honestly, I didn't expect things to escalate this quickly, but I underestimated our fellow citizens' capacity to lose their minds over stupid shit." "So you think we should just turtle up and stay home?" Mike challenged, his ire rising. "Do you realize how close we came to getting killed this morning? For what?" I demanded, my anger rising to the surface to match his own. "Hooray, you temporarily saved a stranger who is likely to die in the next week anyway. Here's a cookie." I rubbed my face, scrubbing at my hair, but I couldn't stop the rant that sprang out in a growing crescendo. Fuck! You don't stick around when the cops are responding to an active shooter scenario. That's how you get shot. And did you even stop to think about where you were? Did you stop to remember what county? "It doesn't matter, Brian. We did the right thing," Mike countered, anger surfacing at being second-guessed after the fact. "Mike, that's not the point," I ground out, trying to get my own anger under control. "Do you understand? You barely got away with that stunt in Jasper, where they allegedly have good law enforcement. What if we'd been at Wilson's? You pull that kind of shit in Albany County, and you're begging that crooked asshole we have for a sheriff to charge you with murder. Brian, that's not going to happen. You're overreacting." I huffed out a gust of air as I banished my frustrations and played my last trump card. "What do you think Marta is going to say?" "You wouldn't," Mike responded, hesitation in his voice for once. "Dude, that would totally violate man card rules. You can't tell my wife your story in such a way as to get me in trouble. That's the freaking prime directive, for God's sake." I released a breath, puffing out my cheeks as I did. "I don't care." And I didn't. This was too important, and I needed to drive home the point now, before Mike did something else that endangered our survival. "You realize your stunt put your wife and kids at risk too, don't you? We don't have the personnel to hold that place, even if Nikki and Patrick make it to the farm. You and Patrick are our only combat veterans. You know how to shoot and move, and you can do all the things that I've only played around with. What would happen if your heroism got us locked up? What would Marta do? Think, goddammit!" My anger, frustration, and not a little fear boiled over as I ran the scenarios in my head. "Calm down, man. I haven't seen you this pissed off since—" I dove into the momentary silence, my anger still radiating like a physical force. "Since I buried my wife and son. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it? That's right. I don't have them anymore, and I think about them every day." My voice fell as emotion rose. "You still have yours, and I've never been jealous. I admit, I should have been a better husband and father. Fact is, I've got little enough to live for right now. I'd gladly spend my life to save Marta and the kids, and if that had been one of them down back there, I wouldn't have hesitated. But you were willing to gamble all our lives on a stranger. Brother, you got to get your priorities in order before you end up having to bury someone you love." My tirade left me drained, and I could see Mike's neck getting red like it did when he got really angry. "You have no cause to talk to me like I'm some little kid, Brian. I'm a grown man, and I have the right to make my own decisions." Feeling myself go cold, I growled out my anger and frustration. No, you don't, Mike. You gave up that right when you said I do, my brother. And you got 2 more reasons waiting in the wings. Marta, Tommy, and Tamara should be your number 1 fucking priorities. Sighing, I let some of the anger fade from my voice after that. A calculating part of my brain told me I needed to heal this rift for the sake of our little group, for the family. Mike was the way he was because he had a big heart and he worried about others. I just needed to direct that worry into the proper focus, and he needed to adjust his thinking to the new realities. Mike, you have to think before you act. Do you want to be in county lockup when the world comes crashing down on our sanctuary? Mike looked over sharply at my question, then cut his eyes back to the road. We missed the noon presidential address, dumbass, I continued, my voice losing some of its edge. What if the president announced martial law? What if he suspended habeas corpus? That meteorite just changed all the rules, Mikey. You need to get your mind straight and change with them. I swear, Michael. I can't do this without you. Mike kept his silence for miles, but when he spoke again, he sounded more serious and less pissy. You might be right about the cops. I don't know. I do know you are trying to protect me, protect us from what's coming. I'm afraid. I don't want to become one of those guys. You know, the ones that are willing to sacrifice their humanity to survive. Don't worry, Mike. We'll make it, I reassured. Right now, though, let's listen to the radio and find out what we've missed. Turned out, we had plenty to listen to all the way home. Most of it we expected, but we got a few curveballs as well. Most importantly, we needed to get our stories straight for when we had to explain our delay to Marta. Chapter 11. After we cleared the air, the rest of the drive home turned out to be fairly productive. At least, the 2 of us agreed on a generally benign story to explain our delay, waiting in the parking lot to give our statement rather than detained inside the store, and left it at that. From there, we agreed listening to the highlights of the president's speech needed to be done, so I found the same radio station out of Beaumont, and we waded through the blather to arrive at the main points. I even took notes on my ever-present legal pad. Mike had nailed some things. Price freeze on most consumer goods, but the stores were immediately directed to institute a 3-day limit of food items to prevent hoarding. How that was to be determined, no one bothered to explain. Also, the president announced an immediate call-up of all National Guard units, then added in a recall for all active and inactive reserves within 3 days. Also, neither of us were surprised that the FAA was grounding all non-military or government-sponsored flights for the duration of the emergency, or 30 days. This was a routine precaution, but I scoffed at the 30-day time limit, since it might be months or years before all the crap dissipated from the atmosphere sufficiently to allow for civilian air travel. Mike really seemed worked up over the recall announcement, though. "That's going to piss some people off," Mike commented grimly. I said I wasn't getting it, so Mike explained. "Calling up the reserves makes sense, but inactive reserves means those folks who already finished the active component of their enlistment and had another period of time, usually 4 years, where they could be called back if necessary. Usually only done during time of war, but remember that whole stop-loss fiasco back in the early days of the Gulf War? Oh, man. So a kid could be getting ready to graduate from college, and then he gets yanked back for another 4 years? I exclaimed, familiar with the concept now with Mike's prodding.
Just until he times out for that 4 years, but yeah, could happen,
Mike clarified. Course, once they get you back in uniform, Good luck getting back out. As for officers, well, that could be a lifetime commitment if you don't resign your commission correctly. I remember some 60-year-old captains being recalled back during the last go-round. The moratorium on all bank actions or foreclosures in affected areas and the waiver of all pending taxes for 60 days made sense, except Mike and I agreed these steps amounted to a smokescreen to hide the fact that most people who would be benefiting from the steps were, sadly, most likely dead. Good luck foreclosing on property destroyed or inaccessible. In real estate terms, this was really underwater. Mike, does your bank have a branch in New Albany? Yeah, a drive-through over by the Dunkin' Donuts. Why? Because you need to withdraw whatever you can right now, before they close. Drive-through is open 24... Oh, you expect the banks to collapse? I nodded sourly, angry at myself for not thinking things through. With all those mortgaged homes, nothing more than rubble, I imagined every insurance company and financial institution holding those mortgage-backed securities just became insolvent. At least I'd been saving back cash for years, so the only thing really at risk for me were the accounts held through my office. Well, glad I followed your advice, Brian, Mike replied with a note of relief in his voice. I figure the retirement accounts will all vanish, but I can raid the checking and savings once we get this unloaded. Thankfully, Marta and I have been investing in silver since the price dropped again, and like you, I've been squirreling away cash for a while now. I wrinkled my brow, then suggested we hit the ATM on the way home so Mike could withdraw the limit, and then bring Marta back later so she could do the same for her savings account. Mike saw the logic when he remembered it was a weekend and those little kiosks only carried a limited amount of currency to discourage theft. While Mike keyed in his password, I kept an eye out for trouble in the parking lot and thought about the last part of the president's message. He was directing FEMA to set up assistance camps well back from the affected areas, and those areas would be heavily searched to locate survivors. The evacuations would be mandatory, and he warned in a stern voice that all looters faced indefinite detention or risked being shot on sight. From a coldly logical standpoint, I understood the reasoning behind the executive order. However, the bare fact that the federal government could order people from their homes and into camps, even if the dwelling had not been affected by the quakes or tsunami, made me shiver. Maybe there's more to it than I'm seeing, I pondered. And then it hit me. Ah, hell, I muttered, and Mike paused long enough in counting his bills to glance my way. Another problem? Diablo Canyon. If that thing has gone critical, it cuts California in half. I wonder if that's the real reason the exclusion zone is so large. Is that the only one? I thought California hates nukes. Part of the reason they were having rolling brownouts in the summer, right? I shrugged after mentally shuffling through the stacks of otherwise useless trivia in my brain. They shut down the San Onofre plant, but I don't know if they moved all the radioactive material to another site or just warehoused it there. The only other nuke plant I can think of that might be affected is in Richland, Washington. Should be far enough inland to avoid the direct effects of the tsunami, but I think it's built on one of the major rivers there. Mike frowned at the thought. Yeah, depends on the shape of the river and the proximity to the source. Gah! I was just thinking again about all that farmland that just received a saltwater bath. Those fields will take some time getting back into production, even if they aren't irradiated. Something more to think about was all I could add to the discussion. Mike knew more about ways to rehabilitate the land than I ever would, since he had an interest in environmental studies dating back to his original biology degree. The real deal, not just the tree-hugging rhetoric that passed for modern discourse on the subject. Thinking about growing things got me on the subject of our greenhouse, and the need to get the second one erected at some point. Also, how to keep them heated if commercial power failed or became so expensive we could no longer rely on it. I kept coming back to the cows and the piles of manure, but I already knew those would be used to fertilize the beds. I made a note to sit down with Mike and brainstorm, because I knew I was missing something. With so much on my mind, I barely noticed when Mike pulled up to the gate and entered his code. But the sound of the metal gate sliding on the tracks drew me out of my daze. I looked over at my brother and gave him one of my petty grins. "Sure is easy when somebody else is opening the gate for you, isn't it?" "Yeah, and how many weeks did we waste on that silly thing?" he shot back, never willing to admit the utility of the automatic gate. "Just keep telling yourself that when the snow is 4 feet deep and you have to get out and open it manually." "I wouldn't joke about that," Mike cautioned. "We might very well see that snow before you know it." Sadly, I wasn't particularly joking about the snow, and I think Mike knew it. He pulled down the winding driveway and parked at the loading dock. This time we made short work of the relatively small amount of supplies, and within 15 minutes the two of us were removing our rain-flecked jackets and wet boots on the back porch. Marta was waiting for us, but I managed to cut her off at the pass. There was a shooting at the tractor supply, and Mike and I had to stick around and give our statements. Not that we saw anything or even knew what was going on, I quickly explained. Marta's pale complexion went a little more white as she digested my terse statement. "Already getting bad out there, then?" Mike stepped up and embraced his wife in a bear hug. Like me, Mike was well over 6 feet tall, but he tended to follow our mother's genetics and got huskier as he aged. So he reminded me of that line from the Magnificent Seven remake. "I believe that bear is wearing people's clothes." I topped him by an inch, but he easily outweighed me by 30 pounds, though Mike would insist it was only 20. "I think it was just somebody who panicked," Mike murmured softly. We also stopped at the drive-through ATM, and I withdrew the limit from the joint accounts. Brian suggested we go back and take out the maximum for your account as well before they cap withdrawals or freeze our accounts. "You think we need to?" I answered the question before Mike could weigh in on the topic. Greece did it, placing tight withdrawal limits, and some claim the measure prevented their banks from collapsing. When we were driving back, I just realized all the banks are going to be in trouble, I explained simply. There's billions, maybe trillions, in mortgages they are never going to be able to collect, and the same is true for the insurance companies being unable to make the necessary payouts. This time, Congress will not be able to bail anybody out, including the depositors. The FDIC wasn't designed with something like this in mind. I really should have seen this coming. "That's going to kill the economy, isn't it?" Marta turned in Mike's arms, regarding me with a piercing, green-eyed gaze. She saw the truth immediately, and I couldn't deny it. Eventually, but I'm hoping it is a slow slide. That's best case, anyway. "We ain't getting it done standing here jawing about it," Mike prompted, looking pointedly at his wife. "Fine, Mr. Bossy Pants," Marta retorted. "Let's get going, and leave the kids here to keep an eye on your brother." Then, her voice softening, she continued, "Oh, that reminds me, Nikki finally got a call through. Patrick is working 12 hours on, 12 off, and he can't leave town for the duration of the emergency. She said they're not going to make it any time soon." That certainly put a crimp in our plans, and in more ways than one. With Nikki and Patrick, we had just enough people to get some much-needed work done while keeping the children safe. 5 adults could also maintain something of a watch around the clock, at least short-term, but no way with just 3. And I already knew Mike and Marta would be pulling out soon to return to their jobs, for as long as they lasted. Add to that, I wasn't happy with the idea of my siblings, nieces, and nephew stuck in such major population centers with the clock ticking down to the inevitable rioting. Thanks for letting us know, Marta. Now take your man back into town and hit that ATM for every nickel you can get. I'll stay here and play some Scrabble with the kids. No, Tommy cried. I want to play Call of Duty. Can we play Princess Parade first? Tamara asked, her sweet face turned up expectantly. I thought about the 2 options, first-person shooter or a sickly sweet Disney trivia board game centered on the princesses from the various movies. The children graciously allowed me to pick, so of course we played Princess Parade first, and despite his whining, I noticed Tommy won easily. By the time Mike and Marta returned from town, the 3 of us were knee-deep in fighting computer-generated Nazis. Drawn out of the pixelated digital world, I laid aside my controller and glanced out the window at the sound of the familiar warning chime as the gate opened. I noticed the daylight persisting despite the rain, but the day seemed to be drawing to a close. We'd agreed to revisit our neighbors at 7 p.m., and I wanted to discuss the topics being considered. How was town? I asked, as soon as Mike and his wife had a chance to shed their rubber boots. Still a lot of activity at the grocery stores, but the local cops appear to have everything under control. No sign of the sheriff or his deputies, though. Thought that was weird. Anyway, I think Marta got the last of the bills out of that machine. I shook my head, then explained a bit about the local dynamics on the law enforcement front. They don't like each other much, and them guarding the stores might involve danger for no reward, so the sheriff is out. Plus, Landshire's not well liked in that town. I still can't figure out how a corrupt prick like that keeps getting re-elected, Marta complained, but Mike answered her before I could, and his freaking office is in New Albany, too. Because even though New Albany is the county seat, the other little towns and the rural areas hold more of the population, and Landshire's influence is stronger there. Outside of New Albany and Reslam, he's the only law most people ever see, Mike explained. He's been in office over 20 years, and by all accounts, he didn't start out corrupt. That's been in the last 10 years or so that he's really started abusing his position, using his deputies or those Sherwood boys to do his dirty work. Then I decided to add my 2 cents. He really wouldn't have such a hard time in New Albany if not for the bad publicity from the Polinsky case. That gave the county and the district judge a black eye that Judge Wilkins has been unwilling to overlook. Combine that with a chief of police that actually knows how to do his job, and you've got the sheriff in hot water. The arrest and subsequent railroading of Rudy Polinsky was a topic that would not be discussed openly at this husband's get-together, I quickly decided, and warned Mike. That got the conversation back on point as we drifted back towards the living room. Do we talk about the meteorite or not? I wondered aloud, and Mike shook his head while Marta looked lost in thought. After a moment, Marta joined her husband with a simple, "Not yet." Brian, just go with the earthquake and volcano parallel for now. Avoid the phrase global warming, if at all possible. These folks have been bombarded for years with misinformation and political rhetoric, so don't fall into that trap. Hello, I joked, waving a hand, then giving my brother the middle finger. You do remember I've got a brain, right? I'll hit the history and what they can learn from the examples. Then you follow up with the specifics on what to expect from the weather. Anything else?" Mike looked slightly embarrassed, and at first I thought it had to do with the global warming crack, but he quickly dispelled that error. "Look, Marta and I were talking, and we think it might be best if we head back Sunday night. Like you and I have been talking, we think whatever's going to happen will take place over weeks, if not months. No sense throwing away our careers if we don't need to at this point. I've only got another week before school is out. Then we can start looking at options." I'd expected this, and really, I was fine with them getting back to their jobs. I said as such, and the two of them visibly relaxed at my simple words. I wondered about that, but decided it was a conversation for another day. "We got a couple of hours before heading over to Wade's, Mike. I'm going to spend it looking up some things on my computer, and I suggest you do the same. Marta, I surrender custody of the terrible twosome back to you." I gave her a little salute to finish off the change of command ceremony, and Marta gave me a grin as she returned the salute. Brian, the internet is still down, last I heard," Mike mumbled, and I gave him a pitying look. "Oh, Mike, you are so cute," I retorted, raising my hand and gesturing with my thumb and forefinger like I was going to pinch his cheek. "You know, back in the dim, dark ages, they had these things called disks, and if you inserted one into a computer, you could actually get information off them without having to log on to the internet." "And you happen to have such things in your collection of CDs and DVDs, I take it," Mike retorted, coloring slightly with embarrassment. "You would be correct. Britannica and World Book, to start with, plus I've got several gigs of data stored on a bunch of thumb drives. You know, what all the kids are doing." "Smartass. I'll get my computer," Mike mumbled as he headed out of the room to retrieve his laptop from their bedroom. Marta watched until Mike was out of hearing, and then fixed me with her penetrating gaze as she delivered her demand. "Okay, now tell me what really happened in Jasper. Spit it out before Mike comes back, and fair warning, I will get the story out of him at some point." I thought fast, wondering how my bonehead brother always got me into such trouble. "What makes you think—" "Blood on his sleeve," Marta fired back without hesitation. "He tried to wash everything off, but clearly he failed." "Oh, that's easy," I responded glibly. "Mike helped with the wounded lady before the paramedics got there. I guess he forgot to mention that part, but it was no big deal. I mean, she was bleeding a lot, but Mike handled it, no problem." "And where was she wounded?" Marta asked, probing for information. I figured she would be pissed at Mike if the truth came out right now. I gestured to my neck, not wanting to get into the details. Marta nodded, but I wasn't sure she was buying my story. "Brian, you've got to help me keep an eye on Mike. I'm afraid he will take risks, unnecessary risks. For someone with such a big brain, he can act so stupid sometimes." I couldn't help but agree with her assessment, and I agreed to do everything within my power to keep my little brother safe. There would be no repeat of the tractor supply shenanigans on my watch. I just hoped I could deliver the blow without fracturing his skull. Chapter 12. The dining room was packed with grim-faced, anxious people who regarded me with a silence only broken by the shuffle of feet on the tile or the creak of wood in the gathered chairs. I saw a few attempt nervous smiles, but those were few and far between. These people knew, or could sense, that something was wrong with their world. That sense made them anxious, and I decided to dive right in and lay the groundwork. As Wade said, my name's Brian Hardin, Some of you guys I recognize from helping out over here. I'm Wade's neighbor to the north, and I have a law practice here in New Albany. I'm not sure what else Wade may have told you about me, but neither of those facts have anything to do with why Wade asked me to speak to you all this evening." The curious eyes boring into me brought back memories of those days when I had a jury in the box. Like jurors, this crowd expected to be entertained as well as enlightened. They might sit through a PowerPoint presentation, but in exchange they wanted a magic show first. I blame the education system and television, but they were going to be disappointed. I'd left my David Copperfield disguise in my other suit. You see, Wade found out I have an undergrad degree in history. Not a big deal. There's plenty of history teachers around, but Wade discovered I have a passion for early American history, especially relating to the formative years of our nation's birth. That might be stretching things, but better they think of me for now as a dedicated constitutional scholar instead of disaster junkie and collector of otherwise useless facts. Or a prepper. The reason for this will become clear in a moment. Before we get into the history, let me summarize what we now know about the events out west. First, we have a big earthquake reported in China, or more accurately, off the coast of China. Magnitude unknown, but it must have been a monster. "How do you know that?" an older man sitting in one of the folding metal chairs asked. He was older than Wade, probably in his 50s, with a salt-and-pepper head full of hair and frown lines creasing his sun-darkened features. "Remember when they had that bad earthquake in Haiti a few years ago, or the one in Peru about 10 years back? How long did it take to start seeing video of the destruction, or the efforts at rescuing trapped survivors?" "That day, or the next," he conceded. Then he made the connection for me. "We haven't seen anything coming out of China on any of the stations." That's right. So China is off the air for the moment. Then, not long after, we lost contact with Hawaii. That hit the crowd like a bombshell, but I'd confirmed this supposition on my part as best I could before this meeting. Hard to prove a negative, but I'd tried. "What do you mean we lost contact? That's a whole state you're talking about." The question came from a man who had to be Wade's younger brother, one of several, since Wade was the oldest of 8 siblings. That didn't even take into account the numerous older people in the crowd I assumed were Wade's aunts and uncles who lived in the area. I understand, and with the internet off, this is hard to pin down. However, I've been listening to amateur band shortwave radio broadcasts since early this morning, and the consensus is no one has heard a call sign from any of the islands since shortly after the original Chinese earthquake. Now, that may be down to atmospherics, but if you all recall, the islands are perched atop a series of volcanoes. The fact is, I don't know anybody who has had contact with anybody in the state of Hawaii since this all started. I let the silence build before I moved on to the less controversial topics. Personally, I didn't think the islands had suddenly succumbed to a massive eruption, since my understanding of volcanism, though small, indicated these were less the result of pressure than the actions of the continental plates expanding or splitting. Again, I was just making an educated guess, but my money was on the Hawaiian island chain being covered by a massive tsunami. When we started receiving reports of the series of earthquakes along the west coast, I was surprised by the lack of supporting information. Again, no report of the magnitudes involved, or even the location of the epicenters. These quakes coincided with the internet going down, which I think will only be a temporary issue as other servers are brought online. Again, no video from the scenes, and no in-studio reporting from their Los Angeles affiliates, for example. I paused again, taking a sip of water from my glass on the table. I scanned the room as I swallowed the cool well water, and I saw questions now in the eyes of many. I decided to add a little more fuel to the fire, reciting names from my list, but doing so from memory. Mount St. Helens, Mount Baker, Mount Rainier, Garda Ridge, Lassen Peak, Mount Akutan, Mount Wrangell. What do all these have in common? "They're all volcanoes," came a quick response from one of the women seated in one of the folding chairs situated along the side of the room. She had a fair complexion, hinting at some Irish or Northern European genes not far back in her makeup, with shoulder-length, honey-blonde hair coupled with pale blue eyes. I guessed her age to be in the upper 20s or low 30s, and even in her loose plaid shirt I could tell she had a lean, toned form that came from working hard in a gym somewhere. She lacked the typical husband-family features that I could see stamped into Wade and his siblings, with their strong Roman noses being the most obvious physical marker in common. In-law, I immediately decided. "Correct, ma'am. More to the point, they are all volcanoes stretching from California to Alaska, and all have erupted at least once in the last 200 years. That revelation caused a stir, since other than Mount St. Helens, none of the others were commonly associated with volcanoes. I'm not here to tell you that these volcanoes, or any others, triggered the earthquakes being reported. I'm not a volcanologist, and don't pretend to be. I am a student of history, though, and that's where my interests come back into play. Also, that gets back to why Wade asked me to speak this evening. See, when we were talking about the sudden wind gust and the nature of these quakes, it reminded me of something I've read about in history books. Back during the early 1800s, the young republic was suffering from a number of problems common to a developing nation. Lack of infrastructure, poor finances, and persistent clashes with various European powers, primarily the British. We also faced another problem back then, and this was a period of weather instability that periodically resulted in ruined crops never making it out of the fields. What does this have to do with these earthquakes, Mr. Hardin? I couldn't be sure of the speaker, but it sounded like Esther, Wade's mom, and I decided to cut to the chase. This is why Wade asked me to speak here, ma'am. The worst time was a period between 1814 and 1816, and historians now commonly refer to 1816 as the year without a summer. That's where the earthquakes and volcanoes come in, ma'am. That's when this country's farmers lost a solid 1/3 of their crops, and that's the last time we had a true starving winter across this nation and across the northern hemisphere. Mount Tambora, the younger lady who'd spoken earlier, again joined in the conversation, and I suppressed a smile. At least one other person in the audience knew what I was talking about. Yes, ma'am. Mount Tambora suffered a series of eruptions beginning in April 1815, capping a period of notable volcanic activity throughout the northern hemisphere. Arguably, this started in 1809 with a mysterious earthquake without a measurable epicenter, now believed to have been a seaquake in the Pacific Ocean, followed in successive years by several other large-magnitude eruptions in the Japanese islands, the Caribbean, and the Philippines. These quakes pushed tons of ash and other particulates into the air, resulting in a global average decrease in temperatures of approximately 1 degree centigrade. That doesn't sound like much, but the biggest problem was the effects on the weather patterns. The winter of 1815 just never seemed to end, and the constant rain and overcast skies persisted well past the normal levels. This caused the grounds to stay saturated, causing terrible flooding, and nights of frost as far south as Virginia were reported throughout the entire year, including in July and August. This pattern persisted through the rest of the year and led directly into the winter of 1816, which was nearly as catastrophic as the one before. "So you think this rash of earthquakes are related to volcanic activity?" the older lady asked, and this time I saw it was indeed Wade's mother, Esther. "I don't know what to think, ma'am. That windstorm we had this morning was unusual, and it got me to talking with your son. I was unable to confirm what caused the wind, but it did begin as far to the west as we have available weather stations." Wade, after introducing me, had stayed silent up until this point. Now he finally spoke up. "Mom, I saw the same thing on the Weather Channel, but they couldn't or wouldn't explain where it came from either, which is mighty suspicious." "Mr. Harton, you think there's some government conspiracy to keep us in the dark? Does this have anything to do with your suspicions regarding Hawaii?" This question was from the older man I'd taken as one of Wade's uncles. "I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea of it being a conspiracy, Mr. Husband. You're one of Wade's uncles, I take it." "That's right. I'm Doyle Husband, and Wade's daddy Donnie was my brother. So you don't think the government is keeping secrets?" "Oh," I puffed out my cheeks a bit before answering. "I know they are keeping some things secret. Just makes sense. But I don't think it's for any nefarious reasons. If the president decides to sit on information for the time being, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. I didn't vote for the man, but I gotta respect the office." That last bit got a nod of grudging approval from the older man. The idea might be old-fashioned, but some apparently still felt the same way. "Getting his bunkers ready for his cronies first," Mike stage-whispered loud enough for everyone to hear, then faked a cough to cover it. Pretty juvenile stuff, but it made everyone laugh and managed to break the tension. Looking at the crowd, I could tell most of them were at least somewhat engaged in the ongoing conversation. Like I said, I am simply a student of history. In that time, slightly more than 200 years ago, the nation and the world suffered with a period of reduced sunlight and slightly reduced temperatures. This resulted in a whole host of problems, from the unseasonably cold summer experienced in the Americas and Europe, to droughts in India that delayed the monsoon season, to massive flooding in China. At the same time, hundreds of thousands died in the initial round of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, and no one has ever accurately calculated the global death toll for the period. Just a sampling of the more reliable records, though, showed over 100,000 perished in Ireland from the resulting famine. "That's all well and good, but what has that got to do with us?" Esther asked. Then I saw realization spread across her face as she answered her own question. "You think the same thing is happening now, don't you?" "I suspect it might be," I conceded, looking first at Esther, then letting my gaze spread across the faces in the room. "Mike and I aren't here to cause a panic," I said simply. "That would be like yelling fire in a crowded theater. I am merely pointing out what has happened in the past and how it might affect us today. I said as much to Wade because he is my neighbor, and that's what neighbors do. He wanted me to speak to you all this evening, so each one of you can decide whether or not you want to make preparations in case I am correct." There. I'd used the dreaded P word, preparation, and I didn't think I'd overplayed my hand. Wade might have figured out we were preppers, despite my efforts to remain gray, but his extended family hadn't blinked when I used the word. "What can we do? If this is going to happen, we can't stop it," someone said, and I recognized the speaker this time as David Husband, one of Wade's younger brothers. I'd met him here at Wade's before, when we were repairing a section of fencing between our properties that had succumbed to a combination of old age and rust. "No, David, you can't stop it, but you can take some simple steps to protect your wife and kids. Like I said, my goal isn't to start a panic, but instead to share some information that might be of some use." Pausing yet again, I decided to wrap this up and pass the baton, but first I wanted to leave these potential allies with something to think about. We might not be from here, folks, but my people were born and raised in the country, not more than 20 miles away in Jasper County. You can ask around if you want to find out about the Hardin family, but one thing I can promise: we take care of our neighbors and stand with them when times are rough. When we were barely into our teens, Mike and I spent 2 days out in the fields with nothing more than shovels and wet feed sacks, fighting a fire that threatened to burn out 2 of our neighbors. That's just the way we were raised. To give you some practical pointers, I'd like to turn the stage over to my brother Mike for the rest of tonight's scheduled entertainment. I concluded with a bow and a flourish worthy of some old-style circus act. Stepping away from the open area in front of the table, I headed for the only empty corner in the dining room and took up a spot on the wall while Mike finished his own introductions. I'd taken a 2-hour nap at Marta's insistence before making the short drive over to meet with Wade's gathered family members, but the long day was threatening to overwhelm me. A couple of times I wanted to just drop the bullshit and tell them exactly what was going on, but Wade had cautioned us in private that a little bit of warning would go a long way. He flatly admitted his Uncle Doyle, who I now had a face to go with the name, was a survivalist who'd started getting his plans in order since the 80s. Doyle had a large chicken farm over on the other side of the county, outside Fayette, and he was set up for anything short of a nuclear near-miss. While I'll admit Wade's admission regarding Uncle Doyle shocked me, the idea that he felt comfortable with that piece of information meant our own preparations must have been just as plain to Wade. So much for keeping a low profile and trying to stay gray. After Mike gave a little bit of background about himself, I listened to my brother's words as he talked about the potential for weather instability and what that meant for everyone. Mike hit the high points, describing the need to food, water, shelter, and security. He didn't use any obvious prepper terms, focusing on ways to protect oneself against threats stemming from the natural environment rather than mutant zombie bikers. He stressed to fortify a safe room in the house for tornado protection, as well as safeguarding the water supply by building simple drainage systems and sandbagging to prevent the wellhead from becoming flooded. This was a less obvious threat, but a very real one where a well source might be contaminated with E. coli or worse from a high-water event. Some of it was standard practice, while other things, like laying in a supply of Culligan water softener salt, was pure genius. Sodium chloride had many uses, and buying it in bulk not only allowed for stockpiling, but also meant the 3-day limit on food supplies could easily be circumvented. Likewise, chlorine bleach was mentioned not only as a valuable source for temporarily purifying water, but also for its intended use as a cleaner. "Mike really sounds like he knows his stuff." Wade's familiar voice, pitched low, cut through my musings, and I turned to see my neighbor's grinning face. "How many of your other siblings are as prepared for this as you?" I asked, speaking low enough so only he could hear. I figured now was a good time to start laying our cards on the table. "Well, like I said before, Uncle Doyle's been getting ready for the Russians to invade since before the first Red Dawn movie came out. Wade joked. "David's been getting his place in shape, but he's only got 5 acres, and he's too close to town. If things get hairy, he's already got plans to move out here. Barb and Keith, that's her husband, are over near Doyle and have the same plans to stay with Doyle and his family. Keith's a mechanic with the Ford dealership in town, so he's pretty useful to have around. Good guy, too, or I wouldn't have let him marry my sister. They're pretty well all prepared for things. My youngest 3 siblings, well, they're pretty clueless. This get-together was intended to educate them up a bit." So, they had at least 2 properties set up, which was good, but 20 miles apart, which didn't offer much in the way of immediate mutual support. On the other hand, in the event of a tornado, then the odds of losing everything would be reduced. This made me think about our own position, which involved having all of our eggs in one basket, but couldn't be helped. "Yeah, Mike's in much the same shape as David," I conceded. "Their place outside Fort Worth is good for short term, but is too small for a big enough garden or other amenities. My sister in San Marcos is in an even worse situation, but they know to head to my place at the first sign of trouble." Wade nodded his understanding. "My little brother Ethan and his wife Margie are probably the most dedicated survivalist mindset in our generation, but with him driving rigs for long haul, he's almost always gone. Margie and the kids will be here as part of our plan, too, and I want to talk about that after. If you think it's okay with your brother, I've invited a few people to stick around after this little powwow is done." "Sounds good, as long as there's more of your mom's coffee cake left," I quipped back. Chapter 13.
"A freaking meteorite? Are you kidding me? And that son of a bitch sat on this?"
Doyle's reaction was not surprising. He seemed to be on the same wavelength as Mike when it came to the president, and I let Mike handle that part of the briefing. Unlike the just-adjourned get-together, the 7 of us now sat companionably around Wade's kitchen table, sipping at coffee and nibbling on the delicious mocha coffee cake. In addition to our hosts, Wade and Dorothy, we were joined by Doyle, his wife Bridget, and finally by Wade's mother, Esther Husband.
"Doyle, calm down," Bridget chided. "I know you don't like the man, but think for a second. You saw how those cities exploded with rioting once word of the earthquakes became known. How much worse would it have been if people were running around worried about getting hit by a rock from space? But all those people on the coast, if he would have warned them before the tidal wave hit, think about how many might have survived," Doyle persisted, waving his hands. I couldn't argue with that sentiment either, but Mike was cold-blooded enough to play devil's advocate.
"Where would you have sent them, Doyle? I imagine the streets were largely impassable, and no way to clear the mess in time. And what could have been done in the time they had anyway?"
"Hiding things like that just goes against everything this country is supposed to stand for," Doyle persisted, his anger still evident.
"If it makes you feel any better, part of the standard spiel for earthquakes on the local emergency broadcast system includes directions to head to higher ground," Mike continued calmly. I didn't know if it was true or not, but I let Mike say what he would. The ones who could pick their way out of the rubble would have headed for the hills. The president just didn't mention the tsunamis in his national address, and clearly none of the networks were authorized to report on it. Trust me, I don't like the guy any more than you do. After that, Doyle eventually simmered down, but still grumbled about the censorship. We managed to get to the heart of the meeting, which was to discuss matters of mutual safety and security. Without getting into details on either side, we determined one problem right off, and that was the Husband clan's numbers exceeded their current capacity to provide housing and shelter. Mike and I expected this, even though we hadn't anticipated Uncle Doyle's setup,
and Mike, Marta, and I had previously decided to offer up spots to Wade and his family as needed. Simply put, if we needed to batten down the hatches, we would need the extra manpower. 5 adults couldn't maintain security and still take care of the livestock needs for more than a few days. I think Wade and Dorothy understood this better than the other 3. Even with our whole family in residence, I explained, that only takes up 5 bedrooms, 4 if I bunk in the boys' dormitory, which I sometimes do when the kids are in town. That leaves the 2 bedrooms in the basement and the 3 bedrooms over at the bunkhouse.
"Doesn't that take up some of your shelter space?" Wade asked delicately, uneasy at broaching the subject. For preppers, asking about someone's shelter space was akin to asking them about their private bedroom habits. "No, the shelter is separate," I assured the group, and Mike nodded along with me. "We can take in some of your overflow, if you'll pardon the expression, and it wouldn't cause us any strain." "We can't ask you to do that, Brian. Wouldn't be right." "Actually, it would be a great help, Wade," I explained. "Mike and his family are headed back tomorrow, and our sister Nikki is stuck in San Marcos until her husband can get a day off from the county. He's an EMT over in Austin, and they have them virtually chained to their ambulances. Heck, I'd take them now just to get some help with the chores. I'm getting too old to get up at 5 a.m. to milk the cows and feed the animals, then head into the office and actually put in a real day's work." "Good thing you picked a career that involved sitting on your butt most of the time," Mike piped up. "The real question is when we make the call, or if we do, to bring everybody to the farms," Doyle observed. "I know Ethan is in a bind, and one of my boys is working construction up in North Dakota."
"My Greg is in even worse shape, since he's still in the Air Force," complained Esther. "He's stationed in Qatar right now, and I haven't been able to talk to him since this all started. Lord knows when he will get home." I could tell the lady was close to tears, so I quickly shifted the subject. "Like I said, we can take some of the strain off you guys, if whoever you send will agree to help out, just like they would at your place. That includes getting spots in the shelter, of course."
"Does it have to be one of Wade's brothers and sisters?" Dorothy queried.
Wade's wife had remained quiet thus far, but I could tell something was eating at her.
"Oh, honey," Esther sighed, gently patting her daughter-in-law's forearm. "Nancy is family, just like you are."
Looking over at me, the matriarch of the husband family explained.
"Dorothy's little sister, Nancy. She was here with us this evening. She's had a rough go of it lately, and she's recently moved to the area. Just her and her daughter, Lisa."
"Oh, Mama, don't sugarcoat it," Dorothy butted in on her mother-in-law. "Nancy came to Albany County because she's on the run from her ex, and she didn't have anywhere else to go. On top of the world ending last night, she's got to put up with that filthy, rapist meathead Nolan." "She have legal custody of her daughter?" I asked carefully, not wanting to get into a battle of that flavor.
"Yes, it was part of the settlement from when they were living up in Texarkana. Nancy got full custody. Her ex Nolan got supervised visits. He never paid a nickel in child support without the state forcing him, and there's a warrant out on him right now."
Mike and I exchanged a look. We both had a soft spot for damsels in distress. It was hardwired into our genetic code. I took the plunge and spoke up. "If she'll accept, she and her daughter would both be welcome out here as long as they agree to help out. And I don't mean they have to cook and clean for me, just look after themselves and pitch in on the chores. They'll need to stay in the mobile home, I'm afraid. Wouldn't look proper otherwise. Might be a good idea to send her around sometime soon, so she can take the tour and see if she can stand living here if things get dicey in town." I almost said when things get dicey in town, but didn't want to sound like a complete pessimist. "Yeah, and she can get a tour of Brian's shelter, too," Mike added, not being able to pass up the chance to tease Wade now the subject was in the open. "I still don't know how you managed to get the damned thing built right under my nose," Wade huffed, and I laughed despite the subject matter. That made me think back again about that hard summer. Once all the garbage was cleared off the home site, Wade and his crew got down to construction. First, they dug an enormous hole in the ground and installed the basement. I wanted something that spanned the footprint of the house, so Wade and his crew installed a set of pillars in the middle to stabilize the slab going on top. This was an added expense and not absolutely necessary, but Wade suggested the concrete supports as something to add extra protection. After he asked me to repeat my absolutely true tornado story, none of the 3 guys working with us on the project gave me any more of their strange looks. The walls were composed of concrete block, and the floor was poured concrete. Wade, using the detailed plans we'd sweated over, made sure to run all the plumbing before beginning on the walls and floor. Measure twice, cut once. That was Wade's mantra as he worked, the same as I heard from my father when I was growing up. And because I was free for the summer and willing to put in the long hours, Wade taught me a little about construction as well. "I'll let you in on a little secret, Wade," I confided, finally willing to share the truth of the matter. "You know that trip you and Dorothy took, the one over the Memorial Day weekend?" "Yeah," he replied, then narrowed his eyes. "We were only gone 5 days, Brian. How could you get any kind of shelter in place? You were finished with the job, so I was hoping you wouldn't notice. Prefabbed unit, and they dropped it right where I had the drawings set for the septic. So that's why you had the piping set up that way, with 2 septic lines, complete outlets on both sides of the house," Wade exclaimed, and the 2 of us shared a chuckle as the others looked on in incomprehension. "Yes, sir. They came out with everything ready to go on 4 flatbed trailers, and I had the septic tank installed the day before you guys came back." "4? They had to haul in the excavation equipment, too," I explained, while kicking myself briefly for oversharing. Yes, the cargo capacity for one of the trailers was taken up by a blast door, the bulky air handling and filtration system, and the decontamination chamber. But the bulk of the shipment was taken up with the 2 levels of shelter modules we buried in the red Texas clay. We had beds for 16, split into 4 dorm pods, as well as 4 bathrooms, 2 simple powder rooms, and the other 2 featuring showers. In truth, the shelter boasted its own septic tank, a pressurized freshwater tank attached to the well, and a gray water holding tank for the sinks and showers. The idea was to preserve that water for the gardens in the event of a nuclear attack. Though I'd never told anybody, the total price tag of the fallout shelter equaled the cost of the land and the new house. None of my siblings or their spouses had ever asked, but I'd used half of the insurance money to fund the whole project. I'd found the company that made the shelter online, but before writing the check, I had paid a visit to the manufacturing plant out in West Texas to make sure I was getting what I wanted. The founder of the privately held company had a good idea, using off-the-shelf items that could be easily replaced or overhauled, making easy the process of stocking replacement parts and combining them with innovative, space-saving designs and aesthetically pleasing features. I now realize I was deep in a period of untreated depression at the time, but the sunny, open space of the manufacturing warehouse actually brought a smile to my face when I took the tour. This was reflected in the attention to amenities included, like an extensive DVD on-demand library with screens in each sleeping pod, comfortable memory foam mattresses, and an exercise room with large flat screens for walls. These touches increased the energy budget, but the low-wattage lights and other power-saving features nearly made up the difference, and I was happy to add another row of solar panels to help. Nobody wanted to contemplate the realities of a nuclear war, but trust me, after looking at some of the designs on the market, the average prepper would be opening that hatch after a week and taking a deep breath of strontium just to make the monotony end. Contracting for the expensive fallout shelter had been a calculated risk on my part. I'd actually created a trust and paid the bill out of that account, but I knew if the man wanted to find out who was spending the money, the trick was child's play. Paranoid much? Well, I'd known for years about the federal government closely monitoring the prepper survivalist community. With the number of high-profile mass shootings over the last 2 decades, the Department of Justice decided to closely scrutinize what they perceived to be a fringe movement. Rather than examine our nation's insanely structured mental health system and the parasitic pharmaceutical industry, they decided to target a group without a heavy lobbying presence. Perhaps, secure in their D.C. bubble, the idea of preparing for hard times seemed ludicrous, but out in the real world, the idea had gained more and more credence. All you had to do was survive a hurricane or two and wait for weeks for the lights to come back on to realize that the only person you could rely on was yourself. I was living in Houston when Katrina hit, and I was suitably horrified by the scenes out of New Orleans, but it was actually Hurricane Rita that opened my eyes. Striking on the heels of Katrina, Rita cut a massive path of destruction inland, all the way up past Albany and Jasper counties and into northern Louisiana. My father went 6 weeks without electricity, and nobody in those communities saw a FEMA agent for over 2 weeks. They lived or died based on local resources already overwhelmed by flooded hospitals, downed trees, and wrecked power plants. "What are you thinking about over there?" Mike finally asked, drawing me out of my recollections. "Just thinking about Hurricane Rita and Dad." "You were around for that?" Doyle asked, then flashed red with embarrassment at the impertinence of the question. "I meant, you were living in the area?" "I was living in Houston at the time," I replied. "Mike, were you already in Fort Worth by then?" "Yeah. Remember, we took turns on the weekends running supplies up there to keep the old man going," Mike replied with a little grin as he reminisced. "It was like we were camping out, cooking on that propane camp stove and sitting on the back porch drinking a few beers with Dad. Marta would never go with me, but I remember Colette." As soon as he said the name, Mike's face turned white with horror. We'd gone this whole time without mentioning her name, but like a German landmine left over in some Frenchman's field, sometimes 40 years, much less 4, wasn't enough time for the explosives to degrade, or for the pain to go away. From where she was sitting, Esther couldn't see Mike's face or the tension in my face. "So, who was this Colette?" she asked innocently, and even Wade winced at the question. Despite the reactions of other people, I didn't get mad. Mike sure didn't mean to bring up the name, and Wade's mom wouldn't know it was still a tender subject for me. Tender, meaning like a sucking chest wound. "Colette was my wife," I explained softly. "She died, going on 5 years ago now, I guess. Sorry, but it remains a sore subject for me. I killed her, you see. Her and my son, Charlie." Well, that brought the meeting to a screeching close.
Chapter 14. I had the dream again that night. No surprise, not with all the death on my mind anyway. The dream was basically the same every time. I watched the accident from on high, like a vulture circling his prey, though all I had to go on were the notes and reports from the Houston Police Department investigator assigned to the case. The fine details remained hazy, but I could somehow see Colette's face through the windshield. Her dark hair a halo around her head as she glanced up, checked the rear view for a second, before those big, brown doe eyes flicked back to the road. I endured the ensuing horror and awoke with a gasp, clutching at my dead loved ones only to find my hands empty. Always empty, no matter how hard I tried. If anyone in the house had noticed my cries, that next morning they were too polite to say anything. With the rain persisting, after I finished the morning milking and Marta supervised the egg patrol, Mike and I took the time to conceal his load of rifles in the hay barn. In addition to the haul Mike had already detailed, I noticed he had 2 more AR-15s, a pair of Saiga shotguns converted to the box magazines, and some kind of FN-FAL variant in 7.62 by 51 millimeter, with a giant claw-mounted telescope that looked capable of seeing life on other planets. And we humped case after case of ammunition. After the last gun ban scare, Mike had picked up thousands of rounds of ammo for greatly discounted prices, and he never sold any of it. Most was sealed in old 50-caliber metal cans, but some of the Soviet-era stuff came still packed in cool-looking wooden crates. "Just how many rounds do you have?" I finally asked, after shifting what seemed like my 50th metal ammo can. "No clue," Mike admitted. "Every time I see a good sale, I jump on it. Need some for those oddball calibers I've picked up over the years." Mike and I had very different views on firearms. I looked at them as tools, while Mike saw them as toys. Well, I like to shoot too, so I can't complain, but for Mike, I think it was the joy of collecting. To his credit, Mike never bought showpieces. If something was too valuable or fragile to take out to the nearest gun range and blow through a box of ammo working out the kinks, then he wasn't interested. He might have a rack of those M1 carbines, but he also had 10 or 15,000 rounds of 30-caliber carbine rounds stockpiled for them as well. For me, I took a different approach. For rifles, I owned a few rifles chambered in .30-06, a Marlin 30-30 lever action I used as my saddle rifle, and a few squirrel rifles in .22 LR. For close-in defense, I had a few pistols in 9mm, like the little Kel-Tec pocket pistol, and revolvers in .357 Magnum. I did own an AR-15, but seldom shot it, preferring the feel and recoil of the larger rounds. My background as strictly a deer and rabbit hunter growing up influenced my selections, just like Mike's time in the Army colored his preferences. "You think going back is the right move?" Mike asked as I helped him reload their bags in the SUV and the truck. I still had hay down the back of my shirt, plastered there with the mixture of sweat and rain, and I bit back my frustration with the weather and the heat. My brother deserved my honest answer. "Not really," I conceded, "but you gotta look at the long term. If you drag up now, that's going to make getting another job in teaching that much harder. Just work out that week and get the hell out of town. For all our projections, they are just conjecture. When the situation gets really bad around here, I don't know that we will have a whole lot of warning. You get that itch you've talked about, just grab Marta and the kids and burn rubber." I wasn't just being paranoid. Even with the news being heavily censored, we could tell from the Sunday morning reports that things out west might be even worse than we'd first thought. We had to read between the lines, but I was pretty good at picking up what they weren't reporting. This time, I didn't need Sherlock Holmes to put things together. No sports scores. There had to have been at least 10 games scheduled for Saturday, but nothing on the local or network news about how the Astros or Rangers were doing. I really hoped neither was on a road trip out west, but there was no baseball talk at all. I hadn't watched a game in years, but when I was in my 20s, I'd been an avid Astros fan. Biggio, Berkman, and Bagwell might never have won a World Series, but they gave me hours of entertainment as I enjoyed their exploits. The idea that the new crop of players, who I couldn't even name, might have also died in this catastrophe added another level to my misery. More than the lack of any sports news, though, I found the weather report even more disconcerting. The weather report only covered regional weather, and that was all on the East Coast, which had suffered an unusually high tide. Right, I thought back about my bathtub theory. All the seas and oceans of the world was being pushed around by that impact. But that was the extent of the story. Not even the Weather Channel had radar or satellite images west of the Rocky Mountains, and what they did show was thunderstorms and rain. Everywhere. It was raining everywhere they showed on the screen, from central and eastern Canada all the way down to Mexico. "You good with Wade and Dorothy bringing visitors by?" Mike asked. After my scandalous admission the night before, I'd left any other planning up to Mike. I'd been embarrassed by my outburst, but judging from Wade's expression, he at least knew a little bit more about my background than I'd ever shared. I wondered if Mike had clued him in, or if he'd just done a little internet research after I bought the property. "I meant what I said," I replied, backing what I'd said earlier. "You know it as well as I do. We need more warm bodies to work this place. That greenhouse requires 2, maybe 3 people working it full time if we are expecting to produce anything," I explained truthfully. "That's not even taking security into account. You sure none of your other army buddies are interested in joining us here?" Sadly, I didn't exactly stay in touch with a lot of folks after I got out. Bart was the best of the bunch, and the only ones I'd allow around my wife and kids are all 2 or 3 states away. I still think teaming up with the neighbors is the best bet. And I agree. I just wish the old Bonner place had sold. Be nice to have somebody watching our southern flank, I lamented. The next property to our south had gone on the market a few months back after the elderly owner moved into a nursing home in Woodville, and so far they had no buyers. Mabel Bonner hadn't wanted to go, but her kids insisted, and then they'd hung a huge asking price on the 90-acre property. The old farmhouse was said to need a lot of work, and the 2 ponds required cleaning desperately. But the fields were still in decent shape despite the depredation of the feral hogs digging up the grass. I'd considered making an offer on the land, but after talking to their agent and seeing the list price, I knew we weren't going to be able to come to any kind of arrangement. "Nah, not likely. Probably get some city folk moving out to the country, trying to recreate their McMansion out in the piney woods," Mike observed. "First thing you know, they'd be moving to get a homeowners association started, or a country club." I shook my head at Mike's irreverent humor. After our blow-up in the wake of the tractor supply fiasco, we'd mended our fences and reconciled. The idea that Marta and I would have to sit on Mike's heroic tendencies made me laugh, but I never shared the contents of that conversation with my brother. Because of the weather, Mike and Marta decided to head back while it was still daylight, and all too soon we said our goodbyes, shared out the hugs, and they were driving out the gate. As punishment for his lack of respect for bathroom breaks, Mike was relegated to daddy duty all the way home, driving the SUV with Tommy and Tamara's car seats as his little passengers. Now he got to listen to their complaints and bickering for the entirety of the trip. I stood out on the front porch and waved until they disappeared from sight, then took a seat in one of the rocking chairs and watched the rain fall. I was alone again, and I wondered if my ghosts would leave me be this night. I knew the last 48 hours had left me emotionally exposed and feeling raw, but I worried the worst was yet to come. I wanted to watch the sunset, but the clouds never let up, and before I knew it, day rapidly turned to night, and the rain never stopped. As I sat there watching the rainwater overflow the catchment basins set up at the corner of the house, I wondered if I would ever see another sunset, or would the rain continue until the whole world drowned. With that depressing line of thoughts populating my head, I decided to go watch a little TV before trying to get some sleep. I hoped the television programmers showed a little restraint this evening. I liked Kevin Costner as much as the next guy, but I had a feeling any network that dared to replay his merman fantasy might end up disappearing into one of those black sites the CIA was so famous for operating on foreign soil. I was so not in the mood. Tomorrow was Monday, and I had a business to run and clients to counsel. For some reason, I wanted to get in there and listen to the problems of other people. Maybe hearing their woes would take my mind off all the existential worries swirling in my brain. Week 2. Chapter 15. The next week passed fitfully, and I felt like I had a spot in the cheap seats as an empire crumbled, watching the world rapidly losing traction against the force of the meteorite strike. If you went by the media reports, recovery efforts were in full swing out west, but cracks rapidly formed in the walls of disinformation. I listened to the amateur bands every evening, but the sound quality continued to deteriorate into hissing and static. At first, I wondered if the federal government had some new jamming technology in play, but one of the old-school radio operators opined the high amounts of ionizing radiation, ash, and particulates in the air were having some impact on wave propagation. That explanation made me go back to wishing the feds were messing with the transmissions. What I managed to decipher filled me with mounting dread. Most preppers don't want to ever see the scenarios they prep for come to pass. Nobody who has home insurance wants to see their house burn down. Well, except maybe those people who can't make their mortgage payments. That idea got me to thinking that many of the people out looting and setting fires did so because they felt like they had nothing to lose. In the places where National Guard troops were available to assist the police, the looters were dealt with harshly. But the soldiers couldn't be everywhere, and the rioters learned the new limits and how to circumvent them. Where that violence did recede, I had a feeling the forces of chaos, those who felt like they had nothing to lose, were simply laying low, waiting for their next moment to strike. As I'd feared, Monday saw a new executive order signed, limiting bank withdrawals to $300 for personal accounts. The president wisely decided to leave business accounts alone for the moment, as otherwise the economy would have shut down shortly thereafter. He issued an order directing all facets of the stock market under U.S. purview and all commodities trading to shut down for a cooling-off period while the damage assessment took place. This didn't directly affect the rest of the world's stock exchanges, of course, but they took the hint. The Japanese Nikkei index, or the Chinese exchanges in Shanghai or Hong Kong, which usually at least got a mention in the global markets, seemed to have disappeared. Bloomberg and Fox Business News, I noticed, were both off the air. None of the newsreaders commented on the absence of the foreign markets, but I did notice quite a bit of chatter praising the president's common-sense approach to the economic issues.
Since his party had a better relationship with certain networks, I wasn't surprised, but they acted like the man had cured cancer, when in reality, any first-year business student could have pointed the need for cash flow in an ongoing enterprise. Companies needed access to their money to pay salaries and purchase stock, if nothing else. This didn't stop the protesters from coming out in force, waving their banners and throwing their rocks and glass bottles. I also picked up rumors of something happening on the border, but I saw nothing mentioned on the news. Just some reports from one of the hams commenting on military convoys headed to the Arizona border. With the tent city outside Phoenix continuing to grow every hour, I assumed it was related to this occurrence. I was wrong, but didn't find out the truth for quite some time. As for my work, I stayed in the office every day that week, as the courts were closed and my probate hearings were reset. Instead, I experienced a sudden spike in business later in the week as the chronic procrastinators in the community felt compelled to get their affairs in order. I ended up staying late 3 of those evenings, drafting wills for people that should have been done years ago, but they'd never gotten around to it. I deposited the fees for this work into the business account, and then I quickly withdrew the cash as soon as the checks cleared. I hated letting the tellers at the bank know my affairs, but I also didn't want to let my cash reserves drop too low either. On Wednesday, the sheriff reappeared at his office, or at least I saw the customized Ford Expedition the county bought for the man, parked in his personal parking space. I never saw Sheriff Landshire in person, and his deputies never got out of their cruisers as they resumed patrolling the streets of New Albany. I imagine Buddy Cromwell, the chief of New Albany's minuscule police force, might have had a few cross words with the county commissioners, but nothing was ever reported in my hearing. As an outsider, my access to the local grapevine was still tenuous. I resolved to check in with Wade over the weekend to get the scoop. By Friday, I was on pins and needles as I waited to hear from Mike. I tried calling him on the drive home that evening, but I couldn't get my call to go through. I knew this was the last day of classes for him, but I couldn't remember if he said he had more administrative responsibilities that would keep him in Fort Worth. By this time, cell service was more or less restored, though for some unexplained reason the dead zones in the county grew to about twice their previous size. No explanation from my cell company regarding this recent failure, and no grace period for making payments either, I was informed in a wordy but somehow terse text message from my service provider. They weren't affected by the president's temporary moratorium on utility and tax payments in the zone areas. That was both the first indication of utilities I'd seen mentioned and the first reference to the devastated 5 western states as simply the zone. They were even thorough enough to put the new label in quotes and then provided a brief description of the affected areas. The 5 disaster zone states were officially Hawaii, Alaska, Washington, Oregon, and California, but areas in other states were becoming entangled as well. The president quietly added Nevada, Montana, and Idaho to the disaster zone designations, even though they were supposedly unaffected by the quakes. This was done, so the press release claimed, to expedite the temporary relocation of residents from those areas so affected. I wondered about this, and I also couldn't figure out why FEMA had chosen the cities they went with for these displaced persons facilities. Okay, Phoenix made sense. It was more or less on a straight shot from Los Angeles and San Diego, and the sprawling city in the desert had a large infrastructure to call into service. The same with Denver. But Minneapolis? Sure, large city with resources perhaps equal to those of Denver, But why pick a sanctuary so far to the east? I felt the answer was right on the cusp of discovery, so I left the question to percolate while I finished the drive home. At least the rains had stopped for the time being. 5 days of near-constant rainfall filled all the nearby reservoirs and turned the gently flowing creeks into raging torrents of runoff. I'd rapidly fished out my water turbine, using the front-end loader on my old Massey Ferguson when I finally realized the danger, and I hoped the device would still operate. Assuming the rains stayed absent long enough for the water level to fall. The rushing water already undermined the bank of the creek on one side, the unrelenting force cutting into the side of the small hill like a razor blade. Once I pulled into the circle in front of the house, I debated leaving the Subaru out or storing it in the garage. Garage, I finally decided, and pulled the old car into the stall reserved for its use. I had ordered a number of replacement parts for the 10-year-old vehicle, and I wasn't sure I could even install the parts correctly, but better to have than not. Plus, I'd purchased them used from a wholesaler in Beaumont, so I'd gotten a good deal when I hauled them home. He'd thought I was in the auto restoration business after I did a similar order for the farm truck and my pickup. Just my pack rat tendencies, and having a nose for a good deal. Once inside, I nuked a bowl of chili left over from the night before and retreated to my office. I alternated between watching the news and glancing at the stack of monitors arrayed across the back of the desk. It looked like something from a prison movie, where the guards could watch the inmates via closed-circuit TV. That was the idea, anyway. Other than the camera at the gate, I seldom used the others to save on their batteries, but given recent events, I was glad for the extra security. In addition to the CCTV camera I had on the call box at the gate, Mike and I had mounted similar wireless cameras to the corners of the house on 2 sides with a view of the fields, and then installed another pair of cameras on the big barn and the back side of the machinery trailer barn to give us coverage in all 4 directions. There were obvious blind spots, of course, like the walkway intersection where the corners of the stables, hay barn, and garage met, but I'd installed another camera up on the side of the second story of the hay barn that looked down on the 10-foot-wide crossroads. I used that route all the time, and I already had a plan for how to seal it, should the need arise. While my eyes might have been moving back and forth between the different monitors, my fingers were otherwise occupied as I kept pressing redial on my phone. Each time, the call would simply fail, and I would try again. When Mike finally picked up, I almost hung up on him out of habit. "What you no good?" Mike asked, his tone ringing with frustration. "Not a darn thing, since I can tell you're on your house phone," I replied irritably. "Decided to stay?" Look, I just finished up my last day of classroom, and I have another week to get the grades in, for what that's worth. Marta emailed an application to Christus in Jasper, but she hasn't heard back. With the way this week has been going, we don't want to make a misstep, is all. We're on high alert, packed and ready to roll, but Marta doesn't want to get a bad evaluation from her last job any more than I do. I released a sigh, unable to argue with my brother in this matter. He was making the careful moves, after all. If we were wrong about all our calculations, he and his wife could be throwing away their futures. In his defense, the situation in his neck of the woods seemed limited to rioting in south and eastern parts of Dallas, but Fort Worth looked to be pulling together, not breaking down. "I hear you. I was just hoping you were coming down. Wade and Dorothy are bringing Nancy and her daughter by this weekend is all." "Don't worry about it," Mike coached, just like he was giving instructions to one of the kids on his wrestling team. "Just get in there, make your evaluation based on her skills and compatibility, and wave bye-bye when you're done. Easy as pie. Sometimes I can't tell when you are pretending to channel Forrest Gump and when you are genuinely sounding like a dumbass and need correction, I grumped back. She's Dorothy's little sister, so we have to agree to take them in when the time comes. Well, then that should complete your evaluation right there, bro, Mike went on, but his next words were not as playful or trite. Brian, just talk to the lady and her daughter. You do that all the time in your job. And try to think back. She was there at the meeting, so try to recall what you can about her mannerisms and attitudes on display there. What questions she asked, and why. This is not exactly rocket surgery. More like brain science, I bitched, and Mike just laughed at my pissy mood. All right, I'll take care of it, I finally muttered. Then casually, I asked the question that had been bugging me. Hey, I was wondering, is there something special about Minneapolis? The line for the disaster evacuation zone jumps way far back east the further north you go. This time it was Mike's turn to grunt with frustration, and I realized he still felt constrained by the threat of the men in black visiting his door if he said something out of line. Just look at the map again, Brian. I'm sure you'll see Yogi and Boo Boo's neighborhood. Fighting to pretend like nothing was wrong, I ended the phone call with a non-committal, "See you when I see you, bro. Take care of the family." With that said, I dropped the call and returned the cell to the charger. I'd taken to keeping all of my devices fully charged just in case. Then I slid the empty bowl out of my way and opened the left side desk drawer. Reaching down without looking, I dug out one of the paper atlases I kept in the hanging file. Yep, U.S. Atlas. Flipping open to the centerfold map, I traced a finger along the location of the 3 cities, again noting the exaggerated bow at the top. Sliding my finger west on the old paper surface, I stopped when I reached the great green expanse centered around Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, reading the name in the middle. Yellowstone National Park. Oh, crap, I whispered. The pieces clicked into place, and I felt like a dumbass for not seeing it first. They have reason to think Yellowstone might erupt too. I wondered if they were receiving data to that effect, or if it was just in an abundance of caution. Whether the U.S. Geological Survey or Homeland Security was calling the shots on this could make a huge difference, but I didn't have the right contacts to find out. A large enough eruption at Yellowstone could mean the end, not just the end of our nation or our current civilization, but possibly the end of the human race. On top of the already massive losses suffered from the meteor impact, if we suffered a supervolcano eruption along the lines of the 3 previous massive eruptions, then turn out the lights and get ready for the long night. I stayed up late Friday night, alternating between the blather on the television and the sad tidings on the radio. Neither mentioned an uptick in seismic activity around Yellowstone, though there were plenty of other hot spots mentioned. Feeling morbid and slightly overwhelmed, I finally hit the sheets about 2 a.m. Once again, nightmares haunted my restless sleep. Chapter 16. As soon as I saw Nancy, I immediately recognized her as the younger lady who'd asked such good questions at the husband's family powwow. I wanted to say something witty or intelligent, but I was in need of some help at the moment. "Grab a bucket from the shed, please." I'd greatly underestimated the number of cantaloupes this year, and with the soggy soil, I need to get all of these ripened melons up and into the house before they began to rot on the ground. I knelt next to one of the dozen cantaloupe hills I'd planted in the spring, and I realized I should have trimmed back these plants even more. When Wade called to let me know he was on the way over with his sister-in-law for a visit,
I'd only planned to step out into the garden for a quick check, but seeing the state of the melons and aware the rain clouds were gathering once again, I started filling up the first bucket with melons and got lost in the work. Because Wade was one of the few people with the gate code, I was happy to let him find his way around to the garden while I worked. Since the layout of the garden varied each year as I rotated the crops, necessary to prevent the development of certain types of root rot and a depletion of vital nutrients, the luck of the draw meant I was on the wrong side of the garden patch when I piled the last few melons in, and I still had 2 more hills to harvest. I found myself nearly a quarter-mile from the garden shed where I stored the stacks of garden buckets and tools. Squelching along in my rubber boots as I stepped between the rows, I was still slogging back over to the garden shed when the trio turned the corner and came into view. "What's the hurry, neighbor?" Wade called as he ducked into the little wooden building and retrieved another 5-gallon plastic bucket. I was proud to say I wasn't out of breath when I set the first bucket aside and took the proffered handle from Wade. "Those cantaloupes are all going home with you, Wade. They've gone full slip already, so eat 'em quick. The rest are not quite as far along, but if I don't get them today, I might as well let them go to seed with this next round of rain coming. That or feed 'em to the hogs." Wade nodded his understanding, then gestured to his 2 companions. "Brian, this is Nancy Prentice and her daughter Lisa. Nancy, Lisa, this is our neighbor, Brian." Pulling off my gloves awkwardly, I stuck out a hand and shook with first Nancy and then Lisa. Lisa had a typical soft hand of a little girl, but her mom's hand was strong and lightly calloused. Nancy looked me in the eye when she worked my hand, and I could see caution and perhaps a touch of curiosity there. "Not exactly what I was expecting to find you doing, Mr. Hardin," Nancy said with a small smile. "I thought you'd be inside, working on some legal documents or something like that. That's only during the weekdays. On the weekends, I tend to my gardens and take care of the animals. Well, except for milking the cow. That chore has to be done every morning, or Maisie gets upset." "Who's Maisie?" Lisa asked, her voice still high and girlish, piping like a bird. "That's my milk cow," I replied. "What kind is she?" "She's a black Angus, so that way I get chocolate milk," I replied, and the little girl's mouth fell open in surprise. I tried to keep from laughing, but Wade spoiled the moment when he couldn't control his manly giggles. "What? I don't get it," Lisa complained, and I quickly explained that Maisie was a Jersey, and that I was just making an old dairyman's joke about where chocolate milk comes from. "Oh, I guess that is kind of funny, but what is a Jersey, or is that a joke too?" Lisa was a near clone of her mother, but on a smaller scale. She had the same honey-blonde hair as her mother, perhaps a shade or 2 lighter, worn long in a French braid down her back. Like her mother, Lisa had big blue eyes that almost seemed too big for her small features. Where her mother seemed right at home with the black soil and mulch of the garden, her daughter held herself stiffly, as if afraid of getting dirty. "No, ma'am, they are real. If you and your mom would like a tour, I can show you one over in the barn," I volunteered, and Nancy quickly accepted my offer, but Lisa still looked skeptical. "I don't want to get my shoes dirty," Lisa carefully explained, drawing on the full dignity of a girl or young woman her age. That made sense, and Wade and I escorted the ladies back to the house while I hauled the full bucket over and deposited it in the bed of Wade's truck. In the mudroom, I picked out several pairs of rubber boots for Nancy, Lisa, and Wade, who as usual was wearing his cowboy boots this morning. "Who do these belong to?" Lisa asked softly, peering closely as a pair of pink boots with daffodils on the side.
"Those are probably Rachel's," I explained, referring to Nikki's daughter, and then pointed at the slightly larger pair Nancy picked up. "Those belong to my sister-in-law Marta. She has small feet, too." Nancy laughed, a real hearty laugh that was in no way related to the polite titter women usually use in mixed company. "Yeah, I don't exactly have small feet," she admitted. "I wear an 8 easy. I probably should move up to the next size." "Well, you can try Nikki's, but she's got feet like a moose." "Dang," Wade blurted out. "I'm going to be sure and tell her that next time I see her. She's going to get you good." "Is your sister as big as you and your brother?" Nancy asked, amused and curious at the same time. "No, she's just a little thing, about your size," I said, "but she inherited the hardened size when it comes to feet. I wear a size 14, and Mike is a size smaller."
Brian, I'm tall for a girl," Nancy protested. "I'm nearly 5'10" barefoot." I turned away to hide my embarrassment at my familiar tone while bantering with Nancy and her daughter. Wade I was comfortable with, but I'd only just met this mother and her child, and here I was chattering away with them like old friends. I realized that was how they felt, like people I'd known for ages, rather than near strangers.
"Nancy, Brian's sister is 5'10" easy. You should see his cousin Mary. She's at least 1, maybe 2 inches over 6 feet. I'm sure that's what Brian's measuring from." Thankful for Wade's timely intercession, I nodded before rejoining the conversation while the ladies tried on boots. On my father's side, we tend to be tall and slender. On my mother's side, it was not quite as tall and wide. Mike and I both got the tall and wide genes, and our sister got the not quite so tall but slender combination. On the Harden side, I can think of at least 3 female cousins who top 6 feet. It made for some pretty competitive backyard basketball games growing up. That comment got the conversation onto high school sports, where I discovered Nancy had lettered in both basketball and softball at Little Cypress Morrisville in Orange. LCM was a large school, in the 4A or 5A range, I thought, so that was not an easy accomplishment with all the competition involved. I said as much, and I thought Nancy blushed at the comment. "Shoot, Brian, she was good enough to get a basketball scholarship to Lamar," Wade added, and then he looked away, embarrassed for some reason. Then I did the quick math and figured it out. Wade had said Nancy was 4 years younger than Dorothy, who I knew was 36. That made Nancy about 32, and with Lisa being 12, then Nancy was in college when she had her daughter, so I figured that was the story. Deciding to move on to other topics, I got busy getting everyone situated with the required footwear and began the tour, starting with the barnyard side first. I admit, I felt more than a little pride while giving the tour, and Wade didn't hurt by pointing out how I'd helped with some of the construction. I'm sure both Nancy and Lisa had already seen plenty of similar structures at Wade's house, so I moved quickly through the physical structures and led the way to what I figured would get me the best response. "And over here we have the stables," I explained, gesturing to the 10-stall horse barn we'd added on the backside of the massive hay barn. In addition to the stalls, I'd made sure we had a large tack room and an oversized 5-acre corral for the horses to exercise. In truth, I hadn't planned on horses. That was a Marta and Nikki decision, and I went along with it when they pooled the money to pay for the barn. 4 years ago, Marta already had a 10-year-old mare named Quicksilver that she'd been boarding for nearly 5 years, a gift from her elderly, horse-breeding uncle who lived in Tennessee. Quicksilver was more pet than riding stock, but I found out Marta was shelling out nearly $400 a month for the horse in boarding fees. Now that we had the first horse, Nikki was not long in getting her own. Another mare, this one a buckskin with no particularly distinguished lineage. So, in the next few years, our equine population grew to 8 horses, 4 mares for riding, plus a filly and a colt, and a pair of big geldings I'd been training to pull a hay wagon in the local Cowboys' Days parade. We'd lost Silver just last year, at the ripe old age of 16, to colic, and I replaced her with a blue roan mare I'd picked up for $300 at auction. I'd outbid the dog food purchaser, and I'd tried to name her Kibble. I was overruled, and Tamara won the name game with her suggestion of Azure. It was blue, too, but nothing like the horse in question. The horses normally shared a pasture with the cows, forming their own little herd, and I left the gate open to their corral if they wanted to get in out of the rain. Today, I found 3 of the mares congregated under the weather awning, even though the rain hadn't started yet. "Can I pet them?" Lisa immediately asked, her bright eyes shining at the prospect. "May I pet them?" Nancy corrected, and the tween gave her mother a long-suffering sigh before rephrasing the question properly. "Sure, but don't be surprised if they get close," I warned her. "They won't hurt you, but some of them, especially Cupcake there," I pointed to the smallest of the trio, a 3-year-old filly who was the offspring of Pumpkin, Nikki's buckskin mare, "are very curious about new people. She might even try to get into your shirt pocket, thinking you have a treat for her." Lisa gave me a serious stare, and I saw her mother try to hide her grin. Obviously, Nancy had been around horses at some time in her life because she didn't bat an eyelash at the admonition. "Why would she try to do that?" Lisa asked, her voice showing the first sign of nerves as we drew closer to the wooden fence separating the small corral from the rest of what we considered the backyard. I veered away from the fence, though, and headed into the barn. Before Lisa could speak again, I held up a finger in her direction to forestall further questions and fished around on one of the high shelves built adjacent to the entryway. Aha! Found it, I thought, as I pulled out the sealed plastic box and peeled off the top, turning and extending the open box. "What are those?" Lisa asked with a curled lip of dismay. The brownish pieces did resemble cracked leather. "Dehydrated apple slices," I explained. "The reason Cupcake, or even her mom Pumpkin there, might go digging in your shirt pocket. That's where I usually hide them," I admitted with a shrug. "But if you want to, you can just hold them in your hand, like this." I demonstrated, palm up, "and Cupcake will be your friend." "Really?" I laughed at her sudden shift back to eager child at the idea of making friends with the horses. She reminded me of my niece Rachel, who was only a year younger and completely horse-crazy. "Really? But it only lasts for about 5 minutes, then she forgets who you are. Horses are like that," I confided, adding the last bit with a sad sigh, and Nancy and Wade both laughed. After taking the ladies around the rest of the farmstead for their tour, Nancy and Lisa assisted with the collection of the remainder of the ripe cantaloupes. Judging from the condition of the other plants, I was confident we would continue having more of the sweet melons ripening for several more weeks to come. Back at the house, Nancy indicated she was ready to talk about the real reason for the visit, and Wade offered to take Lisa home with him to give us some privacy. I told Nancy I would be happy to give her a ride home, and then I accused Wade of simply wanting to make off with the cantaloupes before Nancy could even get a bite. Lisa laughed along with everyone else, and she didn't bat an eye at going off down the road with her uncle. "Dorothy and Wade have been a godsend," Nancy explained as we sat drinking tea in the kitchen.
She preferred hot tea to coffee, and I hadn't used any of my Bigelows in a while, so I made some for us both. After I finally got up the gumption to leave Texarkana and get out from under Nolan's thumb, they have helped me every step of the way. First, with giving me a place to stay, and then with Wade putting in a word for me at the REA. The Rural Electrification Agency was a leftover from New Deal days, when the government was cranking out infrastructure jobs to give working men something to do when employment hit the rocks. Fast forward to today, and the locals still called it the REA, or the co-op, when referring to their electric provider. Albany County Co-op was the commercial power supplier to my farm and everyone else who lived in the county. That's good, I agreed. Getting on with the power company can't be a bad job. What they have you doing? Running a loader in the yard, she explained with a shy little grin. They can't put a girl out in public running any of that heavy equipment, or some old biddy's heads might explode. If I'm doing the loading back in the pole stacks, though, nobody will be complaining. I wish I was that good with running equipment, I admitted. I can run the backhoe and dig a halfway decent hole, but I don't have the touch to do anything more complicated. I imagine that's why you went to law school, Mr. Attorney, Nancy said with a grin that was a bit more confident than before. So you could hire that work done. And having me around to do that would be a good thing, right? You are correct, Ms. Prentice, I replied honestly. I could sense she was finished fencing around the topic and was ready to get to the point, but I had one more subject to address. Before we move on to other things, I feel like I need to explain a few things about me. I'm a widower now, and I lost my wife and son almost 5 years ago. Dorothy and Wade probably told you some of the background already, but I'm sorry if I let my emotions get the better of me the other day. I don't talk about my family much, and I know I should be moving on by now, but honestly, I still feel like what happened was my fault. Wasn't the other driver drunk? Nancy asked, hesitation evident in her tone. This was obviously deeper family melodrama than she was expecting, but as I expected, Wade and Dorothy had given her the highlights. He was, and yes, the roads were icy that morning, but that doesn't make me feel any less guilty. I looked away, staring out at the storm-drenched landscape. This country lifestyle would never have suited Colette, I realized for the 1,000th time since I'd bought the property. My small-town girl had wanted nothing to do with the slow pace of country living, not after experiencing the hubbub and energy of a city like Houston. Maybe that was the real reason for my guilt, I thought sourly. That, also, was not a new thought. If I'd just taken the 15 minutes that morning to drive my son to school, then maybe my wife and son would still be alive. But I was too busy that day, too wrapped up with my job. Colette, she was never that comfortable driving on ice, so maybe it affected her trying to avoid the collision, I explained as the sharp claws of my loss and guilt tore at my belly. Even in my misery, I felt those light blue eyes bearing down on me, like she was peering into my soul, before Nancy finally made her response. You didn't do it, and you can't second-guess every move, Brian. Trust me, there are plenty of times I wish I had a time machine, or the ability to see the future. Doesn't work, and sometimes the thing you think you want to change the most turns out to be something you couldn't live without. Looking away, I felt the first sting of tears threaten, and I got up to get more coffee, since the slightly sweet herbal tea wasn't cutting it anymore. That and the movement gave me a few moments to regain my composure. In my head, I can see you're right, Nancy, but I still feel like a loser for what happened. See, I almost said for what I let happen, so on top of being a failure, I'm also an egotistical son of a bitch." I thought I saw Nancy quirk a sliver of a smile with that admission. Then she squared her shoulders, and I expected some chipper words of encouragement. What I got instead made me sit back in my seat in surprise. "When I was 20, this boy I'd dated a few times in college slipped me a roofie and raped me," Nancy said. "He kept me tied up in his room all weekend. I wasn't on birth control because I was a good girl, committed to remaining a virgin until marriage." "Holy shit," I whispered, stunned by this revelation from out of the blue. I looked at Nancy, and instead of hurt or anger, I saw confidence and strength on her face. Then I understood. "Lisa," I said softly. "I tried to report the assault to the campus police, which was my first mistake," Nancy went on. "Nolan's family were big contributors to the school, and word quickly got back to his father. I was taken to the hospital, and there they performed tests, including a tox screen for the remnants of the drug in my system. When I was finally released, I went to report the crime to the real police, and I found out all the evidence the hospital had collected was missing." I nodded. I could see that happening, when there's enough money involved. Idly, I wondered if Bernard Landshire, our current sheriff, had been working in Beaumont at the time. Sounded like a classic Landshire move, after all. "I was devastated when the charges against Nolan were dropped, but that was only the first step. The college, no doubt fearful of the repercussions, promptly expelled me for, get this, drug abuse. I was there on a partial scholarship, which, of course, went away as well. About that time, I found out I was pregnant." Why is he even still alive? The words burst forth like a reflex, pouring out before I had time to think. I think I blushed then, again turning away. Surprisingly, Nancy laughed at my display of sudden anger. "I told Dorothy you had some fire in you still," Nancy explained, meeting my gaze when I dared look back in her direction. "You'd do it, too. On the unsubstantiated word of a stranger, you'll kill my ex-boyfriend and bury him deep. If my daddy hadn't been in a nursing home at the time, I'm sure he would have done the job himself." Hiding behind my coffee mug, I thought about all that had been said and not said. "I take it you never actually married the creep?" "No, that's for Lisa's benefit. She still thinks we were married when she was a baby, and I don't have the heart to disillusion her. She's had plenty of time to learn her father is not a good person, though. He's never once visited, or even sent her a birthday gift." "That's pretty cold, even for a raping scumbag," I agreed. "I did manage to sue him for child support after I moved away and got a decent lawyer. He tried to fight the paternity test, but it was a foregone conclusion. His daddy got involved after that, once he found out there was a child on the way, and he made Nolan take care of some things for the sake of the baby. After Lisa was born, the old man wasn't so pleased, since he was wanting a grandson instead. Still, I had a house and a job in Texarkana, provided by Mr. Seeger." "That's Nolan's father?" "Yeah. He actually came and saw Lisa a few times, even though his son never did. I think he felt guilty over what a monster his boy turned into. Anyway, when Robert Seeger took sick last year, things got bad again. Nolan somehow got control of the company, and he was appointed guardian for his father. The house in Texarkana was only a rental, so I got turned out in the street, and the job suddenly went up in smoke. But Dorothy was there for me, and she worked her magic to help me find a job and an apartment here in Albany County. The only way I could get back at Nolan was to pursue the outstanding child support, and now he's got another warrant out." Digesting what she'd said, I realized Nancy Prentice was probably the strongest person I'd ever met. She'd lost everything to someone she thought she could trust, and not only had she survived, she had done it without turning into a hateful, bitter person.
I think I get what you mean by having a time machine.
Yes, if I'd had one back then, Nancy conceded, I might have deprived myself of the best thing in my life. Lisa is not just a sweet, smart little girl. She's my best friend, and the reason I get up to go to work every day. All right, now that we have all the skeletons flushed out of the closets, we can get down to the real reason Dorothy and Wade wanted you to visit. Briefly, I gave Nancy a rundown on the conversation we'd had the night a week ago after she had gone home. Without going into any details, I explained how Doyle and Wade planned to open up spaces at their respective farms for family members to hunker down as the situation became more unstable. "Who raised the idea of me staying here?" Nancy asked with a carefully neutral tone, and I forced myself not to laugh. "Your sister. Honestly, I didn't even know Dorothy had a younger sister until she brought you up." "Well, I would say she was trying her hand as a matchmaker," Nancy explained archly. "But if Wade's little sister Suzanne is staying with them, I think it's more to keep her husband Wilton away from me. The guy just can't take a hint when it comes to the ladies, and he's already hit on me a couple of times." The realization that Nancy was an attractive woman hit me suddenly, though in abstract I could see all of the pieces already in place. "I'm not sure of the distribution, but you are more than welcome when the time comes. We will need the extra hands for planting and help with the kids. With Lisa, that will be 5 under the age of 13 if all my siblings are in residence." "And where would you have me stay?" "You might hear us joke about the bunkhouse, but that single wide has 3 bedrooms and an updated kitchen and bathroom. I pointed it out during the tour, but we can go over and you can give it a better look-see." "So, are you a prepper, like Wade?"
Not exactly," I hedged. "We've tried to focus more on sustainable living, like the early homesteaders, but with electricity, running water, and other modern conveniences, of course."
"So you are a prepper, whatever you want to call it," Nancy concluded. "Don't worry. You're offering me a safe haven for my child in a time of uncertainty. I'd be a fool to betray your trust."
"Thank you," I murmured, feeling a mixture of amusement and amazement at her humor and quick grasp of the situation. I decided more of an explanation might be in order. "I know Wade's Uncle Doyle doesn't care that much about who knows he's into preparedness, but here we try to maintain a low-key approach." Nancy gave me a searching look, then nodded.
"You don't want to attract attention. How does that work?"
I felt a touch of apprehension, but Nancy knew her own future safety might hinge on this understanding, so I gave her my spiel. "We try to stay under the radar. Some people call it the gray man method for the sake of security."
"What does that mean, exactly?"
"Well, I try to keep my political views and opinions as my own business, for one thing. You'll notice I don't have any bumper stickers or window decals on my vehicles. An NRA logo or "This truck protected by Smith & Wesson" might be cool, but it broadcasts your affiliations and supposed allegiances too much for my taste. For another example, I don't buy ammunition from any of the internet suppliers or order any prepper-style foodstuffs online."
"You don't want to advertise," Nancy noted thoughtfully.
"You got it. I don't want to stand out in the crowd. Even Wade didn't know, not for sure, until I fessed up," I added with a little laugh. "Nobody from the post office or UPS is going to notice any unusual packages being delivered to my front door."
But didn't your brother say something the other night about making purchases with the long life in mind?
Sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean buying from some specialized online retailer, I explained. I'm a member of Sam's Club, but I get, or I should say got, a lot of those kinds of things at Walmart, including my ammunition, paper products, long shelf-life foods, and the like. I always pay cash, and if I'm picking up a particularly large load, I go someplace like Silsby or Beaumont to make the purchase.
You're not just staying under the radar with your neighbors, Nancy exclaimed, then lowered her voice as the light dawned. You don't want to show up on any government lists, do you?
I nodded slowly. Nancy really was sharp, and I decided to share more than I'd originally planned. Look, the feds were already nervous about preppers, despite their stated position of not opposing the federal or state governments. But the FBI and Homeland were really paranoid about anyone they suspected being members of any militia group. That was before this all happened. Now? Well, let's just say some of the things I'm hearing on shortwave don't fill me with a lot of hope for the future. So we don't have any cute little paramilitary camo outfits in storage, nor do we fly the Gadsden flag out in front of our house.
And that's because, Nancy asked, fishing for an explanation.
Those are the kinds of things they expect a militia to do, I supplied, and she nodded, though she was still unsure about the flag thing. And I went on to explain how it was the yellow flag with a coiled rattlesnake with the "Don't Tread on Me" logo underneath.
Oh, I know that one. I've seen it on some trucks before.
Yep, and that's why I don't do it. Hey, I've got nothing against the flag or what it stands for, but I don't feel like painting a big old target on myself or my family here. Same thing with the camo stuff. Mike and my brother-in-law Patrick have plenty of that stuff from when they were in the Army. I just prefer the real tree hunting patterns. For whatever reason, they don't seem to upset the feds as much.
You really think the black helicopters might show up out here? Nancy asked with a laugh, and I gave her a scowl before chuckling.
Don't poke the bear. That's always been my motto. I just want to live in peace out here, raise my livestock, and grow the gardens. I'm not expecting an Orwellian government takeover, if that's what you mean, even after the disasters we've endured.
Nancy looked down at the cup of tea growing cold in her hands, and then glanced up, her expression serious. How bad do you think this is going to get, honestly? I know you're worried, and Wade and Dorothy are worried for me. What do you think is going to happen?
I am worried the feds are going to end up eventually confiscating farms and seizing stored food, I admitted openly. I'm much more worried about hungry outsiders showing up with a truckload of shooters demanding their fair share of the garden harvest, or wanting to shoot one of my cows and wasting half the meat after they do it.
Fair share? How does that even work?
Everything they can get their hands on, if we aren't willing to protect it. If you are living here, that means you and I and every other adult here is willing to protect the food, or the children here will go hungry.
You asked me, how bad is this going to get?
I paused and elaborately shrugged my shoulders. I don't have the answer to your question, but I suspect there will come a time when we will have to fight that horde of hungry raiders. Are you willing to do that? Nancy didn't hesitate, and she looked me in the eye when she spoke.
I'll do whatever it takes to feed and protect my daughter, Brian. If that means killing to do it, then so be it. I'm scared for the future, but I'll be damned if I'll let anything happen to that girl, if I can prevent it.
Then welcome to the farm, Nancy, I said. By the time I ended up driving Nancy back over to her sister's house, the overcast day had given way to dusk, and the rains came again with a touch of chill in the air.
Before she left, Nancy and I talked of many things after those first few tense minutes. This included everything Mike, Marta, and I could piece together about the meteorite and how the impactor might have destabilized the Ring of Fire. I kept silent on the possibility of Yellowstone erupting, since that was something beyond my ability to prepare, or likely survive. Best to leave that sleeping dog out on the porch for the time being. Chapter 17. If Saturday was a slow day, then Sunday quickly took up the slack. I hadn't gotten much sleep after my visit with Nancy Prentice, tossing and turning through a nightmare-plagued night. Finally, throwing in the towel about 4 a.m., I went out to the tack room and worked over some of the leather gear for the saddles and harnesses until the first tinge of false dawn lightened the sky. With all the moisture in the air, I worried about things like the leather going bad and mold spreading. Even with pressure-treated lumber, I also had concerns about rot setting in if the weather stayed the same. Damn. If I'd wanted this kind of environment, I could have moved to Seattle. Then I remembered that meant I would likely be dead now. Okay, that train of thought needed to be derailed, so I did what I always do when life gets me down. I got to work. By 6 a.m., I had Maisie milked and the product strained and ready to be added to the chiller. Since I couldn't legally sell the milk, I usually fed what I didn't use to the pregnant sows. Wade had mentioned wanting some fresh milk, so I took some of yesterday's haul from the chiller and poured up a gallon for him before adding the most recent bucket of milk into the converted chest freezer. That was best, since I still needed to separate the cream off today's harvest. I'd be making butter later, and I could use that extra cream then. The other reason I gave Wade yesterday's milk was purely aesthetic. Fresh from the udder milk was fine, but some people didn't like warm milk and preferred it chilled. Hence the gallon plastic jug full of cool milk waiting in the fridge. Next, I stepped next door and raided the chickens for a basket full of eggs. 3 of the older hens were getting broody, so I left them to their job and jotted down a note to turn the rooster in again tomorrow. After that quick note to myself, I grabbed 2 of my generic plastic egg cartons, filled them up, and set them aside for Wade as well. We usually didn't produce enough eggs to find a market for them, but when Mike and Marta did their summer produce stand at the local flea market, I usually saved up a few cartons for them to sell. They split the money with me, but the idea was more to fit in with the locals than to build our retirement accounts. Nothing says local quicker than standing out in the sun hawking bags of potatoes and baskets of Roma tomatoes. In fact, now that Mike was done with school for the summer, we would have to talk about whether they were going to do the produce stand this year. This was a Mike project, but Tommy came with his dad last year and had a blast while Tamara was spending the week with her grandmother up in Denton. Thinking about Marta's mother got me to wondering about other extended family and what, if anything, to do with them. Marta's mother, Beatrice, was a wonderful woman, but not exactly someone who would do well in this new world if things went as we feared. She was a true Southern belle, and I knew we needed to figure out the right way to approach her for our invitation. With those thoughts on my mind, I headed for the gate. I thumbed the electric opener, and I don't know who was more shocked, me or the dirty, bearded man with a pair of pliers in his hand, standing next to the steel post, holding the gate controls. He froze for a split second, his bloodshot eyes locked with mine. Then he dropped the pliers and began clawing at the waist of his oil-splattered coveralls, even as the nose of my old pickup rolled closer to him. I saw a glint of metal and knew he was going for a pistol. Had he been on the driver's side, I'd like to think I would have had the presence of mind to bash him with my door. Sadly, he was on the passenger side, and I noticed he was drawing his pistol about the same time I remembered leaving my jacket and the little Kel-Tec in the mudroom. The only weapon I had in the truck was my hog gun stashed behind the truck seat, and I knew there was no way to get that Model 742 out before this lowlife got his shots off. Almost by instinct, I turned the wheel ever so slightly, the front quarter panel brushing against the armed assailant at my front gate. I heard a sharp pop, and then another, but I couldn't tell where his shots had struck, and I wasn't feeling anything other than terror at the moment. My little 1983 Nissan 720 was a light, small-frame, short-bed pickup, so I was surprised by how far the would-be intruder flew when the truck struck him. I guess light is a relative term, and the filthy man bounced once across the calish before rolling over and taking off at a sprint towards his primer-colored Cavalier parked on the side of the road. By the time I slammed on the brakes and hopped out of the still-running pickup, the dirty man in his torn coveralls had managed to throw himself into the driver's seat and slam the door. While I was digging my hog gun out from behind the seat, my intruder was spinning his tires as he threw the transmission in reverse and ran a few 100 feet backwards. My hands were shaking with a palsy of adrenaline and fear as I shouldered the short-barreled rifle and tried to focus on the scope. I could only watch in shock as the Cavalier suddenly braked and spun into a perfectly executed reverse bootlegger's turn, spinning the car in a spray of mud and loose rocks as the sedan slid dangerously close to the ditch before taking off like a rocket down the narrow county road. "It's the General Lee," was all I could think to say as I watched the rapidly retreating car disappear around a curve. Nodding my head in acknowledgement, I lowered the shaking rifle to port arms, dropped the 4-round hunting magazine, and shucked out the loaded cartridge before replacing it in the magazine. This time, I left the rifle leaning against the bench seat as I slid back in and buckled my seatbelt. To my great relief, the automated gate mechanism still worked as I clicked the metal gate closed behind me. "Yep," Wade confirmed 10 minutes later as I sat at his kitchen table sipping coffee. "That sounds like Matt Sherwood." "How could you tell? All I noticed was the dirty coveralls and the beard." "Matt works for Pete Stanislaw over at Pete's Used Cars, and he's a decent mechanic when he's not running Pete's chop shop over in Newtown. He wears those coveralls all the time, and he's probably the best of the Sherwood boys when it comes to electrical stuff, too. Why the heck would he be messing with my gate, though?" "Figuring out how to bypass the lock, probably," Wade observed. "He could take that panel apart, find out how to operate it by hand, and they could come back later and steal whatever they could carry off while you were at work." "Should I report it to the police?" "You mean Sheriff Landshire?" "Good point," I conceded. "Wouldn't hurt to get it on record," Wade advised. "I'd make sure and say something to Buddy, if I were you." I didn't question the suggestion. Buddy Cromwell seemed like a straight shooter of a law officer, and he'd taken steps in recent years to rein in the sheriff where he could. The fallout following the acquittal of Rudy Polinsky last year still resonated in Albany County, and I wondered if the Texas Rangers were ever going to look into that sordid episode. "You think he was acting on the sheriff's orders?" Wade took a moment to stir his coffee and look back to the family room where his 2 boys were busy working on a massive 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. Mark was the spitting image of his father at 12, starting to fill out and sprout in height, while 10-year-old Isaac took after his mother's side with his straw-blonde hair and more slender build. Mark would likely play football in junior high, while Isaac was shaping up to be a decent baseball player on his Little League team. Normally, they would both be outside, but with the rains returning and all their chores caught up, They were simply filling time in an acceptable manner. Seeing them idle reminded me of something else I wanted to mention on this trip, but I would save it for now.
Don't know for sure, Brian. Sure, the sheriff sometimes uses George and his sons for his dirty work, but they get into their own mischief often enough.
Just seemed kind of chancy, especially with that camera I've got set up over the front gate, I commented, and that news caused Wade to break out into a real grin.
You got a security camera over the gate?
Wade exclaimed in shock.
Since when? Does it record?
Yeah, it records to a disk, then overwrites every 72 hours. That's how I know who's at the gate when somebody buzzes the house. But why is that?
Brian, I've pulled up to that gate maybe 100 times and never noticed a camera.
Yeah, well, it's up under the eaves of the little weather shelter I put up, I explained. Then I understood. I wasn't trying to hide it, not exactly, but the fixture was pretty small and out of the way. I'll check the feed and see if Matt noticed it. If he didn't, that means if he comes back, you'll likely see him coming if you're home. I scoffed, lifting my cell phone and gesturing. I have this set with an alarm, so even if I'm not home, my security system will alert me.
Yep, worked like a charm this morning,
Wade responded in kind, giving me a crooked grin, and I stifled a laugh. It would have, if I'd bothered to turn it on, I granted with a seated bow, conceding the point. Looking back toward the living room, I lowered my voice. You guys started canning your garden yet? Wade caught my look and shook his head.
Got a few things coming in, but I didn't want to go swimming in that mud soup to go get a few heads of lettuce.
Pausing, Wade glanced toward the living room as well, his brow furrowed.
But I take it something had you distracted enough to ignore your own security this morning.
Yeah, I muttered, keeping my voice low. Amalgamated Grocery just went out of business, I started, then paused. That's one of the big grocery wholesalers up in New England. I got word from one of the Hams up in that neck of the woods. They supply to probably half of the grocery stores in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont, with maybe a quarter of the upstate New York market.
And that's bad because
it sounded like the federal government just rolled in and took over the whole business. Sent in homeland agents to seize the warehouses and shipping yard. Of course, that's just based on one person's view, looking out the window. I only got the report third hand, passed on down the road, if you know what I mean. That was one of the limitations of the ham network, of course. These operators weren't reporters, so all they could do was pass on what they observed out the window and offer up what amounted to little more than rumors. These rumors were then passed on from one person to the next, an updated version of the children's game of telephone, for all practical purposes.
And you found it odd for something like that to go down over the weekend, and with no mention of it in the news.
That was Wade, once again proving my point that country doesn't mean dumb. Did strike me as peculiar. Makes me wonder if the feds are looking to shore up the distribution of foodstuffs in that area, or if it was a practice run for what they plan later. Thing is, I'm getting more things coming into harvest than I can properly handle, and I want to get as much harvested and put away before someone with a badge or a clip-on Department of Agriculture ID comes out to survey my property.
You think that's likely?
Not really, but then there's a lot of stuff going on I didn't expect 2 weeks ago. More likely, it'll be someone from the state, but the end results would be the same. If someone shows up with a truckload of soldiers and says they are going to requisition your livestock and harvest your fields, does it matter what uniform they're wearing? Wade gave a hiss of concern over my words.
Fields are still too wet to get at the corn, Brian, even if it was ready.
I held up my hands, making a pushing motion. I'm just wanting to get done what we can. Without Mike or Nikki coming to help, I'm limited. I'll take what help I can get, if they'll work cheap. Wade gave me that crooked grin of his again as he read my intentions. You wanting to hire a couple of halfway trained monkeys to work in your canning operation this summer? They helped Dorothy last year, but you know how hard it is to keep them on task. If you're willing to put up with them, you can have them. I'd suggest calling Nancy and seeing if she would be interested, though. With her and Lisa, that would give you 4 extra sets of hands, and I know Nancy knows how to run a canner. I can't say the idea of enlisting Nancy hadn't crossed my mind, but it sounded better coming from Wade. I thought about what all she'd shared with me the day before, and I couldn't help saying, she is an impressive woman. Of course, if that Nolan character ever happens to show up, I'm going to kill him on the spot. Get in line, Wade growled under his breath. If her father hadn't been dying of liver cancer when that all went down, he'd have gutted that little bastard on the courthouse steps. Malcolm Prentice wouldn't stand for anybody messing with his little girls. Sorry I never met the man, but I've heard Dorothy talk about her daddy, and he sounded like hell on wheels, I commented, and Wade laughed. Mr. Prentice sure put the fear of God in me when I started dating Dorothy, Wade admitted without shame, and Nancy was the baby, so I'm sure he spoiled her rotten. Losing her dad shortly after what happened came near to breaking Nancy, but she has her daddy's toughness in her. She never let on to her daddy what that slick city boy bastard did to her. Anyway, I doubt we'll see that little prick, but if he ever shows up, just shoot and shovel. I'll alibi you until the cows come home. Wade and I continued discussing the state of affairs, and he disclosed that he was booked up with construction work for the next 2 weeks. He'd proven capable of doing any sized job over the years, but Wade had a sterling reputation for handling interior remodeling jobs that made the locals line up for his services. Without naming any names, he let me know that 2 of the upcoming projects involved customers who wanted to improve the security in their homes. All this upheaval has people nervous, and watching the news doesn't help. I think everybody can sense when the reporters are lying to us, and the worry about the unknown has a lot of folks fearing the worst. And now is a little late to start preparing, what with all the limits on purchases. Just going to drive the black market, I agreed, and it won't be long before we start seeing grocery trucks needing armed escorts, or the drivers will be risking hijackings, which just makes me want to get my pasta sauce in jars now rather than later. Yeah, I hear you, Wade conceded. When you get finished at your place, just move over here and keep going. I said I might just do that, and then finished my coffee and made to take my leave. What do I owe you for the eggs and the milk, Brian? I'll take 2 young men eager to work, I shot back, and Wade agreed it was a deal, as long as I returned the favor as agreed. Best bargain I made all day, I decided as I headed back home. I already had plans to make use of those extra hands in the greenhouse. I had some sprouts and starts already in trays, but what I lacked were those extra hands and the attached bodies to get them planted somewhere they could grow. Honestly, at this point, the greenhouse was still just a long, low building with tables and stacks of what amounted to nutrient-rich potting soil. Having Nikki, Rachel, and even 8-year-old Hunter on site would give us a start, but I could already see that getting the farm up to real production was going to require numbers, and the more people we brought in, the more food we would need to produce to sustain them. I wondered if there was a spreadsheet for balancing the figures for an optimal outcome, a survival lifeboat algorithm, I imagined it might be called, but I knew no such program existed. Yes, you could calculate the calories, carbs, and fats necessary to keep a person alive, and how much they would need to produce to achieve that total, but too many other factors also came into play. How many did you need to adequately guard your property versus working in the fields, and how long could you sustain the effort? No spreadsheet could measure someone's will to survive, or what you might be willing to do to ensure that survival. Life was so much easier when the only thing I had to debate was 5.56 millimeter versus 7.62 by 51 millimeter, and whether 7.62 by 39 offered a viable alternative. Forcing my brain back into more useful observations, I slipped the old Nissan into first gear and eased off the clutch, rolling forward as I listened to the engine. The diesel wasn't exactly overpowering, but I knew, if treated right, this engine could last me another 200,000 miles. I wondered if I should spend the money on something newer, but I'd learned the hard way that newer doesn't mean more reliable. Focused on the road and the ditches, I felt like a commando trapped behind enemy lines, waiting for the ambush to trigger. Not surprisingly, I didn't enjoy the feeling one little bit. This time I didn't see anybody lurking around the gate, but I vowed to myself that was the last time I would get caught off guard in such a manner. That normalcy bias Mike and I had talked about nearly resulted in a fatal encounter this morning. Just because things looked the same on the surface, I needed to remind myself that the world had changed. This might be a slow-motion slide, but make no mistake, the fall was coming. Chapter 18. Sobered by another near miss, since I counted the tractor supply trip as my first lesson in what not to do, I spent the rest of the day splitting time between the garden and my home office. The rain continued off and on all day, but I still managed to fill a 5-gallon bucket of tomatoes and a gallon bucket of okra. Cut your okra early, my dad always said, and get it before the stalks got too thick. In the office, I parked my behind in front of the monitors while watching the cable news as the stories recycled throughout the day. Word out of the disaster zones continued to accumulate at a trickle, but I noticed how much time was spent memorializing dead sitcom actors and sports figures while minimizing talk about the horrific overall death toll. The focus seemed so skewed, I had to imagine the newsreaders were still acting under orders. Nothing new out of the camps, except a few carefully choreographed reunion stories where missing loved ones used the computer kiosks set up in each location to match up with families sheltering elsewhere. These little nuggets received lavish media coverage, but I wondered at the slick production values for what the FEMA spokesperson presented as simply bringing families together. I had to admit, though, the good news may have helped settle some nerves and brighten the day of hopeful parents and children who saw the broadcasts. This same spokesperson hinted the system was being expanded to allow internet access to the survivor lists, so people in unaffected areas could search for their family members. Since the internet was still out in every area I knew of, the idea was either a pipe dream or something for further on down the road. I also noted the only names on the lists would be those confirmed alive, so still no registry of the dead. Personally, I doubted such a record would ever become available to the public, not with the population of Hawaii alone at over 1 million souls, and still not a peep from the islands. Also, I noted when some statement was finally made of the situation beyond our shores, as the Department of Defense spokesperson announced the immediate recall of all personnel deployed overseas. Bases in Germany and the Middle East were specifically named, but nowhere else. I heard Qatar mentioned, and I knew Wade's mother would be pleased to hear her youngest son would soon be returning to the States if not home. Japan, though, was temporarily home to nearly 100,000 American soldiers, sailors, and Marines and their dependents, and it was not listed in the announcement. I also remembered Mike telling me there were still between 23 and 28,000 American troops stationed in South Korea, but nothing was mentioned about them in the report either. I wondered how much, if any, of the Pacific Fleet survived the quakes and the multiple tsunamis. I recalled something about ships in deep water being better able to weather the big waves, but I didn't know if that was a fact or simply my own wishful thinking. I also noticed nothing was said about China all weekend. No word about recovery efforts or video footage of the devastated shoreline. The news blackout extended to cover all of the Pacific, and no one gave a peep about any of the pre-fall big stories from the region, namely Japanese automakers cutting production or the continuing radicalization of young jihadists by Indonesian mullahs. All of these issues seem to have been eclipsed by the passage of time, but I still found the news blackout a chilling confirmation that the meteor strike had made all these storylines moot. My landline phone rang, and I answered it without hesitation. With the cell service still patchy, many were falling back on the old ways. I'd almost opted out of restoring regular line service, but fortunately I'd decided at the last minute to pay the nominal fee, since otherwise I wouldn't have received Mike's urgent call that first night. This time it was my sister Nikki, and she sounded upset and a little scared. "Brian, can we come stay next week?" "Of course, Nikki. You know you and your family have a place here," I replied reflexively. "What's wrong?" "Oh, God. Haven't you been watching the news?" "I've got it on CNN right now," I replied quickly, scanning the screen in front of me for any breaking news. Nothing jumped out at me. "You'll have to be more specific." I heard a deep sigh on the other end of the phone, as if my words confirmed her fears. "The gangs in San Antonio have been running wild the last 2 days," Nikki blurted out, "ever since the Mexican government started moving troops up on the border." "What? Where did you hear this?" "Nothing concrete, but the rumors are flying everywhere. Word is the Mexican government is rushing federal troops to reinforce key border crossings with the intention of closing the border. It's gotten the Hispanic population in San Antonio riled up, and the gangs are just taking advantage of the rioting to hit the banks and electronics stores. My God, you can see the clouds of smoke on the horizon like a veil." At the word bank, I felt my anxiety trigger. "Are you okay there?" Nikki could read me like a book and knew what I meant. "Yeah, so far. The big gangs haven't made it this far out yet. We've closed the doors, pulled down the shutters, and turned all our drive-through lanes into service for our business account holders." "Well, that sucks. Glad I don't have any funds in there," I teased, trying to get back on course. "Goof, this isn't us," Nikki complained. "This comes from the president and his chief economic advisors. They need to wait out the panic withdrawals. I just wish the National Guard would get their act together and crush these maggots. I don't know about how the censors are dealing with local news broadcasts, but the TV stations out of San Antonio have just been showing the unedited shots they're getting from helicopter cameras." Nikki paused, swallowing her tears. "I've seen dozens of bodies lined up in the streets. Looks like execution-style murders." I sat back in my seat, digesting the news. After working for years at a bank in Killeen, near Fort Hood, while Patrick was still in the Army, Nikki had been offered her own branch manager position 5 years ago if she agreed to relocate to San Marcos. The move had been a hassle, but Patrick was able to hold on to his position and just commuted north instead of south for work in Austin, where housing remained so outrageous that even with their double income, getting a house with a yard was prohibitively expensive. I'd been to visit them a few times since they'd relocated to this city of slightly more than 60,000. They had managed to purchase a lovely little brick home with 5 acres out in the country, but the downside was their proximity to both Austin and San Antonio along the Interstate 35 corridor. All right, I assume Patrick is still being held hostage by Travis County? Pretty much, Nikki confirmed, giving a sigh that sounded a little bit like a sob. They let him come home this weekend, but he has to be at work tomorrow morning for his shift at 4 a.m. Brian, they've threatened to lock him up in jail if he doesn't go. There's this executive order signed by the president that they're quoting, saying this is a national emergency, and they are enforcing the order with the threat of prosecution. I shook my head and frowned, glad Nikki couldn't see my angry expression over the phone. I was familiar with the document, signed by a previous occupant of the White House, that many thought was intended to be used only in the event of a national catastrophe. Global nuclear war, basically, even though the terms weren't spelled out. Several survivalist sites debated the existence, validity, and enforceability of the EO over the years, but the courts hadn't been called upon yet to determine the constitutionality of the order. Well, I guess this qualified as well, though the order was for federal compliance, not something the state or county could use. I could try to fight it, but likely I'd just end up in a jail cell next to Patrick. "Please get Patrick on the phone," I asked, more directed my sister, and I heard the phone drop, then rustle as someone else picked it up. "Real mess, eh?" I heard Patrick say. "How bad is it?" "In Austin, we've had violence flare up, but not as bad as other places. I mean, worse than I've ever seen stateside. But it's relative. Are you safe? Got an escort and all that when you go out on calls?" That was something that I'd worried about. What little news released about the violence in the big cities stressed the senseless nature of the attacks, including ambush tactics targeting first responders. For example, in Chicago, ambulances no longer ran at all, for any reason. "Oh yeah, we roll like back in the Stan, including armored vehicles and gun trucks." That sounded both comforting and terrifying at the same time. "What the hell, Patrick?" Patrick laughed darkly, his tone bitter. "The liberals finally got a whiff of grape shot last Wednesday. A group of anarchist rioters broke into a town hall meeting and murdered the city manager and 2 members of the city council. Now the police chief was ordered to switch from tear gas and water cannons to rubber bullets and sniper fire. That calmed these mama's boys and girls down, let me tell you." That's not the whole story, though, is it? Patrick didn't hesitate to voice his fears, mirroring what spooked Nikki. "I'm worried if the violence in San Antone spreads. Our place is right in the path, and I won't be here to protect them," Patrick stated flatly, confirming my own fears. "Patrick, get your wife and kids in the minivan 5 minutes ago and point them in my direction. I'll watch over them, and frankly, I could use the company." I debated saying something about Matt Sherwood, but I quickly decided not to add to Patrick's stress. Based on this short conversation, I concluded that the situation in the major population centers was worse than even I had feared, based on the television reports. I understood why the media was downplaying the danger, but where were the hams? Stressed by this latest bit of news, I moved into the kitchen and started working on making sauces. The canning operation actually took place on the screened-in back porch, where I had the all-American canners and several cases of jars stacked up for use. For straight-up food preservation, the outside kitchen worked fine, with the 4-burner stove and deep 2-bay sink, but for anything that involved an actual recipe, I used the kitchen. I preferred the extra prep space, and the setup with my food processor made the work so much easier and quicker. Plus, while I was in the kitchen, I could keep an eye on the television and listen for the gate buzzer. The all-American Model 941 pressure cooker and canner was a beast. The mass of metal weighed 33 pounds empty and filled with 31 pints or 20 quarts on 2 racks. I found myself getting a workout just setting the damn thing on the stove. I had smaller canners, but since I was flying solo for the day, I decided to knock out a big chunk of the waiting canning work in one load. My pasta sauce was nothing special, since I wanted something palatable for a wide group, and the option remained to spice up the sauce later. The tomatoes, garlic, and basil all came from the garden, and I cheated a bit, using store-bought vinegar instead of lemon juice this time. I'd made it this way before, with satisfactory results, and I could make vinegar easily enough, but I was fresh out of lemon trees. With the freshly washed and dried jars arranged in assembly line fashion and a large funnel already on hand, I finished my preparation of the huge pot of sauce and carried it out onto the back porch. Compared to making the pasta, this process of preserving the sauce was easy peasy, as Tamara might say. Thinking of Tamara made me want to talk to her dad. So after setting up the canner for the 2+ hours needed to finish the jars, I went back into the kitchen and disconnected my cell phone from the charger. Since I had Mike on speed dial, entering my security code took longer than dialing his number. Miracle of miracles, the call went through. "What are you wearing?" I asked, dropping my voice into a sad approximation of a sultry pout. "Khakis and a button-up shirt," Marta replied with a suppressed giggle. Then I could hear her shout in the distance, "Mike, your pervert brother is on your phone." "Uncool, sister," I pouted again, using my real voice this time. "What are you doing home at 6:30 on a Sunday?" I live here?" Marta protested feebly, before admitting the truth. "I actually just got home at about a half hour ago, got called in for a half shift, then ended up working at 12. And he's your brother." "Marta, please put me on speaker for both of you," I asked, all trace of my earlier kidding banished, as I thought about what Nikki and Patrick had revealed. "What's up, Brian?" I heard Mike ask, and I thought I caught an edge of guarded concern in his voice. "Just got off the phone with Nikki and Patrick," I said. Then I went on to quickly outline what I'd learned from the two of them, including the rumors regarding the movement of Mexican soldiers along the border. Neither had heard anything about this latest outbreak of violence in San Antonio either. "Well, that will certainly stir the pot," Marta observed. "We were certainly seeing an uptick in surgery today, and Melinda didn't show up for her shift. You think it's true?" Mike answered before I could respond. "Doesn't matter in the short term. This will stir up families migrating south in a hurry." "But why the sudden urge to go to Mexico?" Marta asked. "Most of the undocumented in the U.S. have been here for years, much less the folks with their green cards." "Because the idea is, if the Mexican government is closing the border, then they must know something the rest of us don't," I explained. "So we see a trickle of people returning to Mexico, then the federales respond, and then more think getting out of Los Estados Unidos might be like a good idea." "Herd mentality," Mike added, "and when a herd gets spooked, it's liable to stampede. The irony is, we don't even know if the Mexican government has done anything," I concluded. "But if they get hit with a mass of illegals heading back across the border, then the Mexican president will have no choice but try to stem the tide." "And that's not our main concern at the moment," I said, plowing ahead. "Now I have Nikki and her kids on the road when things are starting to get dicey. Added to that, I had a run-in with one of the Sherwood boys this morning, trying to figure out how to defeat the electric lock at the front gate. When I described the details of the attempted sabotage of the gate mechanism, Mike agreed that it sounded like an effort to mess with the locking mechanism. My brother sounded grim as he thought about the implications. If they simply wanted in, they could ram the gate with a big enough truck to accomplish that mission, Mike went on. But this would be slicker if they could carry it off. How so? This wasn't going to be a simple smash and grab. Think about it. You go to work in the morning, confident the gate is secure. Then they slide in behind you, push the gate open, and spend all day looting the farm while you're at work, and no one passing by is any the wiser. That is a terrifying thought, I agreed. Hopefully, getting Nikki out here starting tomorrow will let me feel more confident leaving the farm when I go to work. Plus, Nancy and Lisa got the tour yesterday, and Nancy has asked for permission to stay in the bunkhouse if the situation in town deteriorates. "I need to meet this woman," Marta interjected. "I know she's Dorothy's sister, but I don't think we've ever run into each other. Is she as hot as Mike said?" "Hey, I never said she was hot," Mike shouted defensively, and I could hear muffled fumbling at the phone as Marta likely covered the speaker. "You didn't have to, Michael," Marta teased. "I could tell by the way you described her, like a police description over the television. White, female, tall, early 30s, blonde hair. Yeah, that narrows it down to half the female Caucasian population." "She's an attractive lady who's already survived some tough times," I conceded. "She is apparently a devoted mother and a hard worker. We'd do well to have her services here." "Don't sweat it, Brian. I was just busting your chops," Marta retorted easily. Then, more seriously, she asked a question I almost would have sworn Mike would raise first. "So, is it time to hoist the flag?" There goes another code phrase, burned over the cell phone. The proverbial flag, of course, was the color of midnight and meant no quarter to our enemies. Mad Max time, in other words. "No, we still got a ways before things get that complicated, Marta. I could use some more bodies down here, though. Think we can talk your mom into making a visit, taking over the supervision of the canning efforts?" "I'll ask her again tomorrow. I know she's more worried than she wants to let on," Marta revealed. "But she's too stubborn to stay with us. Doesn't want to be a burden." I thought about that for a second as the static-filled silence over the phone stretched. "Okay, here's the plan. Get her to agree to come down for 2 weeks to help me with the garden and such. Then go back and pack up her house after she's gone. Then pick a weekend when you can come down and bring her things. By that time, I'll have the standing greenhouse in production, and we can get with Wade to figure out a location for the second one that same weekend." I rattled off the steps in staccato fashion. This wasn't spur of the moment, since my family had discussed this very issue several times. Beatrice Muckleroy wouldn't want to be a burden on her daughter, but by holding out like she was, she couldn't see she was a sword hanging over Marta's head. When things went bad in Denton, Mike would charge off to save her, heading in the wrong direction from this safe haven and exposing his wife and kids to more danger. Fuck it, I decided. If she wants to get mad, she can get mad at me. I liked the old lady, but her anger would roll off my back like water off a duck. "You think we should be there too," Marta observed. She was a deep one, that sister-in-law of mine. "Yeah, I really believe you should," I replied honestly. "I know you don't want to leave your job or your house, but think about it again. You guys are the bear with his paw stuck in the knothole of the tree. You've got a paw full of honey, but you're stuck, and the only way you can get out is to let go of the honey." "Is that some ancient Native American wisdom?" Mike added, his voice sarcastic. "No, dumbass, I saw it on an episode of The Simpsons, I think. And you could use some Homer therapy right now, I all but hissed. Look around. Yes, the lights are still on, and most of the stores are still open. But then look closer. Where are the fresh bananas shipped in from Chile? What about the kiwis from Australia? What about when consumers realize the iPhone in their pocket is the last model that's ever going to be made? These are small things right now, but I'm telling you, the disruption in the supply chains are about to become more obvious. Marta cleared her throat, and I could hear the stress in her voice. The racetrack store over by the hospital was closed today, she revealed, so I went to the Shell down from the house. With the rationing at 5 gallons per vehicle now being enforced via credit card limits, I heard someone offer the clerk an extra $100 for another 10 gallons, on top of the cost of the fuel. Did he do it? I asked, more out of curiosity than concern. I'm not sure. The guy doing the offering, he looked like he was just as likely to rob the store as he was to pay extra for more gas. I got out of there and headed home. The new price for fuel was pegged at $5 per gallon, lowest grade only, and $6 a gallon for diesel. 5-gallon max per day, and with the required payment now being via credit card transactions, the federal government could theoretically eliminate cheating. But where there was a will, there was a way. This new provision also managed to piss off the working poor and the lower-income households, since many didn't have credit cards. The new workaround would involve issuing debit cards with preloaded amounts set aside for fuel purchases, and I wondered how many gallons of postal service fuel would be wasted delivering these latest handouts. I had a stray thought, wondering how oil was being purchased and traded with the markets down, but then I realized that the buying and selling of commodities just became a lot more hands-on. Just think about getting out of there, I continued. Nobody has said anything yet, but how exactly is the government paying for all this? Not just the direct recovery efforts, but the other stuff. The prepaid fuel cards, the cost of feeding the hundreds of thousands. I stopped there, realizing I was treading on dangerous ground, and Big Brother was listening. Nothing I said was seditious, not by the definition of the word, but I didn't need a detachment of Homeland agents showing up at my front gate either. Just consider making an early summer vacation, because if there's any kind of travel issue, you guys have a long walk. I stressed the word issue, meaning a travel ban. Then I'd likely never see my brother, his wife, or their kids ever again in this lifetime. They'd be forced to either shelter in place, surviving on their preps and fighting the neighbors for the produce from their small garden, or attempt a risky approach on foot. You thinking it's time to invite some additional campers this summer? Mike asked, trying to take some of the tension out of our conversation. I suddenly wondered just where the resistance was coming from on their relocation. Yeah, I should see if Charlie and Mary want to hook up their travel trailer and come visit for a few weeks. You know how Charlie likes to fish, and having Mary around would give me some company while I'm making the potato salad for the fish fry, I improvised, not even aware if Charles Brewer owned a fishing rod. He usually came out to shoot at our range, or to go dove hunting. Since you guys are just too busy to come visit your poor old brother again. Charlie worked as an engineer at one of the chemical plants in Beaumont, and his wife taught high school English and coached the girls' basketball team. She was the only daughter of my Aunt Melissa, or Aunt Mel, as we all called her, and Aunt Mel was our father's little sister. I liked Charlie well enough, but Mary was a sweetheart, and I'd been wrestling with the idea of inviting them out ever since I'd met with Nancy and I outed Mary for having big feet. Not her fault, since she was almost my height. Charlie, on the other hand, topped out at nearly 6 feet 8 inches. We joked that when they decided to have kids, they would be breeding a race of giants. Yeah, We could definitely use Charlie's help with the fishing," I continued, "since you aren't around to mix up your famous cornmeal batter." "Cornmeal batter?" Mike asked, obviously confused by my nonsense reference. "You know, the one you mix up in the metal mixing bowl in the garage when the house is crowded. Your wife might think it's messy, but I think of it as progressive. Plus, I know he likes walnut while you're stuck with corn. Just a matter of taste." I heard Mike's growl as he realized what I meant. I was threatening to put Charlie to work on Mike's reloading system. I was trying for subtle, but people in the know would get my references. For example, some reloaders used corn cobs and others preferred walnut hulls as cleaning media for the tumbler. I didn't know what Charlie preferred, and I didn't care. That wasn't the point. "I'll talk to Marta again," Mike threatened, and I had to fight not to laugh. We do love our toys, I admitted to myself. If it took the idea of somebody else playing with his Dylan Progressive Press, then so be it. I never said I would play fair. Not when the lives of my family hung in the balance. Chapter 19. I followed Wade's advice, and Monday morning I stopped by the sheriff's office to make an official report. I called it an attempted burglary, as I filled out the form for the waiting deputy, but I left out any supposition on my part as to the perpetrator or the distinctive appearance of the getaway car. Deputy Haynes, a pale-faced man in his 20s with vivid acne scars around his neck like a choker, took the report and promised to look into it right away. We both knew he was lying, but I thanked him anyway. From there, I proceeded to my office and met with an elderly couple, the Coerts, who wanted to talk about life planning. Someone in their bridge club had suggested setting up a trust, but after we discussed the matter for over half an hour, we ended up agreeing that given the size of their anticipated estate, they would probably do better with a will. The idea of a surviving spouse having to go through probate can be daunting, and I didn't say anything about the trust I'd set up for my own family, but I finally got them squared away. Sure, the fees for setting up a trust would have netted me more than doing 2 wills for these people, but I was trying to establish roots in this community, and being that greedy bloodsucker wouldn't help my public image. After that, my secretary Barbara announced my schedule was free until after lunch, when I had a 1:30 meeting booked with Missy Laudner. I quickly reviewed my file for the widow Laudner and stepped out for a quick bite to eat at the Stonehouse Diner across the street. With the sun struggling to peek out from behind a layer of angry-looking clouds, I elected to wear my jacket and carry an umbrella. Turned out that was a good call, since the fat raindrops started smacking the asphalt before I finished making the block and striding across the crosswalk. Traffic was light to non-existent, but I still looked both ways as a precaution. Inside, I found Debbie Stone, proprietor and chief bottle washer, seating guests, and I asked for a table by the windows and waved off the menu. "Reuben, please, and a sweet tea," I said, ordering my usual lunch fare. "Come on, Brian," Debbie chided, teasing me with her saucy grin. "I know that sandwich is good, but you should try some of our other features on the menu." "But I really like your Reuben, Debbie," I replied with a little smile. I wasn't blind to the restaurant owner's frequent flirting, but this was just part of our ongoing banter. What if I tried something else and didn't like it as much? Or even worse, what if I found something I liked better? And how would that be a problem? Because that would be something new I'd have to memorize. I might forget or confuse myself and order the wrong side dish to go with it. No, the risk is too great. I then gave a theatrical sigh. I'll stick with my usual and spare us the embarrassment of this old dog trying to learn new tricks. The diner, seated to my left, overheard the exchange and couldn't suppress a low chortle of laughter. Looking over, I noticed our very own police chief, Buddy Cromwell. Buddy Cromwell was a bit older than me, probably in his late 40s. He was a big man, though only a little over 6 feet tall, and while Buddy was beginning to get that middle-age spread at the waist, his shoulders still looked like he routinely wrestled bulls and won. He wore his salt-and-pepper hair cut short, framing a broad, expressive face. He'd laughed good-naturedly at my interplay with Debbie, but his expression quickly reverted to a pensive frown. "Hey, buddy, what you know good?" The question was a throwaway, a social nicety. In Texas, polite conversation involves a bit of interplay with variations on that question, which could involve "how you doing?" or "hot enough for you?" or any of half a dozen other inquiries. Surprisingly, Buddy took the question at face value and shook his head ruefully.
"Not a thing, Mr. Hardin. Not a thing. First time I've laughed all day, in fact."
Right about then, Debbie popped her head out of the kitchen to inform me she was out of Thousand Island dressing. "That's fine, Debbie. Just use mustard," I replied, then turned back to Buddy and lowered my voice as soon as Debbie disappeared again. "I got a visit yesterday from one of the Sherwood boys. Wade thought it was Matt by my description. He was trying to disable my front gate."
"Is the gate on your property?"
"Yes, sir," I replied, confident in my answer. The entry was offset, so the gate and the last 10 feet of the drive was on my land. I also had the appropriate posted and private property signs up for hunters on both sides of the front gate and on all 4 corners of the property.
"Brian,"
Buddy began, his voice low to match my own,
"times is about to get bad. Really bad, I think. This whole thing with China and the West Coast is going to snowball. I know you've worked hard to get that place out there fixed up and producing some crops. You need to be ready to take care of what you have. You get me?"
"Yes, sir," I said again, more to prompt Buddy to continue speaking than anything else. He cleared his throat, glancing around to see who was seated close. Fortunately, we seemed to be isolated at our tables by the window.
"A little birdie told me the sheriff went to a briefing on Friday with some emergency management people in Beaumont. I heard he was acting funny when he came back. Scared, I reckon. I don't know what all they told him, but Landshire was sweating like a whore in church when I saw him that afternoon. Thing is, whatever they told him, he hasn't bothered to share with the rest of us, or with most of his deputies."
Well, that just told me Buddy's informant was one of the sheriff's deputies. I was shocked with his candor, but I figured I should reward him with some news, no matter how depressing. Nikki had gotten in at almost 5 a.m. this morning, and she'd had a few scary moments on her trip. I decided to omit that part, since I'm pretty sure she'd left bodies on the ground at least once. Not sure what they said, but my sister is going to be staying out at my place for a while. She lives over in San Marcos, and she works at one of the banks there. The rioting in San Antonio has spread to the neighboring towns, and she didn't feel safe. Her husband works as a first responder there in Travis County, and he's been conscripted into his job for the duration.
"Holy, didn't know. I knew some cities were having trouble, but I hadn't heard about San Antonio. Maybe that's what got Bernie all in a lather."
Buddy stuttered at first, but quickly got his words under control. I decided to feed him the rumor about the Mexican troop movements and the supposed border closing, stressing that none of it was substantiated. Buddy, experienced lawman that he was, understood how even wrong information could drive people to make poor decisions based on what they took to be gospel truth.
I see keeping the reporters from sensationalizing the violence, keeping a lid on the panic, Buddy grumbled. But you'd think they would at least give law enforcement a heads up. We don't have a huge, undocumented Hispanic population in town, but there's enough to cause trouble if they have a mind to. Best case is if they load up and roll south. Worst case, they loot the town for supplies, burn the rest, and then head south. That's pretty darned grim, Chief, I observed, and Buddy shook his head. I told you, things are going to get worse, Buddy replied. Everybody got all worked up over the quakes and the loss of services. Yeah, no Netflix or internet porn. But we adapt and continue along. But think about what Debbie just told you. She's out of your Thousand Island dressing today. What will it be tomorrow? And a week from now? This country just lost more than a supply chain when the West Coast shook itself apart. We just suffered an economic injury that might bring down the whole country. So that's got me a little down today. Working really hard to keep my poker face, I thought about the Chief's words. Not just what he'd said, but how he said it. As W.B. Yeats wrote, "Things fall apart. The center will not hold." Buddy was warning me the economic collapse was simply racing from the societal breakdown to a final showdown. How much he knew of the coming environmental Armageddon, I dared not ask. Sensing his dark train of thought, I decided to see if I could aggravate him into a better mood. "Really? I thought you were suffering from PTSD from watching that memorial ceremony for Kanye last night," I teased, trying for just the right level of unctuous concern.
You might need a safe space for a while to avoid being triggered by the idea of the passing of the great man.
"You are a funny fucking guy, Brian," Buddy muttered, sipping at his coffee and dropping his voice as he saw Debbie approach with my plated sandwich. "I don't think he's dead, though. You just can't kill that kind of genius." I saw Buddy's smirk, since he apparently shared my opinion of a musical genius who couldn't sing, play a musical instrument, or read a note of sheet music. "Tell it to Tupac," I fired back. And I got to watch the New Albany chief of police shoot coffee out his nose as he choked. After he finally caught his breath, thanks in part to Debbie's whack on his back and her admonitions for Buddy not to die in her restaurant, I stood back, feeling a tinge of guilt for my poor timing. One of the other patrons, a nurse from the urgent care clinic next to my office, hustled over and gave the chief a quick once-over, casting a suspicious glance my way as I tried to act innocent in the whole matter. Afterwards, I kept my mouth occupied with eating my sandwich, but as Buddy rose from his seat, he pointed a finger at me and warned, "I got my eye on you, Mr. Harton. Now I know you are an experienced shit-stirrer, and you won't get away with it again." I had to laugh at Chief Cromwell's ham-handed, overdone acting. He had the skills of a B-grade villain. "What, me? I'm a simple will scribbler," I protested, but I couldn't keep the smile off my face. I'm strictly a law and order kind of guy. Looking around quickly, Buddy lowered his voice to previous levels, so only I could hear his next words. "You'll need to up your game, Mr. Harden, if you plan to live through these next days. Watch out for the sheriff, and you watch out for anyone who wants to tell you how to run your farm. You might be well liked, but many still see you as an outsider, you know, and I've got no jurisdiction out your way." "I'll make sure and keep my eyes open, Chief." Damn, I thought on my way back to the office. Buddy as much as said Sheriff Landshire would get around to taking over the farm at some point. Or die trying.
Chapter 20. "Hey, the internet is back up," Nikki announced as soon as I hit the back door. She was in the kitchen, working over a large pot of something simmering on the stove. "Great. I was wanting to check my Facebook account," I shot back, giving my sister a stupid, cross-eyed grin. "Okay, not all of it is back up," she corrected, setting aside the large stainless steel ladle in her hand. "I guess I should say some sites are back up. No Facebook or Twitter, though. YouTube is back, and so are some of the subscription entertainment sites. Amazon is up, but only delivering electronic media at this time." "Huh," I grunted, thinking on what Nikki said as I approached the stove. "Entertainment sites, you said. What are you using to navigate?" "That's kind of weird, too," Nikki continued. "If you go to Google or Bing or any of the others, you get redirected to something called Netfeed. Not as user-friendly, but it gets the job done." "That's interesting. And scary, too. Dollars to donuts, that Netfeed is a government-sponsored search engine of some sort, brought online when the others failed to bounce back. I would suggest being very circumspect in what you search for, Nikki." "Duh," Nikki replied, sounding like her 8-year-old son Hunter when she said it. "You don't have to tell me Big Brother is watching. Hell, I had CNN on all day and not a peep about the fighting in San Antonio, or anywhere else except in passing." Nikki glanced around the kitchen and lowered her voice before she continued. "I think the president is working himself up to declare martial law over the entire country, Brian." "Don't you mean martial law?" I quipped, then saw Nikki's confused expression and apologized. "Sorry, I just see it misspelled so often I want to pull my hair out sometimes." "Looks like you've been doing it for a while," Nikki shot back, and I laughed. I wasn't the least bit sensitive about my thinning hair. I was just proud I could still wear the same size jeans I did in high school. "So what's for dinner? And where are the littles?" "I decided we could all use a little chicken soup, and you gotta quit calling them that. Gonna give Hunter a complex." I laughed again. Hunter was probably going to be taller than me by the time he was grown, and Rachel was already over 5 feet tall at only 11. "They okay? About what happened on the way?" Nikki stepped back from the stove and gave me a hesitant smile. She was the youngest of the three of us, and I always thought she was the toughest. Today she looked uncharacteristically fragile, and I resisted the urge to give her a hug. "I don't know," she settled for saying, and the way her shoulders slumped told me she wasn't okay either. "Want to talk about it? Remember, I am your attorney, so anything we discuss will be privileged." That wasn't exactly how it worked, but close enough. Nikki turned back to the stove, turned off the heat, and led me over to the kitchen table. "The kids are outside, looking at the new barn kittens," Nikki explained as she picked up her coffee cup and took a sip. I think it was more to do something with her hands than it was any desire for more caffeine. "I'm pretty sure I killed a man last night. Maybe more than one." Nikki made the announcement like she'd run over a squirrel darting into the road, and then she gave a little shrug after she stopped talking. "Were they threatening you or the kids? Did they make you feel like your life was in danger?" No hesitation this time when she spoke. "Oh, yeah. I had to stop for gas, just this side of Luling, and I saw 3 guys hanging out around the gas pumps. They had a beat-to-shit old Chevy pickup at one of the pumps, but the other 2 guys were just roaming around, looking in the trash and going into the attached store." "Sounds like meth heads," I said, waiting for her to continue her story. "Yeah, that's what I thought, too. So I waited until they left, or so I thought. I thought they were gone, but the bastards just drove around to the other side of the car wash bay and waited for me to get out to operate the gas pump." Nikki closed her eyes, reliving the moment in her head. I waited patiently, my brotherly senses telling me she would tell the story at her own pace. Eventually she began speaking again, but her voice had a dull, monotone quality to it that frankly left me a bit scared for my sister's mental health.
I should have been paying attention, but I wasn't. I hadn't been sleeping for about 3 days by that point, worried someone was going to kick in the front door and murder my family in their sleep, Nikki explained. Anyway, the first I knew there was a problem was when I felt the thug's pistol dig into my back. Shit. I couldn't help muttering under my breath, but Nikki either didn't hear or chose not to as she continued her monologue. He could have killed me, right there, and I would never have known what had happened. But he grabbed my arm and spun me around, shouting in my face, "Give me your purse, bitch," he kept yelling. Nikki shivered, but her voice finally began to take on some emotion as she spoke. His 2 buddies? They were trying to get into the back seats, pulling at the door handles, but I had them locked. The one behind the leader, he was yelling too, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. Anyway, the thug had his gun pressed into my chest, right here. She gestured over her heart, and I could see his hand shaking, and all I could hear was his yelling for my purse. Even though I knew she'd survived the encounter, I couldn't escape the tension growing in my stomach, fueled by fear and outrage as my sister continued her harrowing story. I have that big Galco leather purse, you know, the one that you say weighs 40 pounds. I had it on my shoulder when this happened. He could have just yanked it away, you know. He could have just reached out and stole it off my shoulder, but he kept screaming at me to give it to him. And his friends were all making so much noise, and the kids were screaming their lungs out in the car. What did you do? I reached inside with my right hand, and I slid the purse off my shoulder. He grabbed the purse by the strap as it fell, and he never noticed the pistol in my hand. That close, I couldn't miss. I must have shot him 5 or 6 times, all center mass. I was just reacting, and went all tunnel vision. Nikki recited her tale in a monotone up to this point. Then she sobbed a little under her breath before continuing. If Rachel hadn't yelled just then, I don't know what would have happened next. The thug who was hammering on her window looked up at the first shot, but he had his pistol stuck in his waistband like some kind of gangsta. He was on my side, just 6 feet away, but he seemed even closer when he went for his gun. I already had his chest in my sights, but I wasn't really there, you know? Yeah, I know, I lied, glad to keep Nikki talking. Rachel's cries jerked me out of that mental state, and I was already squeezing the trigger again before that fucker noticed. I guess I wasn't the only one who wasn't paying enough attention to his or her surroundings. I counted 4 shots to his chest before he fell down too. And the third man ran back to their truck when the shooting started. I don't know if he had a gun or not, but Brian, if I could have gotten a clear shot, I'd have finished off that magazine into his back. I was that scared, and that mad. Nikki was shivering now. My best guess was from a combination of suppressed fear and the chill in the air. She fell into my chest, grabbing tight, and I was instantly transported to back when Nikki was Rachel's age or younger. She was suddenly a child again, seeking comfort and protection from the scary things in the world. "Shh," I soothed, stroking her hair absently as I stood holding her. "I don't blame you, sis. Now, where's that pistol?" "What are you going to do?" "Going to use a magic trick and make it disappear," I whispered conspiratorially in my little sister's ear. "You can't do that. I need it." "Honey, that pistol now has bodies attached to it. Who knows what might happen down the road, and you can never be safe with that thing hanging around," I reasoned. And Nikki acquiesced and took a step back. She drew the Ruger, popped the magazine, shucked the round in the chamber, and laid everything on the counter. What are you going to do with it?"
"Safe place," I confided, "but one the cops will never find. Consider it lost on a fishing trip. You were never at that gas stop, and it was never you on the video."
"I don't know what you mean," Nikki retorted, her voice tinged with her confusion.
"Exactly, that's what I mean. You are Sergeant Schultz. You know nothing. Nothing," I exhorted, and Nikki finally rewarded me with a smile.
"I still need a pistol," Nikki complained, but her voice now held a hint of playfulness in it.
"Please," I said with an exaggerated sigh, "I've got 4 more just like it in the hallway safe."
"Why would you happen to have that many of my particular model of pistol?" Nikki asked, her curiosity now aroused as the previous tension bled away. Now I rewarded Nikki with my own Cheshire cat smile before replying. "Those P95s are great pistols, but too big for a lot of folks to carry concealed, and when the cops moved away to the .40 caliber round, I picked them up cheap when I was helping Mike at the gun shows. I think I have about $700 in all 4 of those, and 3 of them came with the cases and extra magazines." "And no paper trail?"
"Please," I repeated.
"Don't you know me by now?" "Sometimes I wonder," Nikki admitted. "Mike is supposed to be the gun nut in the family, you know."
"I'm just sneakier," I admitted. "Just don't let on to Mike, or he might get his feelings hurt." Nikki gave me a snort of derision, and I already felt better about my little sister. Chapter 21. The next day after Nikki's revelation, I went to work with a different attitude. I'd thought I was ready for trouble, but I knew I was constantly allowing myself to react rather than act. The country I knew was already cracking at the seams, and no one seemed to know what the hell was going on outside their own little sphere of observation. My lease with the property owner included 4 parking slots in back under the sun-faded awning, in addition to the 6 angled spots facing the main street. The back of the row of connected buildings fronted onto a 2-lane stretch of street that reminded me of an alley, despite the sidewalks and gutters just like the front side. My impression arose, I imagined, from the lack of any storefronts on this side of the buildings. There was a real alley, 4 foot wide and blocked on both ends by 6-foot-tall wooden gates on both ends, separating the side of my building from the one housing the urgent care clinic. I was pleased to see Barbara's well-preserved Mercedes sedan already parked in the reserved slot next to mine, and today I didn't have to deal with squatters using the assigned parking spaces. My law practice wasn't what anyone would call a high-volume business, but recently I'd seen an uptick in traffic coming through my doors, and hearing that one of my clients was forced to park at one of the metered slots adjacent to the courthouse got my blood boiling. I paid for those damned parking spaces, after all. Barbara's coffee was always better than I could manage on the little Mr. Coffee, so I was also pleased to see she was already brewing a pot when I entered through the back door. The door had a double deadbolt, and I kept them engaged until closing time, and only Barbara and I had keys. Any business that needed to be conducted came through the front door, unless a client called ahead with some mobility issues. I catered to an older clientele, and this happened all too frequently, which was why I kicked in extra for those assigned parking spaces. "What we got today?" "Nothing until the Dearborns at 10 o'clock, Brian," Barbara said, straightening a stack of files on her desk as she watched me out of the corner of her eye. She was nervous about something, and that made me cautious. Barbara Thompson was a thickly built matron in her mid-50s, devoted to Milt, her husband of 33 years, and her 4 grandchildren. She was active in her church, First Methodist,